Subsect, Roman 2. A digression of the nature of spirits, bad angels or devils, and how they cause melancholy. How far the power of spirits and devils doth extend, and whether they can cause this, or any other disease, is a serious question, and worthy to be considered, for the better understanding of which, I will make a brief digression of the nature of spirits. And although the question be very obscure, according to Postellus, full of controversy and ambiguity, beyond the reach of human capacity, fader exceder vires intentionis me, saith Austin, I confess I am not able to understand it. Finitum de infinito non potus statuer, we can sooner determine with Tully, de nat. Diorum, quid non sint, quam quid sint, our subtle schoolmen, cardins, scalagers, profound thomists, fracastoriana and fernaliana acais, are weak, dry, obscure, defective in these mysteries, and all our quickest wits, as an owl's eyes at the sun's light, wax dull and are not sufficient to apprehend them. Yet, as in the rest, I will adventure to say something to this point. In former times, as we read, Acts Roman 23. The Sadducees denied that there were any such spirits, devils, or angels. So did Galen the physician, the Peripatetics, even Aristotle himself, as Pomponadius stoutly maintains, and Scaliger in some sort grants. Though Dandinus the Jesuit in Lib 2 de Anima stiffly denies it. Substantiae separati and intelligences are the same which Christians call angels, and Platonists devils, for they name all the spirits, demons, be they good or bad angels, as Julius Pollux Onomasticon, Lib 1 cap. 1, observes. Epicures and atheists are of the same mind in general, because they never saw them. Plato, Plotinus, Porphyrius, Jamblichus, Proclus, insisting in the steps of Trismegistus, Pythagoras and Socrates make no doubt of it, nor Stoics, but that there are such spirits, though much erring from the truth. Concerning the first beginning of them, the Talmudists say that Adam had a wife called Lilies before he married Eve, and of her he begat nothing but devils. The Turk's Alcoran is altogether as absurd and ridiculous in this point, but the scripture informs us Christians how Lucifer, the chief of them with his associates, fell from heaven for his pride and ambition, created of God, placed in heaven, and sometimes an angel of light, now cast down into the lower aerial sublunary parts or into hell, and delivered into chains of darkness to pet. Roman 2. 4. To be kept unto damnation. Nature of devils. There is a foolish opinion which some hold, that they are the souls of men departed, good and more noble were deified. The baser grovelled on the ground, or in the lower parts, and were devils, the which with Tertullian, Porphyrius the philosopher, M. Terrius, Sir 27 maintains. These spirits, he saith, which we call angels and devils, are not but souls of men departed, which either through love and pity of their friends yet living, help and assist them, or else persecute their enemies, whom they hated, as Dido threatened to persecute Aeneas, omnibus umbra loci zadero. Dabis improbe pones. My angry ghost, arising from the deep, shall haunt thee waking, and disturb thy sleep. At least my shade thy punishment shall know, and fame shall spread the pleasing news below. They are, as others suppose, appointed by those higher powers to keep men from their nativity, and to protect or punish them as they see cause, and are called boni et mali genii by the Romans. Heroes, lares if good, lemures or larvae if bad, by the Stoics, governors of countries, men, cities, saith Apuleius, dios appellant qui ex hominum numo just ac prudenter vidi curriculo gubernato, pro numine, postia ob hominibus perditi fanis et ceremoniae vulgo admittanter. Ut in Egypto Osiris and sea priestites, Capella calls them, which protected particular men as well as princes. Socrates had his daemonium saturninum et igneum. Which of all spirits is best? Ad sublimes cogitations animum erigentum, as the Platonists supposed, Plotinus his, and we Christians are assisting angel as Andreas Victorellus, a copious writer of this subject, Lodovicus de Lacerda, the Jesuit, in his voluminous tract De Angelo Custode, Zanchius, and some divines think. But this absurd tenet of Tyrius Proclus confutes at large in his book De Anima et Daemon. Celis, a Christian and sometimes tutor Seth Cuspinian to Michael Peripanadius, Emperor of Greece, a great observer of the nature of devils, holds they are corporeal and have aerial bodies, that they are mortal, live, and die. Which Martianus Capella likewise maintains, but our Christian philosophers explode, that they are nourished and have excrements, they feel pain if they be hurt, which Cardan confirms, and Scaliger justly laughs him to scorn for. See pascanter air, cur non pugnant ob purium era, and see or stroken, and if their bodies be cut with admirable celerity they come together again. Austin in Gen Lib, Roman 3. Lib. Arbit, approves as much mutata caju corpora in deteriorum qualitatem eris spiciris, so doth Hierome. Comment, in Epist, ad Fs. Cap. 3. Origen, Tertullian, Lactantius, and many ancient fathers of the Church, that in their fall their bodies were changed into a more aerial and gross substance. Bodine, Lib 4, Theatri Naturae, and David Crucius, Hermetici Philosophy, Lib 1 Cap. 4. By several arguments proves angels and spirits to be corporeal. Quicquid contenter in loco corporeum est, et spiritus contenter in loco ergo. Si spiritus sunt quanti, erunt corpore, et sunt quanti ergo. Sunt finiti ergo. Quanti and si Bodine goes farther yet, and will have these, animi separati genii, spirits, angels, devils, and so likewise souls of men departed, if corporeal, which he most eagerly contends to be of some shape, and that absolutely round like sun and moon, because that is the most perfect form, qui nihil habet asperitatis, nihil angulis incisum, nihil anfractibus involutum, nihil eminens, sed inter corpora perfecta est perfectissimum. Therefore all spirits are corporeal, he concludes, and in their proper shapes round. That they can assume other aerial bodies, all manner of shapes at their pleasures, appear in what likeness they will themselves, that they are most swift in motion, can pass many miles in an instant, and so likewise transform bodies of others into what shape they please, and with admirable celerity remove them from place to place. As the angel did Habakkuk to Daniel, and as Philip the deacon was carried away by the Spirit when he had baptized the eunuch. So did Pythagoras and Apollonius remove themselves and others, with many such feats that they can represent castles in the air, palaces, armies, spectrums, prodigies, and such strange objects to mortal men's eyes, cause smells, savors, and see, deceive all the senses, most writers of this subject credibly believe, and that they can foretell future events and do many strange miracles. Juno's image spake to Camillus, and Fortune's statue to the Roman matrons, with many such. Zanchius, Bodine, Spondenus, and others are of opinion that they cause a true metamorphosis, as Nebuchadnezzar was really translated into a beast, Lot's wife into a pillar of salt, Ulysses' companions into hogs and dogs by Circe's charms, turn themselves and others, as they do witches into cats, dogs, hares, crows, and see Strazia Sicogna hath many examples, Lib. Roman 3. Omnif. Mag. Cap. 4 and 5, which he there confutes, as Austin likewise doth de Civ. De Lib. Roman 18. That they can be seen when and in what shape, and to whom they will, saith Sellus, tam etsi nil tail vidrim nec optum vider, though he himself never saw them nor desired it. And use sometimes carnal copulation, as elsewhere I shall prove more at large with women and men. Many will not believe they can be seen, and if any man shall say, swear and stiffly maintain, though he be discreet and wise, judicious and learned, that he hath seen them, they account him a timorous fool, a melancholy dizzard, a weak fellow, a dreamer, a sick, or a madman, they contemn him, laugh him to scorn, and yet Marcus of his credit told Sellus that he had often seen them. And Leo Suavius, a Frenchman, c. 8 in Commenter. L1 Paracelsi de Vita Longa, out of some Platonists, will have the air to be as full of them as snow falling in the skies, and that they may be seen, and withal sets down the means how men may see them. See irreverberatus oculis sol splendent versus coelum continuaverant obtutis, and see, and saith moreover he tried it, primisorum feci experimentum, and it was true that the Platonists said. Paracelsus confesseth that he saw them divers times, and conferred with them, and so doth Alexander ab Alexandro, that he so found it by experience when as before he doubted of it. Many deny it, saith Lavater de Spectris part 1, C2, and part 2, C11 because they never saw them themselves, but as he reports at large all over his book, especially C19. Part 1, they are often seen and heard, and familiarly converse with men as laud. Vives assureth us, innumerable records, histories, and testimonies evince in all ages, times, places, and all travelers besides. In the West Indies and our northern climes, nihil familiarius quam in agris et herbibus spiritus viter, audierque vetinent, jubint, and si hieronymus vita poli, Basil Sir 40, Nicephorus, Eusebius, Socrates, Sosomnus, Jacobus Boissardus in his tract De Spirituum Apparitionibus, Petrus Lawyerus L. De Spectris, Wierus L1. have infinite variety of such examples of apparitions of spirits, for him to read that farther doubts to his ample satisfaction. One alone I will briefly insert. A nobleman in Germany was sent ambassador to the King of Sweden. For his name, the time, and such circumstances, I refer you to Boissardus, mine author. After he had done his business, he sailed to Livonia, on set purpose to see those familiar spirits, which are there said to be conversant with men, and do their drudgery works. Amongst other matters, one of them told him where his wife was, in what room, in what clothes, what doing, and brought him a ring from her, which at his return, non sine omnium admiration, he found to be true, and so believed that ever after which before he doubted of. Cardan, L19. De Subtil relates of his father, Facius Cardan, that after the accustomed solemnities n. 1491, 13 August, he conjured up 7 devils in Greek apparel about 40 years of age, some ruddy of complexion and some pale as he thought. He asked them many questions, and they made ready answer that they were aerial devils, that they lived and died as men did, save that they were far longer lived, 700 or 800 years. They did as much excel men in dignity as we do juments, and were as far excelled again of those that were above them. Our governors and keepers they are moreover, which Plato and Critias delivered of old, and subordinate to one another, ut enim homo homini sic demon demoni dominator, they rule themselves as well as us, and the spirits of the meaner sort had commonly such offices, as we make horse-keepers, neat-herds, and the basest of us, overseers of our cattle, and that we can no more apprehend their natures and functions than a horse a man's. They knew all things, but might not reveal them to men, and ruled and domineered over us as we do over our horses, the best kings amongst us, and the most generous spirits were not comparable to the basest of them. Sometimes they did instruct men, and communicate their skill, reward, and cherish, and sometimes, again, terrify and punish to keep them in awe as they thought fit, nihil magis cupiens, saith Lysias Phys, stoicorum, quam adorationem hominum. The same author, Cardan in his Hyperchion out of the doctrine of Stoics, will have some of these genii, for so he calls them, to be desirous of men's company, very affable and familiar with them, as dogs are others again, to abhor as serpents and care not for them. The same belike Tritemius calls ignios et sublunars, qui nunquam demergunt ad inferiora, aut vix ullum habent in terris commercium. Generally they far excel men in worth, as a man the meanest worm, though some of them are inferior to those of their own rank in worth, as the blackguard in a prince's court, and to men again, as some degenerate, base, rational creatures are excelled of brute beasts. That they are mortal, besides these testimonies of Cardan, Martianus, and C. Many other divines and philosophers hold, post prolixum tempus morienter omnes, the Platonists and some rabbins Porphyrius and Plutarch, as appears by that relation of Thamus. The great god Pan is dead, Apollo Pythius ceased, and so the rest. Saint Hierome, in the Life of Paul the Hermit, tells a story how one of them appeared to Saint Anthony in the wilderness, and told him as much. Paracelsus of our late writers stiffly maintains that they are mortal, live and die as other creatures do. Zosimus, L2, farther adds, that religion and policy dies and alters with them. The Gentiles' gods, he saith, were expelled by Constantine, and together with them. Imperii Romani majestas, et fortuna interreat, et profligata est. The fortune and majesty of the Roman Empire decayed and vanished, as that heathen in Minutius formerly bragged. When the Jews were overcome by the Romans, the Jews' God was likewise captivated by that of Rome. And Rabsake to the Israelites, no God should deliver them out of the hands of the Assyrians. But these paradoxes of their power, corporeity, mortality, taking of shapes, transposing bodies, and carnal copulations are sufficiently confuted by Zanch. C10, L4. Pererius in his comment and Tostatus questions on the 6th of Gen th. Aquin. St. Austin, Wierus th. Erastus, Delrio, Tom 2, L2, Quist. 29, Sebastian Michaelis, C2, De Spiritibus de Reynolds Lect. 47. They may deceive the eyes of men, yet not take true bodies or make a real metamorphosis. But as Sicogna proves at large, they are illusorii et prestigiatrices transformations, omnif. Mag. lib. 4 cap. 4. Mere illusions and cozenings, like that tale of Pazetti's Obulus in Suidas, or that of Autolycus, Mercury's son, that dwelt in Parnassus, who got so much treasure by cousinage and stealth. His father Mercury, because he could leave him no wealth, taught him many fine tricks to get means, for he could drive away men's cattle, and if any pursued him, turn them into what shapes he would, and so did mightily enrich himself, hoc estu maximam predum est executus. This, no doubt, is as true as the rest, yet thus much in general. Thomas, Durand, and others grant that they have understanding far beyond men, can probably conjecture and foretell many things. They can cause and cure most diseases, deceive our senses. They have excellent skill in all arts and sciences, and that the most illiterate devil is quavis homine scientur, more knowing than any man, as Cicogna maintains out of others. They know the virtues of herbs, plants, stones, minerals, and sea. Of all creatures, birds, beasts, the four elements, stars, planets, can aptly apply and make use of them as they see good, perceiving the causes of all meteors and the like. Dancy coloribus, as Austin hath it, accommodancy figuris adherent sonus, subjiciency odoribus, infundancy saporibus, omnis sensus etiam ipsum intelligentiam demons fallent, they deceive all our senses, even our understanding itself at once. They can produce miraculous alterations in the air and most wonderful effects, conquer armies, give victories, help, further, hurt, cross, and alter human attempts and projects, de permissu, as they see good themselves. When Charles the Great intended to make a channel betwixt the Rhine and the Danube, look what his workmen did in the day, these spirits flung down in the night, ut canadu rex desisterit per visir, such feats can they do. But that which Bodine L4 Theat, Nat, thinks following Tyrius belike and the Platonists, they can tell the secrets of a man's heart, out cogitations hominum is most false, his reasons are weak and sufficiently confuted by Zanch. Lib 4 cap. 9 hierom. Lib 2 com. In Mat, ad cap. 15 Athanasius Quist. 27 ad Antiochum Principum and others, orders. As for those orders of good and bad devils, which the Platonists hold, is altogether erroneous, and those ethnics boni et maligenii are to be exploded. These heathen writers agree not in this point among themselves, as Dandinus notes, and sint mali non convenient, some will have all spirits good or bad to us by a mistake. As if an ox or horse could discourse, he would say the butcher was his enemy because he killed him, the grazier his friend because he fed him. A hunter preserves and yet kills his game, and is hated nevertheless of his game. Nec piscatorum piscis amer potest, and see but Jamblichus, Cellus, Plutarch, and most Platonists acknowledge bad, et ob aerum maleficiis cavendum, and we should beware of their wickedness, for they are enemies of mankind. And this Plato learned in Egypt, that they quarreled with Jupiter and were driven by him down to hell. That which Apuleius, Xenophon, and Plato contend of Socrates' daemonium is most absurd. That which Plotinus of his, that he had likewise diem pro demonio, and that which Porphyry concludes of them all in general, if they be neglected in their sacrifice they are angry. Nay more, as Cardan in his Hipparchon will, they feed on men's souls, elementa sunt plantis elementum, animalibus planti, hominibus animalia, erunt et homines aliis, non autem dies, nimis enim remota est aerum natura a nostra, quapropter demonibus. And so belike that we have so many battles fought in all ages, countries, is to make them a feast, and their sole delight. But to return to that I said before, if displeased they fret and chafe, for they feed belike on the souls of beasts, as we do on their bodies, and send many plagues amongst us. But if pleased, then they do much good, is as vain as the rest, and confuted by Austin L9. C8, Deciv, De, Euseb L4, Prepar, Evange, C6, and others. Yet thus much I find, that our schoolmen and other divines make 9 kinds of bad spirits, as Dionysius hath done of angels. In the first rank are those false gods of the Gentiles, which were adored heretofore in several idols, and gave oracles at Delphos and elsewhere, whose prince is Beelzebub. The second rank is of liars and equivocators, as Apollo, Pythias, and the like. The third are those vessels of anger, inventors of all mischief, as that Theudas in Plato Essay calls them vessels of fury, their prince is Belial. The fourth are malicious revenging devils, and their prince is Asmodeus. The fifth kind are cozenas, such as belong to magicians and witches, their prince is Satan. The sixth are those aerial devils that corrupt the air and cause plagues, thunders, fires, and sea, spoken of in the Apocalypse, and Paul to the Ephesians names them the princes of the air. Maricin is their prince. The seventh is a destroyer, captain of the Furies, causing wars, tumults, combustions, uproars mentioned in the Apocalypse, and called Abaddon. The eighth is that accusing or calumniating devil, whom the Greeks call delta iota alpha beta omicron lambda omicron sigma, that drives men to despair. The ninth are those tempters in several kinds, and their prince is Mammon. Psellus makes 6 kinds, yet none above the moon. Wierus in his Pseudomonarchia Daemonis, out of an old book, makes many more divisions and subordinations, with their several names, numbers, offices, and see, but Gazius cited by Lipsius will have all places full of angels, spirits, and devils, above and beneath the moon, ethereal and aerial, which Austin cites out of Varro L7, de Civ. Day, C6. The celestial devils above, and aerial beneath, or as some will, gods above, semi-day or half-gods beneath, Lares heroes genii which climb higher if they lived well as the Stoics held, but grovel on the ground as they were baser in their lives, nearer to the earth. And are manes, lemures, lamii, and see they will have no place but all full of spirits, devils, or some other inhabitants. Plenum coelum, air, aquaterra, et omnia sub terra, saith Gazius. Though Anthony Rusca in his book De Inferno, lib. v. cap. 7 would confine them to the middle region, yet they will have them everywhere. Not so much as a hairbreadth empty in heaven, earth, or waters, above or under the earth. The air is not so full of flies in summer, as it is at all times of invisible devils. This Paracelsus stiffly maintains, and that they have everyone their several chaos. Others will have infinite worlds, and each world his peculiar spirits, gods, angels, and devils to govern and punish it. Singula non nulli credunt quoque sidera posse dis orbs, terranque appellant situs opacum, cui minimus divum presit. Some persons believe each star to be a world, and this earth an opaque star, over which the least of the gods presides. Gregorius Thalsenus makes 7 kinds of ethereal spirits or angels, according to the number of the 7 planets, Saturnine, jovial, martial, of which Cardan discourseth lib 20. De subtil. He calls them substantias primas, Olympicos demons tritemius, qui presunt zodiaco and see, and will have them to be good angels above, devils beneath the moon. Their several names and offices he there sets down, and which Dionysius of angels will have several spirits for several countries, men, offices, and see, which live about them, and as so many assisting powers cause their operations, will have in a word, innumerable, as many of them as there be stars in the skies. Marsilius Ficinus seems to second this opinion, out of Plato, or from himself, I know not. Still ruling their inferiors, as they do those under them again, all subordinate, and the nearest to the earth rule us, whom we subdivide into good and bad angels, call gods or devils as they help or hurt us, and so adore, love, or hate. But it is most likely from Plato, for he relying wholly on Socrates, quem mori podius quam mentiri voluus scribit, whom he says would rather die than tell a falsehood, out of Socrates' authority alone made 9 kinds of them, which opinion belike Socrates took from Pythagoras, and he from Trismegistus, he from Zoroaster, first God, second idea, 3, intelligences, 4. Archangels, 5 angels, 6 devils, 7 heroes, 8, principalities, 9. Princes, of which some were absolutely good, as gods, some bad, some indifferent inter dios et homines, as heroes and demons, which ruled men and were called genii, or as Proclus and Jamblichus will, the middle betwixt God and men. Principalities and princes, which commanded and swayed kings and countries, and had several places in the spheres perhaps, for as every sphere is higher, so hath it more excellent inhabitants, which belike is that Galileus a Galileo and Kepler aims at in his Nuncio Sidereal, when he will have Saturnine and jovial inhabitants, and which Tycho Brahe doth in some sort touch or insinuate in one of his epistles. But these things Zanchius justly explodes, cap. 3 lib 4. P. Martyr in 4. Sam. 28. So that according to these men, the number of ethereal spirits must needs be infinite. For if that be true that some of our mathematicians say, if a stone could fall from the starry heaven, or 8th sphere, and should pass every hour 100 miles, it would be 65 years or more before it would come to ground, by reason of the great distance of heaven from earth, which contains, as some say, 170,800,000 miles, besides those other heavens, whether they be crystalline or watery, which Maginus adds, which peradventure holds as much more, how many such spirits may it contain? And yet for all this Thomas Albertus, and most hold that there be far more angels than devils, sublunary devils and their kinds. But be they more or less, quod supra nos nihil ad nos, what is beyond our comprehension does not concern us. Howsoever, as Martianus foolishly supposeth, aetherae demons non current res humanas, they care not for us, do not attend our actions, or look for us. Those ethereal spirits have other worlds to reign in belike or business to follow. We are only now to speak in brief of these sublunary spirits or devils. For the rest, our divines determine that the devil had no power over stars, or heavens, carminibus silo passant deducere lunam, and see, by their charms, verses they can seduce the moon from the heavens. Those are poetical fictions, and that they can sister aquam fluviis, et verter sidera retro, and see, stop rivers and turn the stars backward in their courses, as Canadia in Horace, 'tis all false. They are confined until the day of judgment to this sublunary world, and can work no farther than the four elements, and as God permits them. Wherefore of these sublunary devils, though others divide them otherwise according to their several places and offices, Psellus makes 6 kinds, fiery, aerial, terrestrial, watery, and subterranean devils, besides those fairies, satyrs, nymphs, and sea. Fiery spirits or devils are such as commonly work by blazing stars, fire drakes, or eans fadui, which lead men often in flumina aut precipitia, seth bodine lib 2 theat. Naturi, fall, 221. Quos inquit arcere si volunt viators, clara voce diem appeller aut pranum facie terram contingent adorer oportet, et hoc amuletum majoribus nostris acceptum fair debimus, and see, whom if travelers wish to keep off they must pronounce the name of God with a clear voice, or adore him with their faces in contact with the ground, and see. Likewise they counterfeit suns and moons, stars oftentimes, and sit on ship masts. In navigarum summitatibus visunter. And are called Dioscuri, as Eusebius L. Contra Philosophos, see Roman 48. Informeth us, out of the authority of Xenophanes, or little clouds, ad modum nescio quem volens, which never appear, saith Cardan, but they signify some mischief or other to come unto men, though some again will have them to pretend good, and victory to that side they come towards in sea fights, St. Elmo's fires they commonly call them, and they do likely appear after a sea storm. Radzivillius, the Polonian duke, calls this apparition, Sancti Germani Sidus. And saith moreover that he saw the same after in a storm, as he was sailing, 1582, from Alexandria to Rhodes. Our stories are full of such apparitions in all kinds. Some think they keep their residence in that Hecla, a mountain in Iceland, Etna in Sicily, Lipari, Vesuvius, and see these devils were worshipped heretofore by that superstitious Pyromantia, and the like. Aerial spirits or devils are such as keep quarter most part in the air, cause many tempests, thunder and lightnings, tear oaks, fire steeples, houses, strike men and beasts, make it rain stones, as in Livy's time, wool, frogs, and see counterfeit armies in the air, strange noises, swords, and sea, as at Vienna before the coming of the Turks, and many times in Rome, as Scheretzius L. Despect. See 1 Part 1. Lavater Despect. Part 1 C17. Julius Obsequens, an old Roman, in his Book of Prodigies, Ob Urb Cond. 505. Machiavel hath illustrated by many examples, and Josephus in his book De Bello Judaico, before the destruction of Jerusalem. All which Gil. Postellus in his first book c. 7, De Orbis Concordia, useth as an effectual argument, as indeed it is, to persuade them that will not believe there be spirits or devils. They cause whirlwinds on a sudden and tempestuous storms, which though our meteorologists generally refer to natural causes, yet I am of Bodine's mind, Theat. Nat. L2. They are more often caused by those aerial devils in their several quarters, for tempestatibus C in gerunt, saith Rich. Argentine, as when a desperate man makes away with himself, which by hanging or drowning they frequently do, as Comenus observes de Mirac. Mort. Part 7, C 76. Tripudium agents, dancing and rejoicing at the death of a sinner. These can corrupt the air and cause plagues, sickness, storms, shipwrecks, fires, inundations. At Mons Draconis in Italy, there is a most memorable example in Jovianus Pontanus, and nothing so familiar, if we may believe those relations of Saxo Grammaticus, Alaus Magnus, Damianus A. goes. As for witches and sorcerers, in Lapland, Lithuania, and all over Scandia, to sell winds to mariners, and cause tempests, which Marcus Paulus the Venetian relates likewise of the Tartars. These kind of devils are much delighted in sacrifices, saith Porphyry, held all the world in awe, and had several names, idols, sacrifices in Rome, Greece, Egypt, and at this day tyrannize over, and deceive those ethnics and Indians, being adored and worshipped for gods. For the Gentiles' gods were devils, as Trismegistus confesseth in his Asclepius, and he himself could make them come to their images by magic spells, and are now as much respected by our papists, saith Pictorius, under the name of saints. These are they which Cardan thinks desire so much carnal copulation with witches, incubi and succubi, transform bodies, and are so very cold if they be touched, and that serve magicians. His father had one of them, as he is not ashamed to relate, an aerial devil, bound to him for 28 years. As Agrippa's dog had a devil tied to his collar, some think that Paracelsus, or else Erastus belies him, had one confined to his sword pummel. Others wear them in rings, and see Jans and Jambers did many things of old by their help. Simon Magus, Synops, Apollonius Tianius, Jamblichus, and Tritemius of late, that showed Maximilian the emperor his wife after she was dead. Et verocam in collo adieus, saith Godalman, so much as the wart in her neck. Del Rio, lib 2 hath divers examples of their feats. Cicogna, lib 3 cap. 3 and Wierus in his book de Priestig. Demonum, Boisardus de Magis et Veneficis. Water devils are those naiads or water nymphs which have been heretofore conversant about waters and rivers. The water, as Paracelsus thinks, is their chaos. Wherein they live, some call them fairies, and say that Habundia is their queen. These cause inundations, many times shipwrecks, and deceive men divers ways, as succuba or otherwise, appearing most part saith Tritemius in women's shapes. Paracelsus hath several stories of them that have lived and been married to mortal men, and so continued for certain years with them, and after, upon some dislike, have forsaken them. Such a one as Egeria, with whom Numa was so familiar, Diana, Ceres, and C. Olaus Magnus hath a long narration of one Hutherus, a king of Sweden, that having lost his company, as he was hunting one day, met with these water nymphs or fairies and was feasted by them. And Hector Boethius, or Macbeth, and Banquo, 2 Scottish lords, that as they were wandering in the woods, had their fortunes told them by 3 strange women. To these heretofore they did use to sacrifice, by that letter 1F51 delta rho omicron mu alpha nu tau letter 1F73 iota alpha, or divination by waters. Terrestrial devils are those Lares, genii, fauns, satyrs, wood nymphs, foliates, fairies, Robin Goodfellows, Trulli, and C, which as they are most conversant with men, so they do them most harm. Some think it was they alone that kept the heathen people in awe of old, and had so many idols and temples erected to them. Of this range was Dagon amongst the Philistines, Bel amongst the Babylonians, Astartes amongst the Sidonians, Baal amongst the Samaritans, Isis and Osiris amongst the Egyptians, and C. Some put our fairies into this rank, which have been in former times adored with much superstition, with sweeping their houses, and setting of a pail of clean water, good victuals, and the like, and then they should not be pinched, but find money in their shoes, and be fortunate in their enterprises. These are they that dance on heaths and greens, as Lavater thinks with Tritemius, and as Olaus Magnus adds, leave that green circle, which we commonly find in plain fields, which others hold to proceed from a meteor falling, or some accidental rankness of the ground, so nature sports herself. They are sometimes seen by old women and children. Hierom. Polly, in his description of the city of Bursino in Spain, relates how they have been familiarly seen near that town, about fountains and hills. Non nunquam, saith Tritemius, in sua latibula montium simpliciers homines ducent, stupenda murrentibus ostens miracula, nolarum sonitus, spectacula, and C. Geraldus Cambrensis gives instance in a monk of Wales that was so deluded. Paracelsus reckons up many places in Germany, where they do usually walk in little coats, some 2 feet long. A bigger kind there is of them called with us hobgoblins, and Robin Goodfellows, that would in those superstitious times grind corn for a mess of milk, cut wood, or do any manner of drudgery work. They would mend old irons in those Aeolian isles of Lipari, in former ages, and have been often seen and heard. Thalasanus calls them trullos and gechelos, and saith that in his days they were common in many places of France. Dithmarus Bleskenius, in his description of Iceland, reports for a certainty that almost in every family they have yet some such familiar spirits, and Felix Malleolus in his book De Crudel. Demon affirms as much, that these trolli or telchins are very common in Norway and seen to do drudgery work, to draw water, saith Wierus, lib 1 cap. 22 dress meat, or any such thing. Another sort of these there are, which frequent forlorn houses, which the Italians call foliates, most part in noxious Cardan holds. They will make strange noises in the night, howl sometimes pitifully, and then laugh again, cause great flame and sudden lights, fling stones, rattle chains, shave men, open doors and shut them, fling down platters, stools, chests, sometimes appear in the likeness of hares, crows, black dogs, and see of which read Pet. the Jesuit in his tract De Locis Infestis, part 1 et cap. 4. Who will have them to be devils or the souls of damned men that seek revenge, or else souls out of purgatory that seek ease? For such examples peruse Sigismundus Scheretius, lib. De Spectris, part 1, c1, which he saith he took out of Luther most part there be many instances. Plinius Secundus remembers such a house at Athens, which Athenodorus the philosopher hired, which no man durst inhabit for fear of devils. Austin, de Civ. De. lib. 22 cap. 1 relates as much of Hesperius the tribune's house at Zeubeda, near their city of Hippos, vexed with evil spirits to his great hindrance, cum affliction animalium et servorum suorum. Many such instances are to be read in Niderius Formicar, lib. 5 cap. Roman 12. 3. And see whether I may call these Zim and Achim, which Isaiah cap. Roman 13. 21. Speaks of I make a doubt. See more of these in the said Scherets. Lib. 1 de Spect. Cap. 4. He is full of examples. These kind of devils many times appear to men and affright them out of their wits, sometimes walking at noonday, sometimes at nights, counterfeiting dead men's ghosts as that of Caligula, which saith Suetonius was seen to walk in Lavinia's garden where his body was buried, spirits haunted, and the house where he died, nulla nox sine terror transacta, donic incendio consumpta. Every night this happened, there was no quietness till the house was burned. About Hecla in Iceland, ghosts commonly walk, animas mortuorum simulants, saith Joe. Anen, lib. 3, de nat diem, alos, lib. 2 cap. 2 natal talipid, lib. de apparit, spur cornmenis de mirac, mort, part 1 cap. 44. Such sights are frequently seen circa sepulchra et monasteria, saith Lavet, lib. 1 cap. 19. In monasteries and about churchyards, loca paludinosa, ampla edificia solitaria, et quid hominum notata, and c. marshes, great buildings, solitary places, or remarkable as the scene of some murder. Therius adds, ubi gravius peccatum est commissum, impe pauperum oppressors et nequiter in scenes habitant, where some very heinous crime was committed, there the impious and infamous generally dwell. These spirits often foretell men's deaths by several signs, as knocking, groanings, and see though rich. Argentine, c. 18. De Prestigiis Demonum will ascribe these predictions to good angels, out of the authority of Ficinus and others. Prodigia in abitu principum sepius contingunt, and c. prodigies frequently occur at the deaths of illustrious men, as in the Lateran Church in Rome, the Pope's deaths are foretold by Sylvester's tomb. Near Rups Nova in Finland, in the Kingdom of Sweden, there is a lake, in which, before the governor of the castle dies, a spectrum in the habit of Arion with his harp appears, and makes excellent music, like those blocks in Cheshire, which, they say, presage death to the master of the family, or that oak in Lanthedron Park in Cornwall, which foreshows as much. Many families in Europe are so put in mind of their last by such predictions, and many men are forewarned, if we may believe Paracelsus, by familiar spirits in divers shapes, as cocks, crows, owls, which often hover about sick men's chambers, vel quia morientium foditatum sentiunt, as Baracelus conjectures, et ideo super tectum infirmorum crossitant, because they smell a corse. Or for that, as Bernardinus de Bustis thinketh, God permits the devil to appear in the form of crows, and such like creatures, to scare such as live wickedly here on earth. A little before Tully's death, saith Plutarch, the crows made a mighty noise about him, tumultuous perstrepens, they pulled the pillow from under his head. Rob Gaguinus hissed, Frank, lib. 8 telleth such another wonderful story at the death of Johannes de Monteforti, a French lord, anno 1345, tanta corvorum multitudo oedibus morientes incidit, quantum esse in Gallia nemo judicasset, a multitude of crows alighted on the house of the dying man, such as no one imagined existed in France. Such prodigies are very frequent in authors. See more of these in the said Lavater, Thyrius de Locis Infestis, Part 3, cap. 58. Pictorius del Rio Cicogna, lib. 3, cap. 9. Necromancers take upon them to raise and lay them at their pleasures, and so likewise those which Mizaldus calls ambulones, that walk about midnight on great heaths and desert places, which saith Lavater, draw men out of the way, and lead them all night a byway, or quite bar them of their way. These have several names in several places. We commonly call them pucks. In the deserts of Lop in Asia, such illusions of walking spirits are often perceived, as you may read in M. Paulus the Venetian his travels. If one lose his company by chance, these devils will call him by his name, and counterfeit voices of his companions to seduce him. Hieronym. Polly, in his Book of the Hills of Spain, relates of a great mount in Cantabria, where such spectrums are to be seen. Lavater and Cicogna have variety of examples of spirits and walking devils in this kind. Sometimes they sit by the highway side, to give men falls, and make their horses stumble and start as they ride. If you will believe the relation of that holy man Catullus in Nabrigensis, that had an especial grace to see devils, gratiam divinitas collatem, and talk with them, et impavidus cum spiritibus sermonum messere, without offense, and if a man curse or spur his horse for stumbling, they do heartily rejoice at it, with many such pretty feats. Subterranean devils are as common as the rest, and do as much harm. Alaus Magnus, lib 6, cap. 19, makes 6 kinds of them, some bigger, some less. These Sethmunster are commonly seen about mines of metals, and are some of them noxious, some again do no harm. The metal men in many places account it good luck, a sign of treasure and rich ore when they see them. Georgius Agricola, in his book De Subterraneis Animantibus, cap. 37, reckons 2 more notable kinds of them, which he calls Getcheli and Kobali. Both are clothed after the manner of metal men, and will many times imitate their works. Their office, as Pictorius and Paracelsus think, is to keep treasure in the earth, that it be not all at once revealed. And besides, Cicogna avers that they are the frequent causes of those horrible earthquakes which often swallow up, not only houses, but whole islands and cities in his 3rd book, cap. 11, he gives many instances. The last are conversant about the center of the earth to torture the souls of damned men to the day of judgment. Their egress and regress some suppose to be about Etna, Lipari, Mons Hecla in Iceland, Vesuvius, Terra del Fuego, and sea, because many shrieks and fearful cries are continually heard thereabouts, and familiar apparitions of dead men, ghosts, and goblins, their offices, operations, study. Thus the devil reigns, and in 1,000 several shapes, as a roaring lion still seeks whom he may devour, one pet. By sea, land, air, as yet unconfined, though some will have his proper place the air. All that space between us and the moon for them that transgressed least, and hell for the wickedest of them, hic velat in carcere ad finem mundi, tunc in locum funisterum trudendi, as Austin holds de civit. Day, c. 22, lib 14, cap. 3 at 23, but beware he will, he rageth while he may to comfort himself, as Lactantius thinks, with other men's falls, he labors all he can to bring them into the same pit of perdition with him. For men's miseries, calamities, and ruins are the devil's banqueting dishes. By many temptations and several engines, he seeks to captivate our souls. The Lord of Lies, saith Austin, as he was deceived himself, he seeks to deceive others, the ringleader to all naughtiness, as he did by Eve and Cain, Sodom and Gomorrah, so would he do by all the world. Sometimes he tempts by covetousness, drunkenness, pleasure, pride, and sea, errs, dejects, saves, kills, protects, and rides some men, as they do their horses. He studies our overthrow, and generally seeks our destruction. And although he pretend many times human good, and vindicate himself for a god by curing of several diseases, egris sanitatum, et quisus luminis usum restituendo, as Austin declares, lib 10, de civit Dei, cap. 6, as Apollo, Aesculapius, Isis of old have done. Divert plagues, assist them in wars, pretend their happiness, yet nihil his imperius celestius nihil humano generi infestius. Nothing so impure, nothing so pernicious, as may well appear by their tyrannical and bloody sacrifices of men to Saturn and Moloch, which are still in use among those barbarous Indians, their several deceits and cozenings to keep men in obedience, their false oracles, sacrifices, their superstitious impositions of fasts, penury, and sea heresies. Superstitious observations of meats, times, and sea, by which they crucify the souls of mortal men, as shall be showed in our treatise of religious melancholy. Modico ad hoc tempor sinitur malignari, as Bernard expresseth it, by God's permission he rageth a while, hereafter to be confined to hell and darkness, which is prepared for him and his angels, Matt Roman 25. How far their power doth extend it is hard to determine. What the ancients held of their effects, force, and operations, I will briefly show you. Plato in Critias, and after him his followers, gave out that these spirits or devils were men's governors and keepers, our lords and masters, as we are of our cattle. They govern provinces and kingdoms by oracles, auguries, dreams, rewards, and punishments, prophecies, inspirations, sacrifices, and religious superstitions, varied in as many forms as there be diversity of spirits. They send wars, plagues, peace, sickness, health, dearth, plenty, et stans hic jam nobis, spectans, et arbitrantes, and see as appears by those histories of Thucydides, Livius, Dionysius Halicarnassus, with many others that are full of their wonderful stratagems, and were therefore by those Roman and Greek commonwealths adored and worshipped for gods with prayers and sacrifices, and see, in a word, nihil magis querunt quam metum et admirationem hominum. And as another hath it, disi non potest, quam impotenti ardor in homines dominium, et divinos cultus maligni spiritus affectant. Tritemius, in his book De Septem Secundis, assigns names to such angels as are governors of particular provinces, by what authority I know not, and gives them several jurisdictions. Asclepiades a Grecian, Rabbi Achiba the Jew, Abraham Avenezra, and Rabbi Azariel Arabians. As I find them cited by Sicogna, farther add that they are not our governors only, sed ex aerum concordia et discordia, boni et mali effectus prominent, but as they agree, so do we and our princes or disagree, stand or fall. Juno was a bitter enemy to Troy, Apollo a good friend, Jupiter indifferent, equa Venus Teucris, Pallas iniqua fuit. Some are for us still, some against us, prement Dio, fert Deus alter opum. Religion, policy, public and private quarrels, wars are procured by them, and they are delighted perhaps to see men fight, as men are with cocks, bulls and dogs, bears and sea, plagues, dearths depend on them, are beni and male esse, and almost all our other peculiar actions. For as Anthony Russia contends, lib 5, cap. 18, every man hath a good and a bad angel attending on him in particular, all his life long, which Jamblichus calls demonum, preferments, losses, weddings, deaths, rewards, and punishments, and as Proclus will, all offices whatsoever, alii genitrisum, alii apophisum potestatum habent, and see in several names they give them according to their offices, as Lares indigites, priestites, and see when the arcades in that battle at Chaeronea, which was fought against King Philip for the liberty of Greece, had deceitfully carried themselves, long after, in the very same place, Dies Graeciae, Ultoribus, saith mine author, they were miserably slain by Metellus the Roman. So likewise, in smaller matters, they will have things fall out, as these boni and mali genii favor or dislike us, Saturni non convenient jovialibus, and see he that is Saturninus shall never likely be preferred. That base fellows are often advanced, undeserving gnathos and vicious parasites, whereas discreet, wise, virtuous, and worthy men are neglected and unrewarded. They refer to those domineering spirits or subordinate genii. As they are inclined or favor men, so they thrive, are ruled and overcome. For as Libanius supposeth in our ordinary conflicts and contentions, genius genio sedit et obtemperat, one genius yields and is overcome by another. All particular events almost they refer to these private spirits, and as Paracelsus adds, they direct, teach, inspire, and instruct men. Never was any man extraordinary famous in any art action or great commander that had not familiarum demonum to inform him, as Numa, Socrates, and many such, as Cardan illustrates, cap. 128, Arcanis prudentiae civilis, specially sequitum gratia, sia dio denari assurunt magi, a geniis caelestibus instrui, ob iis dosri. But these are most erroneous paradoxes, inepti et fabulasi nugi, rejected by our divines and Christian churches. 'Tis true they have, by God's permission, power over us, and we find by experience that they can hurt not our fields only, cattle, goods, but our bodies and minds. At Hamel in Saxony, N. 1484. 20 Junii, the devil, in likeness of a Pied Piper, carried away 130 children that were never after seen. Many times men are affrighted out of their wits, carried away quite, as Scheretzius illustrates, lib 1, see Roman 4, and severally molested by his means, Plotinus the Platonist, lib 14 adverse. Knows, laughs them to scorn, that hold the devil or spirits can cause any such diseases. Many think he can work upon the body, but not upon the mind. But experience pronounceth otherwise, that he can work both upon body and mind. Tertullian is of this opinion, c. 22, that he can cause both sickness and health, and that secretly. Taurellus adds, by clancular poisons he can infect the bodies, and hinder the operations of the bowels, though we perceive it not, closely creeping into them, saith Lipsius, and so crucify our souls. Et nociva melancholia furiosos efficit. For being a spiritual body, he struggles with our spirits, Seth Rogers, and suggests, according to Cardan, verba sine voce, species sine visu, envy, lust, anger, and see. As he sees men inclined, the manner how he performs it, Bayer Menace in his oration against Bodine sufficiently declares. He begins first with the fantasy, and moves that so strongly that no reason is able to resist. Now the fantasy he moves by mediation of humors, although many physicians are of opinion that the devil can alter the mind and produce this disease of himself. Quibustum medicorum visum, saith Avicenna, quad melancholia contingere demonio. Of the same mind is Celis and Rhases the Arab, lib 1 tract, 9 cont, that this disease proceeds especially from the devil and from him alone. Arculanus cap 6, in 9, Rhases Alienus Montaltus in his 9. Cap. Daniel Senertus lib 1 part 2 cap 11. Confirm as much that the devil can cause this disease. By reason many times that the parties affected prophesy, speak strange language, but non sine interventa humoris, not without the humor as he interprets himself. No more doth Avicenna, si contingere demonio, sufficit nobis ut convertat complexionum ad colrem nigram, et sit causa ejus propinqua cholera nigra. The immediate cause is choler adust, which Pomponadius likewise labors to make good. Galgerandus of Mantua, a famous physician, so cured a demoniacal woman in his time, that spake all languages by purging black choler, and thereupon belike this humor of melancholy is called balneum diaboli, the devil's bath. The devil, spying his opportunity of such humors, drives them many times to despair, fury, rage, and see, mingling himself among these humors. This is that which Tertullian avers, corporibus infligant acerbos casus, animique repentinos, member distorquent, occult repents, and see, and which Lemnius goes about to prove. Emissent si mali genii pravis humoribus, ac atri, billy, and si and Jason pratensis. That the devil, being a slender, incomprehensible spirit, can easily insinuate and wind himself into human bodies, and cunningly couched in our bowels vitiate our healths, terrify our souls with fearful dreams, and shake our minds with furies. And in another place, these unclean spirits settled in our bodies, and now mixed with our melancholy humors, do triumph as it were, and sport themselves as in another heaven. Thus he argues, and that they go in and out of our bodies, as bees do in a hive, and so provoke and tempt us as they perceive our temperature inclined of itself, and most apt to be deluded. Agrippa and Lavater are persuaded that this humor invites the devil to it, wheresoever it is in extremity, and of all other, melancholy persons are most subject to diabolical temptations and illusions, and most apt to entertain them, and the devil best able to work upon them. But whether by obsession or possession or otherwise, I will not determine. 'Tis a difficult question. Delrio the Jesuit, Tom 3. Lib 6 Springer and his colleague Malef, Pet. Thyrius the Jesuit, Lib. De demoniacis de locis infestis de terrificationibus nocturnis, hieronymus mengus flagel. Deem, and others of that rank of pontifical writers, it seems, by their exorcisms and conjurations approve of it, having forged many stories to that purpose. A nun did eat a lettuce without grace, or signing it with the sign of the cross, and was instantly possessed. Durand. Lib 6 Rational, c. 86. Num. 8. Relates that he saw a wench possessed in Bononia with 2 devils, by eating an unhallowed pomegranate, as she did afterwards confess, when she was cured by exorcisms. And therefore our papists do sign themselves so often with the sign of the cross, ni demon ingredi ossit, and exorcise all manner of meats, as being unclean or accursed otherwise, as Bellarmine defends. Many such stories I find amongst pontifical writers to prove their assertions. Let them free their own credits. Some few I will recite in this kind out of most approved physicians. Cornelius Gemma, Lib. 2 Donat, Mirac, c. 4, relates of a young maid called Catherine Gualter, a cooper's daughter, and 1571. That had such strange passions and convulsions, 3 men could not sometimes hold her. She purged a live eel which he saw, 1.5 foot long, and touched it himself, but the eel afterwards vanished. She vomited some 24 pounds of fulsome stuff of all colors, twice a day for 14 days, and after that she voided great balls of hair, pieces of wood, pigeon's dung, parchment, goose dung, coals. And after them 2 pounds of pure blood, and then again coals and stones, or which some had inscriptions bigger than a walnut, some of them pieces of glass, brass, and sea, besides paroxysms of laughing, weeping, and ecstasies, and see et hoc inquit cum horror vidi, this I saw with horror. They could do no good on her by physic, but left her to the clergy. Marcellus Donatus, lib 2 c1. De med. Murab. Hath such another story of a country fellow that had 4 knives in his belly, instar seri dentatos, indented like a saw, every one a span long, and a wreath of hair like a globe, with much baggage of like sort, wonderful to behold. How it should come into his guts, he concludes, cert non alio quam demonis astutia et dolo, could assuredly only have been through the artifice of the devil. Langius Epist. Med. Lib 1 Epist. 38. Hath many relations to this effect, and so hath Christophorus of Vega. Wierus, Skenkius, Scribanius, all agree that they are done by the subtlety and illusion of the devil. If you shall ask a reason of this, 'tis to exercise our patience. For as Tertullian holds, virtus non est virtus nisi comparem habet aliquam, in quo superando vim suum ostendat, 'tis to try us and our faith, 'tis for our offenses and for the punishment of our sins by God's permission they do it, carnifices vindicti justi Dei, as Tolisanus styles them, executioners of his will, or rather as David, P.S. 78. Ver. 49. He cast upon them the fierceness of his anger, indignation, wrath, and vexation, by sending out of evil angels. So did he afflict Job, Saul, the lunatics and demoniacal persons whom Christ cured, Matt, Roman 4. 8, Luke Roman 4. 11, Luke Roman 13, Mark Roman 9, Tobit, Roman 8, 3 and c. This, I say, happeneth for a punishment of sin, for their want of faith, incredulity, weakness, distrust, and c. Subsect Roman 3. Of witches and magicians, how they cause melancholy. You have heard what the devil can do of himself, now you shall hear what he can perform by his instruments, who are many times worse, if it be possible, than he himself, and to satisfy their revenge and lust cause more mischief. Multa enim mala non egisset demon, nisi provocatus asagis, as Erastus thinks. Much harm had never been done, had he not been provoked by witches to it. He had not appeared in Samuel's shape, if the witch of Endor had let him alone, or represented those serpents in Pharaoh's presence, had not the magicians urged him unto it. Nec morbos vel hominibus, vel brutis infligeret, Erastus maintains, see sagi quiescerent. Men and cattle might go free if the witches would let him alone. Many deny witches at all, or if there be any they can do no harm. Of this opinion is Wierus, lib 3 cap. 53, de Priestig. Diem. Austin Lerkheimer, a Dutch writer, Bayermenis, Euichius Ewaldus, our countryman Scott. With him in Horace Somnia, Terrors Magicos, Miracula, Sagas Nocturnos Lemuries, Portentac Thessala Risu Excipiunt. Say, can you laugh indignant at the schemes of magic terrors, visionary dreams, portentous wonders, witching imps of hell, the nightly goblin and enchanting spell? They laugh at all such stories, but on the contrary are most lawyers, divines, physicians, philosophers, Austin, Hemingius, Danius, Chytrius, Zanchius, Aridius, and C. Del Rio, Springer, Niderius, lib. 5 Fornicar, Giadius, Bardolus consul. 6. Tom 1 Boding Demoniant, lib 2, cap. 8. Goldelman, Damhoderius, and C. Paracelsus. Erastus, Scribanius, Camarius, and C. The parties by whom the devil deals, may be reduced to these two, such as command him in show at least, as conjurers and magicians, whose detestable and horrid mysteries are contained in their book called Arbatel. Demonis enim advocati Pristo sunt, sic exorcismus et conjurationibus quaes et cogi patienter, ut miserum magorum genus, in impietate detinit. Or such as are commanded, as witches, that deal ex part implicite or explicite, as the king hath well defined. Many subdivisions there are, and many several species of sorcerers, witches, enchanters, charmers, and see they have been tolerated heretofore some of them. And magic hath been publicly professed in former times, in Salamanca, Cracow, and other places, though after censured by several universities, and now generally contradicted, though practiced by some still, maintained and excused, tanquam res secreta qui non nisi virus magnis, et peculiari beneficio de silo instructis communicatur, I use Bossardus his words, and so far approved by some princes, ut nihil ossi agredi in politicis, in sacris, in conciliis. Sine aerum arbitrio, they consult still with them, and dare indeed do nothing without their advice. Nero and Heliogabalus, Maxentius and Julianus Apostata were never so much addicted to magic of old, as some of our modern princes and popes themselves are nowadays. Ericus, king of Sweden, had an enchanted cap, by virtue of which, and some magical murmur or whispering terms, he could command spirits, trouble the air, and make the wind stand which way he would, insomuch that when there was any great wind or storm, the common people were wont to say, "The king now had on his conjuring cap." But such examples are infinite. That which they can do is as much almost as the devil himself, who is still ready to satisfy their desires, to oblige them the more unto him. They can cause tempests, storms, which is familiarly practiced by witches in Norway, Iceland, as I have proved. They can make friends enemies and enemies friends by philters. Terps amores conciliar, enforce love, tell any man where his friends are, about what employed, though in the most remote places, and if they will, bring their sweethearts to them by night, upon a goat's back flying in the air. Sigismund Scheretzius, Part 1 Cap. 9. Despect. Reports confidently that he conferred with sundry such that had been so carried many miles, and that he heard witches themselves confess as much. Hurt and infect men and beasts, vines, corn, cattle, plants, make women abortive, not to conceive, barren, men and women unapt and unable, married and unmarried, 50 several ways, saith Bodine lib 2. See 2 fly in the air, meet when and where they will, as Sicogna proves, and laugh at. Despec. Part 2 C17. Steal young children out of their cradles, ministerio demonum, and put deformed in their rooms, which we call changelings, saith Scheretzius, Part 1 C6. Make men victorious, fortunate, eloquent, and therefore in those ancient monomachs and combats they were searched of old, they had no magical charms. They can make stick freeze, such as shall endure a rapier's point, musket shot, and never be wounded, of which read more in Boissardus cap. 6 de magia, the manner of the adjuration, and by whom 'tis made, where and how to be used in expeditionibus bellicis, praeliis, duellis, and sea, with many peculiar instances and examples. They can walk in fiery furnaces, make men feel no pain on the rack, out alias torturas center. They can staunch blood, represent dead men's shapes, alter and turn themselves and others into several forms at their pleasures. Agaberta, a famous witch in Lapland, would do as much publicly to all spectators, modo pusilla, modo anus, modo prosra ut quercus, modo vacca, aves, coluber, and see now young, now old, high-low like a cow, like a bird, a snake, and what not. She could represent to others what forms they most desired to see, show them friends absent, reveal secrets, maxima omnium admiration, and see and yet for all this subtlety of theirs, as Lipsius well observes, physiolog. Stoicer. Lib 1 Cap. 17. Neither these magicians nor devils themselves can take away gold or letters out of mine or Crassus' chest, et clientelis sues largiri, for they are base, poor, contemptible fellows most part. As Body notes, they can do nothing in judicum decreta aut ponas, in regum concilia vel arcana, nihil in rem numerium out the sorrows. They cannot give money to their clients, alter judges' decrees, or counsels of kings. These minuti genii cannot do it. Altiors genii hoc sibi adservarunt. The higher powers reserve these things to themselves. Now and then peradventure there may be some more famous magicians like Simon Magus, Apollonius Tyanius, Pazites Jamblichus, Odo de Stellis, that for a time can build castles in the air, represent armies, and see, as they are said to have done, command wealth and treasure, feed thousands with all variety of meats upon a sudden, protect themselves and their followers from all princes' persecutions, by removing from place to place in an instant, reveal secrets, future events. Tell what is done in far countries, make them appear that died long since, and do many such miracles, to the world's terror, admiration, and opinion of deity to themselves. Yet the devil forsakes them at last, they come to wicked ends, and raro aut nunquam such impostors are to be found. The vulgar sort of them can work no such feats. But to my purpose, they can, last of all, cure and cause most diseases to such as they love or hate, and this of melancholy amongst the rest. Paracelsus, Tom 4 de morbis amentium, Tract 1 in express words affirms, multifascinanter in melancholium, many are bewitched into melancholy out of his experience. The same saith Danius, lib 3 de sorceries. Vidi inquit qui melancholicos morbos gravissimos induxerunt. I have seen those that have caused melancholy in the most grievous manner, dried up women's paps, cured gout, palsy, this and apoplexy, falling sickness, which no physic could help, salu tactu, by touch alone. Ruland in his 3 cent. Cura 91. Gives an instance of one David Helda, a young man, who by eating cakes which a witch gave him, mox delurare coepit, began to dote on a sudden and was instantly mad. F.H. D. in Hildesheim consulted about a melancholy man, thought his disease was partly magical and partly natural because he vomited pieces of iron and lead and spake such languages as he had never been taught. But such examples are common in Scribanius, Hercules de Saxonia, and others. The means by which they work are usually charms, images, as that in Hector Boethius of King Duff. Characters stamped of sundry metals, and at such and such constellations, knots, amulets, words, philters, and which generally make the parties affected melancholy. As Menavius discourseth at large in an epistle of his to Acalsius, giving instance in a Bohemian baron that was so troubled by a philter taken. Not that there is any power at all in those spells, charms, characters, and barbarous words, but that the devil doth use such means to delude them. Ut fidels in Demagos, saith Libanius in Officio Retinite, tum in consortium malefictorum vocit. Subsect Roman 4, stars a cause. Signs from physiognomy, metaposcopy, chiromancy. Natural causes are either primary and universal, or secondary and more particular. Primary causes are the heavens, planets, stars, and sea, by their influence, as our astrologers hold, producing this and such like effects. I will not here stand to discuss obiter, whether stars be causes or signs, or to apologize for judical astrology. If either Sextus Empiricus, Picus Murangula, Sextus ob Hemminga, Peririus, Erastus, Chambers, and have so far prevailed with any man that he will attribute no virtue at all to the heavens, or to sun or moon, more than he doth to their signs at an innkeeper's post, or tradesman's shop, or generally condemn all such astrological aphorisms approved by experience. I refer him to Belantius, Pyravanus, Mariscalorus Gaclenius, Sir Christopher Haydon, and see if thou shalt ask me what I think, I must answer, nam et doctis his erroribus versitus sum. For I am conversant with these learned errors. They do incline, but not compel, no necessity at all, agant non cogant, and so gently incline that a wise man may resist them. Sapiens dominabiter astris, they rule us, but God rules them. All this, methinks, Joe. Duindagen hath comprised in brief, querissimi quantum in nobis operanter astra? And wilt thou know how far the stars work upon us? I say they do but incline, and that so gently, that if we will be ruled by reason, they have no power over us, but if we follow our own nature, and be led by sense, they do as much in us as in brute beasts, and we are no better. So that I hope, I may justly conclude with cajetan caelum est vehiculum divini virtutis, and see, that the heaven is God's instrument, by mediation of which he governs and disposeth these elementary bodies, or a great book, whose letters are the stars, as one calls it, wherein are written many strange things for such as can read, or an excellent harp made by an eminent workman, on which he that can but play will make most admirable music. But to the purpose. Paracelsus is of opinion that a physician without the knowledge of stars can neither understand the cause or cure of any disease, either of this or gout, not so much as toothache, except he see the peculiar geniture and scheme of the party affected. And for this proper malady, he will have the principal and primary cause of it proceed from the heaven, ascribing more to stars than humors, and that the constellation alone many times produceth melancholy, all other causes set apart. He gives instance in lunatic persons that are deprived of their wits by the moon's motion, and in another place refers all to the ascendant, and will have the true and chief cause of it to be sought from the stars. Neither is it his opinion only, but of many Galenists and philosophers, though they do not so peremptorily maintain as much. This variety of melancholy symptoms proceeds from the stars, saith Melancthon. The most generous melancholy, as that of Augustus, comes from the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter in Libra. The bad, as that of Catiline's, from the meeting of Saturn and the moon in Scorpio. Jovianus Pontanus, in his 10th book and 13th chapter De Rebus Celestibus, discourseth to this purpose at large, ex atra bile varii generantur morbi, and many diseases proceed from black choler, as it shall be hot or cold. And though it be cold in its own nature, yet it is apt to be heated, as water may be made to boil and burn as bad as fire, or made cold as ice. And thence proceed such variety of symptoms, some mad, some solitary, some laugh, some rage, and the cause of all which intemperance he will have chiefly and primarily proceed from the heavens, from the position of Mars, Saturn, and Mercury. His aphorisms be these: Mercury in any geniture, if he shall be found in Virgo or Pisces his opposite sign, and that in the horoscope, irradiated by those quartile aspects of Saturn or Mars, the child shall be mad or melancholy. Again, he that shall have Saturn and Mars, the one culminating, the other in the fourth house, when he shall be born, shall be melancholy, of which he shall be cured in time, if Mercury behold them. If the moon be in conjunction or opposition at the birth time with the sun, Saturn or Mars, or in a quartile aspect with them, e malo celi loco Leovitius adds, many diseases are signified, especially the head and brain is like to be misaffected with pernicious humors, to be melancholy, lunatic, or mad. Cardan adds, quarta luna nados, eclipses, earthquakes. Garcius and Leovitius will have the chief judgment to be taken from the lord of the geniture, or where there is an aspect between the moon and Mercury, and neither behold the horoscope, or Saturn and Mars shall be lord of the present conjunction or opposition in Sagittarius or Pisces, of the sun or moon, such persons are commonly epileptic, dote, demoniacal, melancholy. But see more of these aphorisms in the above-named Pontanus. Garcius cap. 23. De Jud. Genitor. Sconer. Lib 1 cap. 8, which he hath gathered out of Ptolemy, Albubator, and some other Arabians, Junctine, Ranzovius, Lindhout, Origen, and C. But these men you will reject peradventure, as astrologers, and therefore partial judges. Then hear the testimony of physicians, Galenists themselves. Cardo confesseth the influence of stars to have a great hand to this peculiar disease, so doth Jason Pratensis, Lana Sirius Prefat. De apoplexia, Ficinus, Fernelius, and C. P. Sinamender acknowledgeth the stars in universal cause, the particular from parents, and the use of the 6 non-natural things. Baptist Deport, Mag. L1, C. 10, 12, 15 will have them causes to every particular individuum. Instances and examples to evince the truth of those aphorisms are common amongst those astrologian treatises. Cardan, in his 37th geniture, gives instance in Math. Bolognius. Camrer. Hor Natalit, Center. 7 Genet, 6, et 7 of Daniel Gare and others, but see Garcius cap. 33, Luke, Goricus tract. 6. De Aesmenes, and see the time of this melancholy is, when the significators of any geniture are directed according to art, as the whore. Moon, Hylech, and see to the hostile beams or terms of and male sign especially, or any fixed star of their nature, or if and by his revolution or transitus, shall offend any of those radical promisers in the geniture. Other signs there are taken from physiognomy, metaposcopy, chiromancy, which because Jo. Duindagen and Rotman, the Landgrave of Hesse his mathematician, not long since in his chiromancy. Baptist de Porta in his celestial physiognomy have proved to hold great affinity with astrology. To satisfy the curious, I am the more willing to insert. The general notions physiognomers give be these: black color argues natural melancholy, so doth leanness, hirsuteness, broad veins, much hair on the brows, saith Gratiner Rolus cap. 7 and a little head out of Aristotle, high sanguine, red color, shows head melancholy. They that stutter and are bald will be soonest melancholy, as Avicenna supposeth, by reason of the dryness of their brains. But he that will know more of the several signs of humor and wits out of physiognomy, let him consult with old Adamantus and Polmus, that comment, or rather paraphrase upon Aristotle's physiognomy, Baptist de Porta's 4 pleasant books, Michael Scott de Secretis Naturae, John Duindagen, Montaltus Antony Zara. Anat. Ingenium sect. 1 Mem. 13. Et lib 4, chiromancy hath these aphorisms to foretell melancholy, Tasner. Lib 5. Cap. 2. Who hath comprehended the sum of John Duindagen, Tricasius, Corvinus, and others in his book, thus hath it: the Saturnine line going from the Rosetta through the hand, to Saturn's mount, and there intersected by certain little lines, argues melancholy. So if the vital and natural make an acute angle, aphorism 100. The Saturnine, hepatic, and natural lines making a gross triangle in the hand argue as much, which Gaclenius cap. 5 Kairos repeats verbatim out of him. In general, they conclude all, that if Saturn's mount be full of many small lines and intersections, such men are most part melancholy, miserable and full of disquietness, care and trouble, continually vexed with anxious and bitter thoughts, always sorrowful, fearful, suspicious. They delight in husbandry, buildings, pools, marshes, springs, woods, walks, and see Thaddeus Hagesius, in his Metapiscopia, hath certain aphorisms derived from Saturn's lines in the forehead, by which he collects a melancholy disposition. And Baptist de Porta makes observations from those other parts of the body, as if a spot be over the spleen, or in the nails. If it appear black, it signifieth much care, grief, contention, and melancholy. The reason he refers to the humours, and gives instance in himself, that for 7 years' space he had such black spots in his nails, and all that while was in perpetual lawsuits, controversies for his inheritance, fear, loss of honour, banishment, grief, care, and sea, and when his miseries ended, the black spots vanished. Cardan, in his book De Libris Propriis, tells such a story of his own person, that a little before his son's death, he had a black spot, which appeared in one of his nails, and dilated itself as he came nearer to his end. But I am over tedious in these toys, which howsoever, in some men's too severe censures, they may be held absurd and ridiculous, I am the bolder to insert, as not borrowed from circumforanean rogues and gypsies, but out of the writings of worthy philosophers and physicians, yet living some of them, and religious professors in famous universities, who are able to patronize that which they have said, and vindicate themselves from all cavillers and ignorant persons. Subsect v. Old age a cause. Secondary peculiar causes efficient, so called in respect of the other precedent, are either congeniti, interni, innati as they term them, inward, innate, inbred, or else outward and adventitious, which happen to us after we are born. Congenite or born with us are either natural, as old age, or preternaturam, as Fernelius calls it, that distemperature, which we have from our parents' seed, it being an hereditary disease. The first of these, which is natural to all, and which no man living can avoid, is old age, which being cold and dry, and of the same quality as melancholy is, must needs cause it, by diminution of spirits and substance and increasing of adust humours. Therefore Melancthon avers out of Aristotle as an undoubted truth, saenis plerunc dolores in senecta, that old men familiarly dote ob atram bilum for black choler, which is then superabundant in them. And Rhases, that Arabian physician in his Cont. Lib 1 cap. 9 calls it a necessary and inseparable accident to all old and decrepit persons. After 70 years, as the psalmist saith, all is trouble and sorrow. And common experience confirms the truth of it in weak and old persons, especially such as have lived in action all their lives, had great employment, much business, much command, and many servants to oversee, and leave off ex abrupto, as Charles V did to King Philip, resign up all on a sudden. They are overcome with melancholy in an instant. Or if they do continue in such courses, they dote at last, senex bis puer, and are not able to manage their estates through common infirmities incident in their age. Full of ache, sorrow, and grief, children again, dizzards they carl many times as they sit and talk to themselves, they are angry, waspish, displeased with everything, suspicious of all, wayward, covetous, hard Seth Tully, self-willed, superstitious, self-conceited, braggers, and admirers of themselves. As Balthazar Castilio hath truly noted of them, this natural infirmity is most eminent in old women, and such as are poor, solitary, live in most base esteem and beggary, or such as are witches. Insomuch that Wierus, Baptist de Porta, Ulricus Molitor, Edwicus, do refer all that witches are said to do, to imagination alone and this humour of melancholy. And whereas it is controverted, whether they can bewitch cattle to death, ride in the air upon a cowstaff out of a chimney-top, transform themselves into cats, dogs, and see, translate bodies from place to place, meet in companies, and dance, as they do, or have carnal copulation with the devil, they ascribe all to this redundant melancholy, which domineers in them to somniferous potions and natural causes, the devil's policy. Non ledunt omnino, saith Wierus, aut quid murum faciunt, de lamiis lib 3 cap. 36. Ut pudetur solem vitiatum habent fantasium, they do no such wonders at all, only their brains are crazed. They think they are witches and can do hurt, but do not. But this opinion Bodine, Erastus, Danius, Scribanius, Sebastian Michaelis, Campanella de sensu rerum, lib 4 cap. 9 Dandinus the Jesuit, lib 2 de animi explode, Sicogna confutes at large. That witches are melancholy, they deny not, but not out of corrupt fantasy alone, so to delude themselves and others, or to produce such effects. Subsect Roman 6, parents a cause by propagation. That other inward inbred cause of melancholy is our temperature, in whole or part, which we receive from our parents. which Fernelius calls preternaturam, or unnatural, it being an hereditary disease. For as he justifies quale parentum maxime patris semen obtigerit tales evadunt similars spermatici pares, quacunc etiam morbo pater quam generat teneter, cum semen transfert in prolum. Such as the temperature of the father is, such is the son's, and look what disease the father had when he begot him, his son will have after him, and is as well inheritor of his infirmities as of his lands. And where the complexion and constitution of the father is corrupt, there, saith Roger Bacon, the complexion and constitution of the son must needs be corrupt, and so the corruption is derived from the father to the son. Now this doth not so much appear in the composition of the body, according to that of Hippocrates, in habit, proportion scars, and other lineaments, but in manners and conditions of the mind, et patrum in natos abunt cum semen mores. Seleucus had an anchor on his thigh, so had his posterity, as Trogus records, lib 15. Lepidus in Pliny L7. C17 was purblind, so was his son. That famous family of Aenobarbi were known of old, and so surnamed from their red beards. The Austrian lip and those Indian flat noses are propagated, the Bavarian chin and goggle eyes amongst the Jews, as Buxtorphius observes. Their voice, pace, gesture, looks, are likewise derived with all the rest of their conditions and infirmities. Such a mother, such a daughter. Their very affections Lemnius contends to follow their seed, and the malice and bad conditions of children are many times wholly to be imputed to their parents. I need not therefore make any doubt of melancholy, but that it is an hereditary disease. Paracelsus in express words affirms it, lib. de morb, Amentium 2, 4, tr. 1, so doth Crotto in an epistle of his to Menavius, so doth Bruno Sedelius in his book De Morbo Incurab. Montaltus proves, cap. 11, out of Hippocrates and Plutarch, that such hereditary dispositions are frequent, et hanc, inquit feri rior ob participatum melancholicam intemperantium, speaking of a patient, I think he became so by participation of melancholy. Daniel Senardus, lib 1 part 2. Cap. 9 will have his melancholy constitution derived not only from the father to the son, but to the whole family sometimes. Quandoc totis familias hereditativam, Forestus, in his medicinal observations, illustrates this point with an example of a merchant, his patient, that had this infirmity by inheritance, so doth Rodricus a Fonseca Tom. 1 Consul. 69, by an instance of a young man that was so affected ex mater melancholica, had a melancholy mother, et victu melancholico, and bad diet together. Ludovicus Mercatus, a Spanish physician, in that excellent tract which he hath lately written of hereditary diseases, Tom. 2 Oper. Lib 5 reckons up leprosy, as those galbots in Gascony, hereditary lepers, pox, stone, gout, epilepsy, and sea amongst the rest. This and madness after a set time comes to many, which he calls a miraculous thing in nature, and sticks forever to them as an incurable habit. And that which is more to be wondered at, it skips in some families the father and goes to the son, or takes every other, and sometimes every third in a lineal descent, and doth not always produce the same, but some like and a symbolizing disease. These secondary causes hence derived are commonly so powerful that, as Wolfius holds, seep mutant decreticiderum, they do often alter the primary causes and decrees of the heavens. For these reasons, belike, the Church and Commonwealth, human and divine laws, have conspired to avoid hereditary diseases, forbidding such marriages as are any whit allied. And as Mercatus adviseth all families to take such, si feri possit qui maxime distant natura, and to make choice of those that are most differing in complexion from them, if they love their own and respect the common good. And sure, I think, it hath been ordered by God's especial providence, that in all ages there should be, as usually there is, once in 600 years, a transmigration of nations, to amend and purify their blood as we alter seed upon our land, and that there should be as it were an inundation of those northern Goths and Vandals, and many such like people which came out of that continent of Scandia and Sarmatia, as some suppose, and overran, as a deluge, most part of Europe and Africa. To alter for our good our complexions, which were much defaced with hereditary infirmities, which by our lust and intemperance we had contracted. A sound generation of strong and able men were sent amongst us, as those northern men usually are, innocuous, free from riot and free from diseases. to qualify and make us as those poor naked Indians are generally at this day. And those about Brazil, as a late writer observes, in the Isle of Maragnan, free from all hereditary diseases or other contagion, whereas without help of physic they live commonly 120 years or more, as in the Orcades and many other places. Such are the common effects of temperance and intemperance, but I will descend to particular, and show by what means, and by whom especially this infirmity is derived unto us. Filiae ex senibus nati, raro sunt fiami temperamenti, old men's children are seldom of a good temperament, as Scoltzius supposeth, consult. 177, and therefore most apt to this disease, and as Levinus Lemnius farther adds, old men beget most part wayward, peevish, sad, melancholy sons, and seldom merry. He that begets a child on a full stomach will either have a sick child or a crazed son, as Cardan thinks. Contradict. Med. Lib 1 contradict. 18, or if the parents be sick, or have any great pain of the head, or megrim headache, Hieronymus Wolfius doth instance in a child of Sebastian Castalio's. If a drunken man get a child, it will never likely have a good brain, as Gellius argues, lib 12. Cap. 1 ebrii gignant ebrios, one drunkard begets another, saith Plutarch simp, lib 1 quest. 5, whose sentence Lemnius approves, L1, C4. Alsarius Crudius gen de qui sit med. Cent. 3. Fall 182. Macrobius, lib 1 Avicenna, lib 3 Fen. 21, tract 1. Cap. 8, and Aristotle himself sect. 2 prob. 4 foolish, drunken, or harebrain women most part bring forth children like unto themselves, morosos et languidos, and so likewise he that lies with a menstruous woman. Intemperantia veneris, quam in naudes praesertim insectator lemnius, qui uxors inunt, nulla menstrui decursus ration habita nec observato interlunio. Precipua causa est noxia, pernitiosa, concubitum hunc exitialum ideo, et pestiferum vocet. Rodericus a Castro Lusitanus, detestantur ad unum omnes medici, tum et quarta luna concepti, infelices plerumque et aments, deliri, stolidi, morbosi, impuri, invalidi, tetralusordidi minim vitals, omnibus bonus corporis ac animi destituti. Ad laborum nati, si seniors, inquit Eustathius, ut Hercules, et alii. Judii maxim insectantur foedum hunc, et immundum apud Christianas concubitum, ut ilicitum abhorrent, et apud suus prohibent. Et quod Christiani todes leprosi, aments, top morbili, impetigens alphae sari, cutis et faciae decolorations, tam multi morbi epidemici, acerbi, et venenosi sint, in hunc immundum concubitum regiciunt, et crudels in pignora vocant, qui quarta, luna profluente hac mensium illuvi concubitum hunc non perhorescunt. Damnavit olim divina lex et mort mulctivit hugis modi homines, lev. 18, 20, et indonati, siqui deforms aut mutili, pater dilapidatus, quod non continerit ob immundum mulier. Gregorius Magnus, petenti Augustino nunquid apud Britannos hugis modi concubitum toleraret, severe prohibuit viris suis tum miseri fominas in consudis sues menstruis, and see I spare to English this which I have said. Another cause some give inordinate diet, as if a man eat garlic, onions, fast overmuch, study too hard, be oversorrowful, dull, heavy, dejected in mind, perplexed in his thoughts, fearful, and see their children saith Cardan subtil. Lib. 18 will be much subject to madness and melancholy, for if the spirits of the brain be fuzzled or misaffected by such means, at such a time their children will be fuzzled in the brain. They will be dull, heavy, timorous, discontented all their lives. Some are of opinion and maintain that paradox or problem, that wise men beget commonly fools. Suidas gives instance in Aristarchus the grammarian, duos reliquit filios Aristarchum et Aristochorum, ambos stultos, and which Erasmus urgeth in his Moria, fools beget wise men. Card. Subt. L. 12 gives this cause, quoniam spiritus sapientum ob studium resolventur, et in cerebrum ferentur accord. Because their natural spirits are resolved by study, and turned into animal, drawn from the heart, and those other parts to the brain. Lemnius subscribes to that of Cardan, and assigns this reason, quod persolvent debitum languide, et absitantur, unde fides apparentum generositate discissit. They pay their debt, as Paul calls it, to their wives remissly, by which means their children are weaklings, and many times idiots and fools. Some other causes are given which properly pertain and do proceed from the mother. If she be overdull, heavy, angry, peevish, discontented, and melancholy, not only at the time of conception, but even all the while she carries the child in her womb, saith Fernelius. Path. L1, 11, her son will be so likewise affected, and worse, as Lemnius adds, L4. C7, if she grieve overmuch, be disquieted, or by any casualty be affrighted and terrified by some fearful object, heard or seen, she endangers her child and spoils the temperature of it. For the strange imagination of a woman works effectually upon her infant, that as Baptista Porta proves, physiog. Caelestes L5. C2, she leaves a mark upon it, which is most especially seen in such as prodigiously long for such and such meats. The child will love those meats, saith Fernelius, and be addicted to like humors. If a great bellied woman see a hare, her child will often have a harelip, as we call it. Garcius, de Judices Geniturarum, cap. 33, hath a memorable example of one Thomas Nickel, born in the city of Brandenburg, 1551, that went reeling and staggering all the days of his life, as if he would fall to the ground, because his mother, being great with child, saw a drunken man reeling in the street. Such another I find in Martin Wenricius, com. De ortu monstrorum, c. 17, I saw, saith he, at Wittenberg in Germany, a citizen that looked like a carcass. I asked him the cause. He replied, his mother, when she bore him in her womb, saw a carcass by chance, and was so sore affrighted with it, that ex eo fetus I assimilatus, from a ghastly impression the child was like it. So many several ways are we plagued and punished for our father's defaults, insomuch that, as Fernelius truly saith, it is the greatest part of our felicity to be well born, and it were happy for humankind, if only such parents as are sound of body and mind should be suffered to marry. An husbandman will sow none but the best and choicest seed upon his land. He will not rear a bull or a horse, except he be right shapen in all parts, or permit him to cover a mare, except he be well assured of his breed. We make choice of the best rams for our sheep, rear the neatest kine, and keep the best dogs, quanto id diligentius in procrendis liberis observandum. And how careful then should we be in begetting of our children? In former times some countries have been so chary in this behalf, so stern, that if a child were crooked or deformed in body or mind, they made him away. So did the Indians of old by the relation of Curtius and many other well-governed commonwealths, according to the discipline of those times. Heretofore in Scotland, saith Hecht. Boethius, if any were visited with the falling sickness, madness, gout, leprosy, or any such dangerous disease, which was likely to be propagated from the father to the son, he was instantly gelded. A woman kept from all company of men, and if by chance having some such disease she were found to be with child, she with her brood were buried alive. And this was done for the common good, lest the whole nation should be injured or corrupted. A severe doom, you will say, and not to be used amongst Christians, yet more to be looked into than it is. For now, by our too much facility in this kind, in giving way for all to marry that will, too much liberty and indulgence in tolerating all sorts, there is a vast confusion of hereditary diseases, no family secure, no man almost free from some grievous infirmity or other, when no choice is had, but still the eldest must marry, as so many stallions of the race. Or if rich, be they fools or dizzards, lame or maimed, unable, intemperate, dissolute, exhaust through riot, as he said, jura hereditario saper jubenter. They must be wise and able by inheritance. It comes to pass that our generation is corrupt. We have many weak persons, both in body and mind, many feral diseases raging amongst us, crazed families, parents, peremptors, our fathers bad, and we are like to be worse. Mem. Roman 2. Subsect I bad diet a cause, substance, quality of meats. According to my proposed method, having opened hitherto these secondary causes which are inbred with us, I must now proceed to the outward and adventitious, which happen unto us after we are born. And those are either evident, remote, or inward, antecedent, and the nearest, continent causes some call them. These outward, remote, precedent causes are subdivided again into necessary and not necessary. Necessary, because we cannot avoid them, but they will alter us as they are used or abused, are those 6 non-natural things, so much spoken of amongst physicians, which are principal causes of this disease. For almost in every consultation, whereas they shall come to speak of the causes, the fault is found, and this most part objected to the patient, peccavit circa res sex non-naturals. he hath still offended in one of those 6. Montanus Consul. 22, consulted about a melancholy Jew, gives that sentence, so did Phrice Melica in the same place. And in his 244 counsel, censuring a melancholy soldier, assigns that reason of his malady, he offended in all those 6 non-natural things, which were the outward causes, from which came those inward obstructions, and so in the rest. These 6 non-natural things are diet, retention, and evacuation, which are more material than the other because they make new matter, or else are conversant in keeping or expelling of it. The other 4 are air, exercise, sleeping, waking, and perturbations of the mind, which only alter the matter. The first of these is diet, which consists in meat and drink and causeth melancholy as it offends in substance, or accidents, that is, quantity, quality, or the like. And well it may be called a material cause, since that, as Fernelius holds, it hath such a power in begetting of diseases, and yields the matter and sustenance of them. For neither air, nor perturbations, nor any of those other evident causes take place, or work this effect, except the constitution of body and preparation of humours do concur. That a man may say, this diet is the mother of diseases, let the father be what he will, and from this alone melancholy and frequent other maladies arise. Many physicians, I confess, have written copious volumes of this one subject, of the nature and qualities of all manner of meats, as namely Galen, Isaac the Jew, Haliabas, Avicenna, Mesu, also 4 Arabians, Gordonius, Villanovenus, Wecker, Johannes Bruerinus, Cytologia de Sculentes et Poculentes, Michael Savonarola, Tract 2. C8, Anthony Fuminalis, lib. De Regimine Senum, Curio in his comment on Schola Salerna, Godefridus Stecius Art Med. Marsilius Cognatus, Ficinus, Ranzovius, Fonseca, Lessius, Magninus, Regum. Sanitates Friatagius, Hugo Friedvalius, and C., besides many other in English, and almost every peculiar physician, discourseth at large of all peculiar meats in his chapter of melancholy. Yet because these books are not at hand to every man, I will briefly touch what kind of meats engender this humor, through their several species, and which are to be avoided. How they alter and change the matter, spirits first, and after humors, by which we are preserved, and the constitution of our body, Fernelius and others will show you. I hasten to the thing itself, and first of such diet as offends in substance, beef. Beef, a strong and hearty meat, cold in the 1st degree, dry in the 2nd, saith Gall, L3, C1, de Alum, Fac. Is condemned by him and all succeeding authors, to breed gross melancholy blood. Good for such as are sound, and of a strong constitution, for laboring men if ordered aright, corned, young, of an ox, for all gelded meats in every species are held best. Or if old, such as have been tired out with labor, are preferred. Aubenus and Sabelicus commend Portugal beef to be the most savory, best, and easiest of digestion. We commend ours. But all is rejected, and unfit for such as lead a resti life, anyways inclined to melancholy or dry of complexion. Tails, Galen thinks, de facile melancholicis egritudinibus capiunter, pork. Pork of all meats is most nutritive in his own nature, but altogether unfit for such as live at ease, are anyways unsound of body or mind. Too moist, full of humours, and therefore noxia delicatis, saith Savonarola, ex eram usu ut dubiter and febris quartana generetur, not for queasy stomachs, insomuch that frequent use of it may breed a quartan ague, goat. Savonarola discommends goat's flesh, and so doth Bruerinus, L13. C19, calling it a filthy beast and rammish, and therefore supposeth it will breed rank and filthy substance. Yet kid, such as are young and tender, Isaac accepts Bruerinus and Galen L1, C1, do alimentorum facultatibus heart. Heart and red deer hath an evil name, it yields gross nutriment, a strong and great grain meat next unto a horse, which although some countries eat as Tartars and they of China, yet Galen condemns. Young foals are as commonly eaten in Spain as red deer, and to furnish their navies about Malaga especially often used, but such meats ask long baking or seething to qualify them, and yet all will not serve. Venison, fallow deer. All venison is melancholy and begets bad blood, a pleasant meat, in great esteem with us, for we have more parks in England than there are in all Europe besides in our solemn feasts. 'Tis somewhat better hunted than otherwise, and well prepared by cookery, but generally bad and seldom to be used. Hare. Hare, a black meat, melancholy and hard of digestion, it breeds incubus, often eaten and causeth fearful dreams, so doth all venison, and is condemned by a jury of physicians. Mizaldus and some others say that hare is a merry meat, and that it will make one fair, as Martial's epigram testifies to Gellia. But this is per accidens, because of the good sport it makes, merry company and good discourse that is commonly at the eating of it, and not otherwise to be understood. Canaes. Canaes are of the nature of hares. Magninus compares them to beef, pig, and goat. Reg. Sanit. Part. 3c17. Yet young rabbits by all men are approved to be good. Generally, all such meats as are hard of digestion breed melancholy. Aretius, lib 7 cap. 5. Reckons up heads and feet, bowels, brains, entrails, marrow, fat, blood, skins, and those inward parts as heart, lungs, liver, spleen, and see they are rejected by Isaac, lib 2 part. 3. Magninus part. 3 cap. 17. Bruerinus, lib 12, Savonarola, rub. 32. Tract. 2. Milk. Milk, and all that comes of milk, as butter and cheese, curds, and sea. Increase melancholy, way only accepted, which is most wholesome, some except ass's milk. The rest, to such as are sound, is nutritive and good, especially for young children, but because soon turned to corruption, not good for those that have unclean stomachs, are subject to headache, or have green wounds, stone, and sea of all cheeses. I take that kind which we call Banbury cheese to be the best, ex vedustis pessimis, the older, stronger, and harder, the worst, as Langius discourseth in his epistle to Melancthon, cited by Mizaldus Isaac, p. 5. Gal 3 de cibis boni succi. And sea fowl. Amongst fowl, peacocks, and pigeons, all fenny fowl are forbidden, as ducks, geese, swans, herons, cranes, coots, didappers, waterhens, with all those teals, curs, sheldrakes, and peckled fowls, that come hither in winter out of Scandia, Muscovy, Greenland, Friesland, which half the year are covered all over with snow, and frozen up. Though these be fair in feathers, pleasant in taste, and have a good outside like hypocrites, white in plumes and soft, their flesh is hard, black, unwholesome, dangerous, melancholy meat. Gravent et putrefacient stomachum, saith Isaac part. 5 de volume. Their young ones are more tolerable, but young pigeons he quite disapproves. Fishes. Rhases and Magninus discommend all fish, and say they breed viscosities, slimy nutriment, little and humorous nourishment. Savonarola adds cold, moist, and phlegmatic Isaac, and therefore unwholesome for all cold and melancholy complexions. Others make a difference, rejecting only amongst freshwater fish, eel, tench, lamprey, crawfish, which Bright approves cap. 6. And such as are bred in muddy and standing waters and have a taste of mud, as Franciscus Bonsutus poetically defines, lib. De aquatilibus. Nam Pisces omnes, qui stagna, lacusque frequentant, semper plus succi deterioris habent. All fish that standing pools and lakes frequent do ever yield bad juice and nourishment. Lampreys, Paulus Jovius, c. 34. De piscibus fluvial, highly magnifies and saith, none speak against them but inepti et scrupulosi, some scrupulous persons. But eels, c. 33, he abhorreth in all places, at all times, all physicians detest them, especially about the solstice. Gomesius, lib 1. C22, de Sale, doth immoderately extol sea fish, which others as much vilify, and above the rest, dried, soused, indurate fish, as ling, fumados, red herrings, sprats, stockfish, haberdine, porjon, all shellfish. Tim Bright accepts lobster and crab. Messarius commends salmon, which Bruerinus contradicts, lib 22. C17. Magninus rejects conger, sturgeon, turbot, mackerel, skate. Carp is a fish of which I know not what to determine. Franciscus Bonsutus accounts it a muddy fish. Hippolytus Salvianus, in his book De Piscium Natura et Preparation, which was printed at Rome in folio, 1554, with most elegant pictures, esteems carp no better than a slimy, watery meat. Paulus Jovius, on the other side, disallowing tench, approves of it, so doth Dubravius in his books of fishponds. Fratagius extols it for an excellent wholesome meat, and puts it amongst the fishes of the best rank, and so do most of our country gentlemen that store their ponds almost with no other fish. But this controversy is easily decided, in my judgment, by Bruerinus, L. 22. C. 13. The difference riseth from the site and nature of pools, sometimes muddy, sometimes sweet. They are in taste as the place is from whence they be taken. In like manner almost we may conclude of other fresh fish. But see more in Rindoltius, Bellonius, Oribasius, lib 7 cap. 22. Isaac L1, especially Hippolytus Salvianus, who is instar omnium salus, and see howsoever they may be wholesome and approved, much use of them is not good. P. Forestus, in his medicinal observations, relates that Carthusian friars, whose living is most part fish, are more subject to melancholy than any other order, and that he found by experience, being sometimes their physician ordinary at Delft, in Holland. He exemplifies it with an instance of one Buscadnes, a Carthusian of a ruddy color and well-liking, that by solitary living and fish-eating became so misaffected herbs. Amongst herbs to be eaten I find gourds, cucumbers, coleworts, melons disallowed, but especially cabbage. It causeth troublesome dreams and sends up black vapors to the brain. Galen Locke. Effect. L3C6 of all herbs condemns cabbage, and Isaac lib 2, C1. Animi gravitatum facit, it brings heaviness to the soul. Some are of opinion that all raw herbs and salads breed melancholy blood except bugloss and lettuce. Crotto Consul, 21. Lib 2 speaks against all herbs and worts except borage, bugloss, fennel, parsley, dill, balm, succory. Magninus Regem, Sanitatis Part 3 Cap. 31. Omnis herbi simpliciter mali, via sibi. All herbs are simply evil to feed on, as he thinks. So did that scoffing cook in Plautus hold, non ego coenam candio ut alii coci solent, qui mihi candida prata in patines profrunt, boves qui convives faciunt, herbesque agurant. Like other cooks I do not supper dress, that put whole meadows into a platter, and make no better of their guests than beeves, with herbs and grass to feed them fatter. Our Italians and Spaniards do make a whole dinner of herbs and salads, which are said Plautus calls coenas terrestras, Horace coenas sine sanguine, by which means, as he follows it, hic homines tam brevem vidam collant, qui herbes hugismodi in alvum suum conjurant, formidalasum dictu, non essu modo, quas herbes pecudes non edunt, homines edunt. Their lives, that eat such herbs, must needs be short, and 'tis a fearful thing for to report, that men should feed on such a kind of meat, which very juments would refuse to eat. They are windy, and not fit therefore to be eaten of all men raw, though qualified with oil, but in broths or otherwise. See more of these in every husbandman and herbalist. Roots. Roots, etsi quarundum gentium opes sint, saith Bruerinus. The wealth of some countries and sole food are windy and bad or troublesome to the head, as onions, garlic, scallions, turnips, carrots, radishes, parsnips. Crotto lib 2 Consul. 11 disallows all roots, though some approve of parsnips and potatoes. Magninus is of Crotto's opinion, they trouble the mind, sending gross fumes to the brain, make men mad, especially garlic onions, if a man liberally feed on them a year together. Guianerius Tract. 15. Cap. 2 complains of all manner of roots, and so doth Bruerinus even parsnips themselves, which are the best. Lib 9. Cap. 14 Fruits. Pastinacarum usus succos gignit improbos. Crotto Consul. 21. Lib. 1 utterly forbids all manner of fruits, as pears, apples, plums, cherries, strawberries, nuts, medlars, serves, and C. sanguinem inficiunt, saith Villanovenus, they infect the blood and putrefy it, Magninus holds, and must not therefore be taken via sibi aut quantitate magna, not to make a meal of, or in any great quantity. Cardan makes that a cause of their continual sickness at Fessa in Africa, because they live so much on fruits, eating them thrice a day. Laurentius approves of many fruits, in his Tract of Melancholy, which others disallow, and amongst the rest apples, which some likewise commend, sweetings, pearmains, pippins, as good against melancholy. But to him that is any way inclined to, or touched with this malady, Nicholas Piso in his Practics, forbids all fruits, as windy, or to be sparingly eaten at least, and not raw. Amongst other fruits, Bruerinus out of Galen accepts grapes and figs, but I find them likewise rejected. Pulse. All pulse are not, beans, peas, vetches, and C. They fill the brain, saith Isaac, with gross fumes, breed black thick blood, and cause troublesome dreams. And therefore that which Pythagoras said to his scholars of old may be forever applied to melancholy men, a fabus abstinate, eat no peas nor beans. Yet to such as will needs eat them, I would give this counsel, to prepare them according to those rules that Arnoldus Villanovenus and Friatagius prescribe for eating and dressing. Fruits, herbs, roots, pulse, and C. Spices. Spices cause hot and head melancholy, and are for that cause forbidden by our physicians to such men as are inclined to this malady, as pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, mace, dates, and sea honey and sugar. Some except honey. To those that are cold it may be tolerable, but dulcia C. in bilem vertunt, sweets turn into bile, they are obstructive. Crotto therefore forbids all spice in a consultation of his for a melancholy schoolmaster, omnia aromatica et quicquid sanguinem adjurit. So doth Fernelius Consul. 45. Guianerius Tract 15 Cap. 2 Mercurialis Cons. 189. To these I may add all sharp and sour things, luscious and oversweet, or fat, as oil, vinegar, verjuice, mustard, salt. As sweet things are obstructive, so these are corrosive. Gomesius in his books de Sale, L1. C21 highly commends salt, so doth Codronchus in his tract de Sale Absinthiae, Lem, L3, C9, do occult. Nat. Mere. Yet common experience finds salt and salt meats to be great procurers of this disease. And for that cause belike those Egyptian priests abstained from salt, even so much as in their bread ut sign perturbation anima esset, saith mine author, that their souls might be free from perturbations. Bread. Bread that is made of baser grain, as peas, beans, oats, rye, or overhard baked, crusty, and black, is often spoken against, as causing melancholy juice and wind. Joe Mayer, in the first book of his History of Scotland, contends much for the wholesomeness of oaten bread. It was objected to him then living at Paris in France that his countrymen fed on oats and base grain as a disgrace. But he doth ingenuously confess, Scotland, Wales, and a third part of England did most part use that kind of bread, that it was as wholesome as any grain, and yielded as good nourishment. And yet Wecker out of Galen calls it horsemeat, and fitter for juments than men to feed on. But read Galen himself, lib 1 de cibis boni et mali succi, more largely discoursing of corn and bread, wine. All black wines, over-hot compound, strong thick drinks as muscadine, malmsey, alicant, rumney, brown bastard, metheglin, and the like, of which they have 30 several kinds in Muscovy. All such made drinks are hurtful in this case, to such as are hot, or of a sanguine choleric complexion, young, or inclined to head melancholy. For many times the drinking of wine alone causeth it. Arculanus, C16. In 9, Rhases puts in wine for a great cause, especially if it be immoderately used. Guianerius, Tract. 15. C2 tells a story of 2 Dutchmen, to whom he gave entertainment in his house, that in 1 month's space were both melancholy by drinking of wine, one did not but sing, the other sigh. Galen, L. de Causis Morb. C3 Matthiolus on Dioscorides, and above all other Andreas Bacchius, L3 18, 19, 20, have reckoned upon those inconveniences that come by wine. Yet notwithstanding all this to such as are cold or sluggish melancholy, a cup of wine is good physic, and so doth Mercurialis grant consul. 25 in that case, if the temperature be cold, as to most melancholy men it is, wine is much commended if it be moderately used. Cider perry. Cider and perry are both cold and windy drinks, and for that cause to be neglected, and so are all those hot spiced strong drinks. Beer. Beer, if it be over new or over stale, over strong or not sodden, smell of the cask, sharp or sour, is most unwholesome, frets and galls, and see Henricus Aerarus in a consultation of his, for one that labored of hypochondriacal melancholy, discommends beer. So doth Crotto in that excellent counsel of his, lib 2 consul. 21, as too windy, because of the hop. But he means belike that thick black Bohemian beer used in some other parts of Germany. Nil spicius elad dum by bitter, nil clarius est dum mingeter, unde constat quod multas feces in corpor linquat. Nothing comes in so thick, nothing goes out so thin, it must needs follow then the dregs are left within. As that old poet scoffed, calling it Stygi monstrum conform paludi, a monstrous drink like the river Styx. But let them say as they list to such as are accustomed unto it, 'tis a most wholesome, so Polydore Virgil calleth it, and a pleasant drink, it is more subtle and better, for the hop that rarefies it hath an especial virtue against melancholy, as our herbalists confess. Fuchsius approves, lib 2. Sec 2 instit. Cap. 11, and many others. Waters standing waters, thick and ill-colored, such as come forth of pools, and moats, where hemp hath been steeped or slimy fishes live, are most unwholesome, putrefied, and full of mites, creepers, slimy, muddy, unclean, corrupt, impure, by reason of the sun's heat, and still standing. They cause foul distemperatures in the body and mind of man, are unfit to make drink of, to dress meat with, or to be used about men inwardly or outwardly. They are good for many domestic uses, to wash horses, water cattle, and sea, or in time of necessity, but not otherwise. Some are of opinion that such fat standing waters make the best beer, and that seething doth defecate it, as Cardan holds, lib 13. Subtil. It mends the substance and savour of it, but it is a paradox. Such beer may be stronger, but not so wholesome as the other, as Jobertus truly justifieth out of Galen Paradox Dec. 1. Paradox 5, that the seething of such impure waters doth not purge or purify them, Pliny, lib 31. C3 is of the same tenet and P. Crescentius agricult. Lib 1 et lib 4, C11, et C 45. Pamphilius Herolachus L4, de not. Aquarum such waters are not to be used, and by the testimony of Galen, breed agues, dropsies, pleurisy, splenetic and melancholy passions, hurt the eyes, cause a bad temperature, and ill disposition of the whole body with bad color. This Jobertus stiffly maintains, paradox lib 1, part 5, that it causeth blear eyes, bad color, and many loathsome diseases to such as use it. This which they say stands with good reason, for as geographers relate, the water of Astrakhan breeds worms in such as drink it. Axius, or as now called Vergery, the fairest river in Macedonia, makes all cattle black that taste of it. Alikman now Pelica, another stream in Thessaly, turns cattle most part white. See Polyuiducas. L. Aubenus Rohemus refers that struma or poke of the Bavarians and Styrians to the nature of their waters, as Munster doth that of Valesians in the Alps, and Bodine supposeth the stuttering of some families in Aquitania. About Labden, to proceed from the same cause, and that the filth is derived from the water to their bodies. So that they that use filthy, standing, ill-colored, thick, muddy water must needs have muddy, ill-colored, impure, and infirm bodies. And because the body works upon the mind, they shall have grosser understandings, dull, foggy, melancholy spirits, and be really subject to all manner of infirmities. To these noxious simples, we may reduce an infinite number of compound, artificial made dishes, of which our cooks afford us a great variety, as tailors do fashions in our apparel. Such are puddings stuffed with blood or otherwise composed, baked meats, soused indurate meats, fried and broiled buttered meats, condite, powdered and overdried, all cakes, simnels, buns, cracknels made with butter, spice, and fritters, pancakes, pies, sausages, and those several sauces, sharp or oversweet, of which Scientia Popini, as Seneca calls it, hath served those apician tricks, and perfumed dishes, which Adrian the sixth Pope so much admired in the accounts of his predecessor Leo Decimus, and which prodigious riot and prodigality have invented in this age. These do generally engender gross humors, fill the stomach with crudities, and all those inward parts with obstructions. Montanus Consul 22 gives instance in a melancholy Jew that by eating such tart sauces, made dishes, and salt meats, with which he was overmuch delighted, became melancholy, and was evil affected. Such examples are familiar and common. Subsect Roman 2, quantity of diet a cause. There is not so much harm proceeding from the substance itself of meat, and quality of it, in ill dressing and preparing, as there is from the quantity, disorder of time and place, unseasonable use of it, intemperance, overmuch or overlittle taking of it. A true saying it is, plures crapula quam gladius. This gluttony kills more than the sword, this omnivorantia et homicida gula, this all-devouring and murdering gut. And that of Pliny is truer, simple diet is the best. Heaping up of several meats is pernicious, and sauces worse. Many dishes bring many diseases. Avicen cries out that nothing is worse than to feed on many dishes, or to protract the time of meats longer than ordinary. From thence proceed our infirmities, and tease the fountain of all diseases, which arise out of the repugnancy of gross humors. Thence saith Fernelius, come crudities, wind, oppilations, cacachimia, plethora, cachexia, bradyopsia, hinksubity, morts, ac intestata senectus, sudden death, and and what not. As a lamp is choked with a multitude of oil, or a little fire with overmuch wood quite extinguished, so is the natural heat with immoderate eating, strangled in the body. Pernitiosa centina est abdomen insaturable. One saith an insatiable paunch is a pernicious sink, and the fountain of all diseases both of body and mind. Mercurialis will have it a peculiar cause of this private disease. Solnander Consul 5 sect 3 illustrates this of Mercurialis with an example of one so melancholy, ob intempestivus commissationibus, unseasonable feasting. Crotto confirms as much in that often cited counsel 21. Lib 2 putting superfluous eating for a main cause. But what need I seek farther for proofs? Here Hippocrates himself, Lib 2 affer. 10. Impure bodies the more they are nourished, the more they are hurt, for the nourishment is putrefied with vicious humors. And yet for all this harm, which apparently follows surfeiting and drunkenness, see how we luxuriate and rage in this kind. Read what Johannes Stuckius hath written lately of this subject, in his great volume De Antiquorum Conviviis, and of our present age. Quam portentasi coeni, prodigious suppers, qui dum invitant ad coenam efferent ad sepulchrum, what phagos, epicures, apetios heliogables our times afford. Lucullus ghost walks still, and every man desires to sup in Apollo. Aesop's costly dish is ordinarily served up. Magi's eladjuvant, qui pluris emunter. The dearest cates are best, and 'tis an ordinary thing to bestow 20 or 30 pounds on a dish, some 1,000 crowns upon a dinner. Mully Hamet, king of Fez and Morocco, spent 3 pounds on the sauce of a capon. It is nothing in our times, we scorn all that is cheap. We loathe the very light, some of us, as Seneca notes, because it comes free, and we are offended with the sun's heat and those cool blasts because we buy them not. This air we breathe is so common, we care not for it, nothing pleaseth but what is dear. And if we be witty in anything, it is ad gulem. If we study at all, it is erudito luxu, to please the palate and to satisfy the gut. A cook of old was a base knave, as Livy complains, but now a great man in request. Cookery is become an art, a noble science. Cooks are gentlemen. Venter deus. They wear their brains in their bellies and their guts in their heads, as Agrippa taxed some parasites of his time, rushing on their own destruction, as if a man should run upon the point of a sword, usque dum rumpanter comedant. They eat till they burst. All day, all night, let the physician say what he will, imminent danger and feral diseases are now ready to seize upon them. That will eat till they vomit, edunt ut vomit, vomit ut edunt, saith Seneca. Which Dion relates of Vitellius solo transitu suborum nutriere judicatus. His meat did pass through and away, or till they burst again. Strage animantium ventrum onerant, and rake over all the world, as so many slaves, belly gods and land serpents, et totus orbis ventri nimis angustus, the whole world cannot satisfy their appetite. Sea, land, rivers, lakes, and sea may not give content to their raging guts. To make up the mess, what a moderate drinking in every place. Senum potum poda trahibat anus, how they flock to the tavern. As if they were frugs consumer nati, born to no other end but to eat and drink like Ophelius Bibulus, that famous Roman parasite, qui dum vixit, out bibit out minxit. As so many casks to hold wine, yea worse than a cask, that mars wine, and itself is not marred by it, yet these are brave men, Silenus Ebrius was no braver. Et qui furunt vitia, mores sunt, 'tis now the fashion of our times and honor, nunc viro res ista eo rediat, as Chrysost. Serm, 30, in vfs. Comments, ut effeminati ridendique ignavii loco habater, nol inebriary. 'Tis now come to that pass that he is no gentleman, a very milksop, a clown of no bringing up that will not drink, fit for no company. He is your only gallant that plays it off finest, no disparagement now to stagger in the streets, reel, rave, and see. But much to his fame and renown, as in like case Epictetus told Thesprio his fellow servant, in the poet. Oedipal facinus improbum, one urged, the other replied, at jam alii facere idem, erit illi illa raisonori. 'Tis now no fault, there be so many brave examples to bear one out. 'Tis a credit to have a strong brain and carry his liquor well, the sole contention who can drink most and fox his fellow the soonest. 'Tis the summum bonum of our tradesmen, their felicity, life, and soul, tanta dulcidine affectant, saith Pliny lib. 14. Cap. 12. Ut magna pars non aliud vidi premium intelligat, their chief comfort, to be merry together in an alehouse or tavern, as our modern Muscovites do in their mead-inns, and Turks in their coffee-houses, which much resemble our taverns. They will labor hard all day long to be drunk at night, and spend todious anni-labors, as St. Ambrose adds, in a tippling feast. Convert day into night, as Seneca taxes some in his times, pervertent officia anoctes et lucis. When we rise, they commonly go to bed, like our Antipodes, nosc ubi primus equis oriens afflavit angelis, illis sera rubens ascendit lumina vesper. So did Petronius in Tacitus, Heliogabalus in Lampridius. Nox vigilibet ad ipsum main, diem totum sturdabat. He drank the night away till rising dawn, then snored out all the day. Snymderus the Sybarite never saw the sun rise or set so much as once in 20 years. Vers, against whom Tully so much inveighs, in winter he never was extra tectum vix extra lectum, never almost out of bed, still wenching and drinking. So did he spend his time, and so do myriads in our days. They have gymnasia bibonum, schools, and rendezvous. These centaurs and Lapithae toss pots and bowls as so many balls, invent new tricks as sausages, anchovies, tobacco, caviar, pickled oysters, herrings, fumados, and sea. innumerable salt meats to increase their appetite, and study how to hurt themselves by taking antidotes to carry their drink the better. And when naught else serves, they will go forth or be conveyed out to empty their gorge, that they may return to drink afresh. They make laws, insanas leges, contra bibendi fallacias, and brag of it when they have done, crowning that man that is soonest gone, as their drunken predecessors have done. Quid ego video? P.S. Cum corona pseudonym ebrium tuum. And when they are dead, will have a can of wine with Marin's old woman to be engraven on their tombs. So they triumph in villainy and justify their wickedness. With Rabelais, that French Lucian, drunkenness is better for the body than physic, because there be more old drunkards than old physicians. Many such frothy arguments they have, inviting and encouraging others to do as they do, and love them dearly for it, no glue like to that of good fellowship. So did Alcibiades in Greece, Nero, Bonosus, Heliogabalus in Rome, or Elagabalus rather, as he was styled of old, as Ignatius proves out of some old coins. So do many great men still, as Harrisbachius observes. When a prince drinks till his eyes stare, like Bishas in the poet, ille impigere hausit spumentum vino pateram. A thirsty soul, he took challenge and embracked the bowl, with pleasure swilled the gold, nor ceased to draw till he the bottom of the brimmer saw. And comes off clearly, sound trumpets, fife and drums, the spectators will applaud him, the bishop himself, if he belie them not. With his chaplain will stand by and do as much, o dignum princeps postum. 'Twas done like a prince. Our Dutchmen invite all comers with a pail and a dish, velet infundibula integras abas exoriunt, et in monstrosis poculis, ipsi monstrosi monstrosius epotent, making barrels of their bellies. Incredibile dictu, as one of their own countrymen complains. Quantum liquoris immodestissima gens capiat, and see how they love a man that will be drunk, crown him and honor him for it, hate him that will not pledge him, stab him, kill him, a most intolerable offense and not to be forgiven. He is a mortal enemy that will not drink with him, as Munster relates of the Saxons. So in Poland, he is the best servitor, and the honestest fellow, saith Alexander Gaguinus, that drinketh most healths to the honor of his master. He shall be rewarded as a good servant, and held the bravest fellow that carries his liquor best, when a brewer's horse will bear much more than any sturdy drinker. Yet for his noble exploits in this kind, he shall be accounted a most valiant man, for tam inter epulas fortis ver esse potest ac in bello. As much valor is to be found in feasting as in fighting, and some of our city captains and carpet knights will make this good and prove it. Thus they many times willfully pervert the good temperature of their bodies, stifle their wits, strangle nature, and degenerate into beasts. Some again are in the other extreme, and draw this mischief on their heads by too ceremonious and strict diet, being over-precise, cockney-like, and curious in their observation of meats. Times, as that Medicina Statica prescribes, just so many ounces at dinner, which Lessius enjoins, so much at supper, not a little more, nor a little less of such meat, and at such hours a diet drink in the morning, cock broth, china broth at dinner, plum broth, a chicken, a rabbit, rib of a rack of mutton, wing of a capon, the merry thought of a hen, and see. To sounder bodies this is too nice and most absurd. Others offend in overmuch fasting, pining a days, saith Guianerius, and waking annats, as many Moors and Turks in these our times do. Anchorites, monks, and the rest of that superstitious rank, as the same Guianerius witnesseth, that he hath often seen to have happened in his time, through immoderate fasting, have been frequently mad. Of such men belike Hippocrates speaks, L. Affer. 5. When, as he saith, they more offend in too sparing diet, and are worse damnified than they that feed liberally, and are ready to surfeit. Subsect Roman 3. Custom of diet, delight, appetite, necessity, how they cause or hinder. No rule is so general which admits not some exception. To this, therefore, which hath been hitherto said, for I shall otherwise put most men out of commons, and those inconveniences which proceed from the substance of meats, an intemperate or unseasonable use of them, custom somewhat detracts and qualifies, according to that of Hippocrates, 2 Aphoris. 50. Such things as we have been long accustomed to, though they be evil in their own nature, yet they are less offensive. Otherwise it might well be objected that it were a mere tyranny to live after those strict rules of physic. For custom doth alter nature itself, and to such as are used to them it makes bad meats wholesome, and unseasonable times to cause no disorder. Cider and perry are windy drinks, so are all fruits windy in themselves, cold most part, yet in some shires of England, Normandy in France, Guipuscoa in Spain, tea's their common drink, and they are no whit offended with it. In Spain, Italy, and Africa, they live most on roots, raw herbs, camel's milk, and it agrees well with them, which to a stranger will cause much grievance. In Wales, lactis iniis vescuntur, as Humphrey Llwyd confesseth, a Cambro Briton himself, in his elegant epistle to Abraham Ortelius, they live most on white meats, in Holland on fish, roots, butter. And so at this day in Greece, as Bellonius observes, they had much rather feed on fish than flesh. With us, maxima pars victus in carne consistit, we feed on flesh most part, saith Polydore Virgil, as all northern countries do, and it would be very offensive to us to live after their diet, or they to live after ours. We drink beer, they wine, they use oil, we butter. We in the north are great eaters, they most sparing in those hotter countries, and yet they and we following our own customs are well pleased. An Ethiopian of old seeing an European eat bread, wondered, quamodo stercoribus vescens viveremus, how we could eat such kind of meats. So much differed his countrymen from ours in diet, that as mine author infers, si quis allorum victim apud nos emulari velit. If any man should so feed with us, it would be all one to nourish, as cicuta, aconitum, or hellebore itself. At this day in China, the common people live in a manner altogether on roots and herbs, and to the wealthiest, horse, ass, mule, dogs, cat flesh is as delightsome as the rest, so mat. Rixius the Jesuit relates who lived many years amongst them. The Tartars eat raw meat, and most commonly horseflesh, drink milk and blood as the nomads of old. Et lac concretum cum sanguine patate quino. They scoff at our Europeans for eating bread, which they call tops of weeds, and horse meat, not fit for men. And yet Scaliger accounts them a sound and witty nation, living 100 years. Even in the civilist country of them they do thus, as Benedict the Jesuit observed in his travels, from the great Mogul's court by land to Pekin, which Rixius contends to be the same with Cambulu in Katya. In Scandia their bread is usually dried fish, and so likewise in the Shetland Isles, and their other fare, as in Iceland, saith Dithmarus Bleskenius, butter, cheese, and fish their drink water, their lodging on the ground. In America in many places their bread is roots, their meat palmettos, peanas, potatoes, and and such fruits. There be of them too that familiarly drink salt sea-water all their lives, eat raw meat, grass, and that with delight. With some, fish, serpents, spiders, and in divers places they eat man's flesh, raw and roasted, even the Emperor Montezuma himself. In some coasts, again, one tree yields them coconuts, meat and drink, fire, fuel, apparel, with his leaves oil, vinegar, cover for houses, and and yet these men going naked, feeding coarse, live commonly 100 years, are seldom or never sick, all which diet our physicians forbid. In Westphalia they feed most part on fat meats and worts, knuckle deep, and call it cerebrum iavis. In the Low Countries with roots, in Italy frogs and snails are used. The Turks, saith Busbequius, delight most in fried meats. In Muscovy, garlic and onions are ordinary meat and sauce, which would be pernicious to such as are unaccustomed to them, delightsome to others, and all is because they have been brought up unto it. Husbandmen and such as labor can eat fat bacon, salt gross meat, hard cheese, and o dura messorum illa, coarse bread at all times, go to bed and labor upon a full stomach, which to some idle persons would be present death, and is against the rules of physic, so that custom is all in all. Our travelers find this by common experience when they come in far countries, and use their diet, they are suddenly offended, as are Hollanders and Englishmen when they touch upon the coasts of Africa, those Indian capes and islands, are commonly molested with calentures, fluxes, and much distempered by reason of their fruits. Peregrina, etsi suavia solent vescentibus perturbations in scenes ad fera, strange meats, though pleasant, cause notable alterations and distempers. On the other side, use or custom mitigates or makes all good again. Mithridates by often use, which Pliny wonders at, was able to drink poison, and a maid, as Curtius records, sent to Alexander from King Porus, was brought up with poison from her infancy. The Turks, saith Bellonius, lib 3c15, eat opium familiarly, a dram at once, which we dare not take in grains. Garcia's ob Horto writes of one whom he saw at Goa in the East Indies, that took 10 drams of opium in 3 days, and yet consulto loquabatur, spake understandingly, so much can custom do. Theophrastus speaks of a shepherd that could eat hellebore in substance, And therefore Cardan concludes out of Galen consududinum utcunc ferendum, nisi valda malum. Custom is howsoever to be kept, except it be extremely bad. He adviseth all men to keep their old customs, and that by the authority of Hippocrates himself, dandum aliquid tempori, aetati regini, consududini, and therefore to continue as they began, be it diet, bath, exercise, and sea, or whatsoever else. Another exception is delight or appetite to such and such meats, though they be hard of digestion, melancholy, yet as Fuchsius accepts cap. 6. Lib 2 instit. Sect. 2. The stomach doth readily digest, and willingly entertain such meats we love most, and are pleasing to us, abhors on the other side such as we distaste. Which Hippocrates confirms aphoris. 238. Some cannot endure cheese out of a secret antipathy, or to see a roasted duck, which to others is a delightsome meat. The last exception is necessity, poverty, want, hunger, which drives men many times to do that which otherwise they are loath, cannot endure, and thankfully to accept of it. As beverage in ships and in sieges of great cities, to feed on dogs, cats, rats, and men themselves. 3 outlaws in Hector Boethius, being driven to their shifts, did eat raw flesh, and flesh of such fowl as they could catch, in one of the Hebrides for some few months. These things do mitigate or disannul that which hath been said of melancholy meats, and make it more tolerable. But to such as are wealthy, live plenteously, at ease, may take their choice, and refrain if they will, these viands are to be forborne if they be inclined to or suspect melancholy, as they tender their healths. Otherwise, if they be intemperate or disordered in their diet, at their peril be it. Qui mone amat, ave et cave. He who advises is your friend farewell, and to your health attend. Subsect, Roman 4. Retention and evacuation a cause and how. Of retention and evacuation, there be divers kinds, which are either concomitant, assisting, or sole causes many times of melancholy. Galen reduceth defect and abundance to this head, others all that is separated or remains, costiveness. In the first rank of these, I may well reckon up costiveness, and keeping in of our ordinary excrements, which as it often causeth other diseases, so this of melancholy in particular. Celsus, lib 1 cap. 3 saith, it produceth inflammation of the head, dullness, cloudiness, headache, and C. Prosper Calenus, lib. De atrabile will have it distemper not the organ only, but the mind itself by troubling of it. And sometimes it is a sole cause of madness, as you may read in the first book of Sckenkius's Medicinal Observations. A young merchant going to Nordling Fair in Germany, for 10 days' space never went to stool. At his return he was grievously melancholy, thinking that he was robbed, and would not be persuaded but that all his money was gone. His friends thought he had some philtrum given him, but C. Nelius, a physician, being sent for, found his costiveness alone to be the cause, and thereupon gave him a clyster, by which he was speedily recovered. Trincavelius consult. 35. Lib 1 saith as much of a melancholy lawyer, to whom he administered physic, and Rodricus of Fonseca consult. 85. Tom 2 of a patient of his that for 8 days was bound, and therefore melancholy affected. Other retentions and evacuations there are, not simply necessary, but at some times, as Fernelius accounts them, path lib. 1 cap. 15 as suppression of hemorrhoids, monthly issues in women, bleeding at nose, immoderate or no use at all of venous, or any other ordinary issues, detention of hemorrhoids or monthly issues Villanovanus brevier. Lib 1 cap. 18, Arculanus cap. 16. In 9, Rhases Vittorius Faventinus pract. Mag. tract. 2 cap. 15. Brule and C put for ordinary causes. Fuchsius L2. Sect. 5c30 goes farther and saith that many men unseasonably cured of the hemorrhoids have been corrupted with melancholy, seeking to avoid Scylla, they fall into Charybdis. Galen L. de Hum. Common, 3 ad text. 26 illustrates this by an example of Lucius Mardius, whom he cured of madness, contracted by this means, and Sckenkius hath 2 other instances of 2 melancholy and mad women, so caused from the suppression of their months. The same may be said of bleeding at the nose, if it be suddenly stopped, and have been formerly used as Villanovanus ergeth, and Fuchsius lib 2 sect. 5 cap. 33 stiffly maintains that without great danger, such an issue may not be stayed. Venus omitted produceth like effects. Matthiolus Epist. 5 L. Penalt. Avoucheth of his knowledge that some through bashfulness abstained from venery, and thereupon became very heavy and dull, and some others that were very timorous, melancholy, and beyond all measure sad. Oribasius med. collect. L6. C37 speaks of some that if they do not use carnal copulation are continually troubled with heaviness and headache, and some in the same case by intermission of it. Not use of it hurts many. Arculanus C6. In 9. Rhases et magninus part. 3 cap. 5 think because it sends up poison vapors to the brain and heart. And so doth Galen himself hold that if this natural seed be overlong kept in some parties, it turns to poison. Hieronymus Mercurialis in his chapter of melancholy cites it for an especial cause of this malady, priapismus, satyriasis, and C. Haliabas 5. Theer. C36 reckons up this and many other diseases, Villanovenus brevier. L1. C18 saith, he knew many monks and widows grievously troubled with melancholy, and that from this sole cause. Ludovicus Mercatus L2, de mulierum affect. Cap. 4 and Rodricus a Castro de morbis mulier. L2. C3 treat largely of this subject, and will have it produce a peculiar kind of melancholy in stale maids, nuns, and widows, ob suppressionum mentium et venerum omissum, timidi, mosti anxii, vericundi, suspiciosci, lancts, concilii inopes, cum summa vidi et rerum melirum desperation, and see they are melancholy in the highest degree, and all for want of husbands. Alienus Montaltus cap. 37. De melanchol. Confirms as much out of Galen, so doth Wierus Christophorus of Vega de Art. Med. Lib 3 c. 14 relates many such examples of men and women that he had seen so melancholy. Felix Plater in the first book of his Observations tells a story of an ancient gentleman in Alsatia that married a young wife, and was not able to pay his debts in that kind for a long time together, by reason of his several infirmities. But she, because of this inhibition of Venus, fell into a horrible fury, and desired everyone that came to see her, by words, looks, and gestures, to have to do with her, and see Bernardus Paternus, a physician, saith he knew a good honest godly priest, that because he would neither willingly marry, nor make use of the stews, fell into grievous melancholy fits. Hildesheim Spissel. 2. Hath such another example of an Italian melancholy priest, in a consultation had anno 1580. Jason Pratensis gives instance in a married man, that from his wife's death abstaining, after marriage, became exceedingly melancholy, Rodricus a Fonseca in a young man so misaffected Tom. To consult. 85. To these you may add, if you please, that conceited tale of a Jew so visited in like sort, and so cured out of Poggius Florentinus. Intemperate Venus is all but as bad in the other extreme. Galen, L6, De Mortis Popular. Sect. 5 text. 26 reckons up melancholy amongst those diseases which are exasperated by venery. So doth Avicenna 2, 3, C11, Oribasius Locke, sit at. Ficinus lib 2 de sanitate tuenda. Marsilius Cognatus Montaltus cap. 27, Guianerius tract. 3, cap. 2 Magninus cap. 5 part. 3 gives the reason, because it infrigidates and dries up the body, consumes the spirits, and would therefore have all such as are cold and dry to take heed of and to avoid it as a mortal enemy. Jacanus in 9 Rhases cap. 15 ascribes the same cause, and instanceth in a patient of his that married a young wife in a hot summer, and so dried himself with chamber work, that he became in short space from melancholy mad. He cured him by moistening remedies. The like example I find in Laelius a Font Eugubinus, consult. 129 of a gentleman of Venice, that upon the same occasion was first melancholy, afterwards mad. Read in him the story at large. Any other evacuation stopped will cause it, as well as these above named, be it bile, ulcer, issue, and see Hercules de Saxonia, lib 1, c. 16 and Gordonius verify this out of their experience. They saw one wounded in the head who, as long as the sore was open, lucida habuit mentis intervalla, was well. But when it was stopped, rediat melancholia, his melancholy fit seized on him again. Artificial evacuations are much like in effect, as hot houses, baths, bloodletting, purging unseasonably and immoderately used. Baths dry too much if used in excess, be they natural or artificial, and offend extreme hot or cold. One dries, the other refrigerates overmuch. Montanus consul. 137 saith they overheat the liver. Jo. Struthius stigmat, Ardes L4. C9 contends that if one stay longer than ordinary at the bath, go in too oft, or at unseasonable times, he putrefies the humors in his body. To this purpose writes Magninus L3, C5, Guianerius tract. 15, C21 utterly disallows all hot baths in melancholia dust. I saw, saith he, a man that labored of the gout, who to be freed of this malady came to the bath, and was instantly cured of his disease, but got another worse, and that was madness. But this judgment varies as the humour doth in hot or cold. Baths may be good for one melancholy man, bad for another. That which will cure it in this party may cause it in a second, phlebotomy. Phlebotomy, many times neglected, may do much harm to the body, when there is a manifest redundance of bad humours and melancholy blood. And when these humours heat and boil, if this be not used in time, the parties affected, so inflamed, are in great danger to be mad. But if it be unadvisedly, importunely, immoderately used, it doth as much harm by refrigerating the body, dulling the spirits, and consuming them, as Joe Curio in his 10th chapter well reprehends. Such kind of letting blood doth more hurt than good. The humours rage much more than they did before, and is so far from avoiding melancholy, that it increaseth it, and weakeneth the sight. Prosper Calenus observes as much of all phlebotomy, except they keep a very good diet after it. Yea, and as Leonardes Jacanus speaks out of his own experience, the blood is much blacker to many men after their letting of blood than it was at first. For this cause belike Sallust. Salvinianus L2. C1 will admit or hear of no bloodletting at all in this disease, except it be manifest it proceed from blood. He was, it appears, by his own words in that place, master of an hospital of mad men, and found by long experience that this kind of evacuation, either in head, arm, or any other part, did more harm than good. To this opinion of his, Felix Plater is quite opposite, though some wink at, disallow, and quite contradict all phlebotomy and melancholy. Yet by long experience I have found innumerable so saved, after they had been 20, nay, 60 times let blood, and to live happily after it. It was an ordinary thing of old, in Galen's time, to take at once from such men 6 pounds of blood, which now we dare scarce take in ounces. Said Vidrant Medici, great books are written of this subject. Purging upward and downward, in abundance of bad humours omitted, may be for the worst. So likewise as in the precedent, if overmuch, too frequent, or violent, it weakeneth their strength, saith Fuchsius L. 2. Sect. 2c17, or if they be strong or able to endure physic, yet it brings them to an ill habit, they make their bodies no better than apothecaries' shops. This and such like infirmities must needs follow. Subsect v. Bad air, a cause of melancholy. Air is a cause of great moment in producing this or any other disease, being that it is still taken into our bodies by respiration, and our more inner parts. If it be impure and foggy, it dejects the spirits, and causeth diseases by infection of the heart, as Paulus hath it, lib 1. C 49. Avicenna, lib 1 gal de san tuenda, Mercurialis, Montaltus, and C. Fernelius saith, a thick air thickeneth the blood and humours. Lemnius reckons up 2 main things most profitable and most pernicious to our bodies, air and diet, and this peculiar disease nothing sooner causeth, Jobertus holds, than the air wherein we breathe and live. Such as is the air, such be our spirits, and as our spirits, such are our humours. It offends commonly if it be too hot and dry, thick, fuliginous, cloudy, blustering, or a tempestuous air. Bodine in his 5th book, Der Repub. Cap. 1.5 of his Method of History proves that hot countries are most troubled with melancholy, and that there are therefore in Spain, Africa, and Asia Minor great numbers of madmen, insomuch that they are compelled in all cities of note to build peculiar hospitals for them. Leo Afer, lib 3 Defessa Herb, Ortelius, and Zuinger confirm as much. They are ordinarily so choleric in their speeches that scarce 2 words pass without railing or chiding in common talk, and often quarreling in their streets. Gordonius will have every man take notice of it. Note this, saith he, that in hot countries it is far more familiar than in cold. Although this we have now said be not continually so, for as Acosta truly saith, under the equator itself is a most temperate habitation, wholesome air, a paradise of pleasure. The leaves ever green, cooling showers. But it holds in such as are intemperately hot, as Johannes a Megan found in Cyprus, others in Malta, Apulia, and the Holy Land, where at some seasons of the year is nothing but dust, their rivers dried up, the air scorching hot, and earth inflamed. Insomuch that many pilgrims going barefoot for devotion's sake, from Joppa to Jerusalem upon the hot sands, often run mad, or else quite overwhelmed with sand, profundis arenes, as in many parts of Africa, Arabia Deserta, Bactriana, now Charasan, when the west wind blows in veludi arenes transuns necanter. Hercules de Saxonia, a professor in Venice, gives this cause why so many Venetian women are melancholy. Quod diu sub sol degant, they tarry too long in the sun. Montanus Consul. 21 amongst other causes assigns this, why that Jew his patient was mad, quod tam multum exposut si calori et frigori. He exposed himself so much to heat and cold, and for that reason in Venice there is little stirring in those brick-paved streets in summer about noon, they are most part then asleep. As they are likewise in the great Moguls countries and all over the East Indies. At Aden in Arabia, as Lodovicus Vertomannus relates in his travels, they keep their markets in the night to avoid extremity of heat. And in Ormus, like cattle in a pasture, people of all sorts lie up to the chin in water all day long. At Braga in Portugal, Burgos in Castile, Messina in Sicily, all over Spain and Italy, their streets are most part narrow, to avoid the sunbeams. The Turks wear great turbans ad fugandos solis radios, to refract the sunbeams, and much inconvenience that hot air of Bantam in Java yields to our men that sojourn there for traffic, where it is so hot that they that are sick of the pox lie commonly bleaching in the sun to dry up their sores. Such a complaint I read of those isles of Cape Verde, 14 degrees from the equator, they do mail odd air. One calls them the unhealthiest clime of the world, for fluxes, fevers, frenzies, calentures, which commonly seize on seafaring men that touch at them, and all by reason of a hot distemperature of the air. The hardiest men are offended with this heat, and stiffest clowns cannot resist it, as Constantine affirms Agricult. L2. C. 45. They that are naturally born in such air may not endure it, as Niger records of some part of Mesopotamia, now called Diabetia, quibustum in locis sevienti istui adio subjecta est, ut plerac animalia fervor solis et celi extinguenter. 'Tis so hot there in some places, that men of the country and cattle are killed with it. And Adracomius of Arabia Felix, by reason of myrrh, frankincense, and hot spices there growing, the air is so obnoxious to their brains, that the very inhabitants at some times cannot abide it, much less weaklings and strangers. Amatus Lusitanus sent 1. Curat. 45 reports of a young maid, that was one Vincent a courier's daughter, some 13 years of age, that would wash her hair in the heat of the day in July, and so let it dry in the sun to make it yellow, but by that means tarrying too long in the heat, she inflamed her head and made herself mad. Cold air in the other extreme is almost as bad as hot, and so doth Montaltus esteem of it, c. 11, if it be dry withal. In those northern countries, the people are therefore generally dull, heavy, and many witches, which, as I have before quoted, Saxo Grammaticus, Alaus, Baptista Porta ascribe to melancholy. But these cold climes are more subject to natural melancholy, not this artificial, which is cold and dry, for which cause Mercurius Britannicus belike puts melancholy men to inhabit just under the pole. The worst of the three is a thick, cloudy, misty, foggy air, or such as come from fens, moorish grounds, lakes, muckhills, draughts, sinks where any carcasses or carrion lies, or from whence any stinking fulsome smell comes. Galen, Avicenna, Mercuriales, new and old physicians, hold that such air is unwholesome, and engenders melancholy, plagues, and what not. Alexandretta, and haven town in the Mediterranean Sea, St. John de Aloa, and haven in Nova Hispania, are much condemned for a bad air. So are Durazzo in Albania, Lithuania, Ditmarsh, Pomptini Paludes in Italy, the territories about Pisa, Ferrara, and C. Romney marsh with us, the hundreds in Essex, the fens in Lincolnshire. Cardan de Rerum Varietate, L17, C. 96, finds fault with the sight of those rich and most populous cities in the Low Countries, as Bruges, Ghent, Amsterdam, Leyden, Utrecht, and see the air is bad. And so at Stockholm in Sweden, Regium in Italy, Salisbury with us, Hull and Lynn. They may be commodious for navigation, this new kind of fortification, and many other good necessary uses. But are they so wholesome? Old Rome hath descended from the hills to the valley, teased the site of most of our new cities, and held best to build in plains, to take the opportunity of rivers. Leander Albertus pleads hard for the air and site of Venice, though the black Moorish lands appear at every low water. The sea, fire, and smoke, as he thinks, qualify the air. And some suppose that a thick, foggy air helps the memory, as in them of Pisa in Italy, and our Camden, out of Plato, commends the site of Cambridge, because it is so near the fens. But let the site of such places be as it may, how can they be excused that have a delicious seat, a pleasant air, and all that nature can afford, and yet through their own nastiness and sluttishness, immund and sordid manner of life, suffer their air to putrefy and themselves to be chalked up. Many cities in Turkey do mail odd air in this kind. Constantinople itself, where commonly carrion lies in the street. Some find the same fault in Spain, even in Madrid, the king's seat, a most excellent air, a pleasant sight. But the inhabitants are slovens, and the streets uncleanly kept. A troublesome tempestuous air is as bad as impure, rough and foul weather, impetuous winds, cloudy dark days, as it is commonly with us, caelum visufodum. Polydore calls it a filthy sky, et in quo facile generantur nubs, as Tully's brother Quintus wrote to him in Rome, being then questor in Britain. In a thick and cloudy air, saith Lemnius, men are tetric, sad, and peevish, and if the western winds blow, and that there be a calm or a fair sunshine day, there is a kind of alacrity in men's minds. It cheers up men and beasts. But if it be a turbulent, rough, cloudy, stormy weather, men are sad, lumpish, and much dejected, angry, waspish, dull, and melancholy. This was Virgil's experiment of old, verum ubi tempestas, et celi mobilis humor mutaver vices, et Jupiter humidus ostro, vertunter species animorum, et pector modus concipient alios. But when the face of heaven changed is to tempests, rain, from season fair. Our minds are altered, and in our breasts forthwith some new conceits appear. And who is not weatherwise against such and such conjunctions of planets, moved in foul weather, dull and heavy in such tempestuous seasons? Gelidum contrastat Aquarius annum. The time requires, and the autumn breeds it. Winter is like unto it, ugly, foul, squalid. The air works on all men, more or less, but especially on such as are melancholy or inclined to it, as Lemnius holds, they are most moved with it, and those which are already mad, rave downright, either in or against a tempest. Besides, the devil many times takes his opportunity of such storms, and when the humours by the air be stirred, he goes in with them, exagitates our spirits, and vexeth our souls. As the sea waves, so are the spirits and humours in our bodies tossed with tempestuous winds and storms. To such as are melancholy, therefore, Montanus consul. 24 will have tempestuous and rough air to be avoided, and consul. 27 all-night air, and would not have them to walk abroad, but in a pleasant day. Lemnius, L3, C3 discommends the south and eastern winds, commends the north. Montanus consul, 31, will not any windows to be opened in the night. Consul, 229, et consul, 230 he discommends especially the south wind and nocturnal air, so doth Plutarch. The night and darkness makes men sad, the like do all subterranean vaults, dark houses in caves and rocks, desert places cause melancholy in an instant, especially such as have not been used to it or otherwise accustomed. Read more of air in Hippocrates Edius L3, a C171, add 175, or Abasius a C1, add 21. Avason, L1, can, fen, 2, doc 2 fen 1, C123 to the 12 and C. Subsect, Roman 6, immoderate exercise a cause and how, solitariness, idleness. Nothing so good but it may be abused, nothing better than exercise, if opportunely used for the preservation of the body, nothing so bad if it be unseasonable, violent, or overmuch. Fernelius out of Galen path, lib. 1. C16 saith that much exercise and weariness consumes the spirits and substance, refrigerates the body. And such humours which nature would have otherwise concocted and expelled, it stirs up and makes them rage, which being so enraged, diversely affect and trouble the body and mind. So doth it, if it be unseasonably used, upon a full stomach, or when the body is full of crudities, which Fuchsia so much inveighs against, lib 2 instit. Sect 2c4, giving that for a cause, why schoolboys in Germany are so often scabbed, because they use exercise presently after meats. Bayerus puts in a caveat against such exercise, because it corrupts the meat in the stomach, and carries the same juice raw, and as yet undigested, into the veins, saith Lemnius, which there putrefies and confounds the animal spirits. Crotto, consul, 21. L2 protests against all such exercise after meat, as being the greatest enemy to concoction that may be, and cause of corruption of humours, which produce this and many other diseases. Not without good reason then doth Sallust, Salvianus L2, C1, and Leonardus Jacanus in 9. Rhases, Mercurialis, Arcubanus, and many other, set down immoderate exercise as a most forcible cause of melancholy. Opposite to exercise is idleness, the badge of gentry or want of exercise, the bane of body and mind, the nurse of naughtiness, stepmother of discipline, the chief author of all mischief, one of the 7 deadly sins and a sole cause of this and many other maladies, the devil's cushion, as Gualter calls it, his pillow and chief reposal. For the mind can never rest but still meditates on one thing or other, except it be occupied about some honest business, of his own accord it rusheth into melancholy. As too much and violent exercise offends on the one side, so doth an idle life on the other, saith Crotto. It fills the body full of phlegm, gross humours, and all manner of obstructions, rheums, catarrhs, and sea rasses, Kant. Lib 1, Tract 9, accounts of it as the greatest cause of melancholy. I have often seen, saith he, that idleness begets this humour more than anything else. Montaltus, C1, seconds him out of his experience. They that are idle are far more subject to melancholy than such as are conversant or employed about any office or business. Plutarch reckons up idleness for a sole cause of the sickness of the soul. There are they, saith he, troubled in mind, that have no other cause but this. Homer, Iliad 1, brings in Achilles eating of his own heart in his idleness, because he might not fight. Mercurialis Consul 86. For a melancholy young man ergeth it as a chief cause. Why was he melancholy? Because idle. Nothing begets it sooner, increaseth and continueth it oftener than idleness, a disease familiar to all idle persons, an inseparable companion to such as live at ease, pingui odio desidios agents, a life out of action, and have no calling or ordinary employment to busy themselves about, that have small occasions. And though they have, such is their laziness, dullness, they will not compose themselves to do aught. They cannot abide work, though it be necessary, easy as to dress themselves, write a letter, or the like. Yet as he that is benumbed with cold sits still shaking, that might relieve himself with a little exercise or stirring, do they complain, but will not use the facile and ready means to do themselves good, and so are still tormented with melancholy. Especially if they have been formerly brought up to business, or to keep much company, and upon a sudden come to lead a sedentary life. It crucifies their souls, and seizeth on them in an instant. For whilst they are any ways employed in action, discourse, about any business, sport or recreation, or in company to their liking, they are very well. But if alone or idle, tormented instantly again. One day's solitariness, 1 hour sometimes, doth them more harm than a week's physic, labour, and company can do good. Melancholy seizeth on them forthwith being alone, and is such a torture, that as wise Seneca well saith, malo mihi male quam molitor esse, I had rather be sick than idle. This idleness is either of body or mind. That of body is nothing but a kind of benumbing laziness, intermitting exercise, which, if we may believe Fernelius, causeth crudities, obstructions, excremental humours, quencheth the natural heat, dulls the spirits, and makes them unapt to do anything whatsoever. Neglectis urenda felix in nascitur agris. For a neglected field shall for the fire its thorns and thistles yield. As fern grows in untilled grounds, and all manner of weeds, so do gross humours in an idle body, ignavum corrumpunt otia corpus. A horse in a stable that never travels, a hawk in a mew that seldom flies, are both subject to diseases, which left unto themselves, are most free from any such encumbrances. An idle dog will be mangy, and how shall an idle person think to escape? Idleness of the mind is much worse than this of the body. Wit without employment is a disease erugo animi, rubigo ingenii. The rust of the soul, a plague, a hell itself, maximum animi nocumentum Galen calls it. As in a standing pool worms and filthy creepers increase, et vitium capiunt nae movintur qui, the water itself putrefies, and air likewise, if it be not continually stirred by the wind, so do evil and corrupt thoughts in an idle person, the soul is contaminated. In a commonwealth where is no public enemy, there is likely civil wars, and they rage upon themselves. This body of ours, when it is idle and knows not how to bestow itself, macerates and vexeth itself with cares, griefs, false fears, discontents, and suspicions. It tortures and preys upon his own bowels, and is never at rest. Thus much I dare boldly say. He or she that is idle, be they of what condition they will, never so rich, so well allied, fortunate, happy, let them have all things in abundance and felicity that heart can wish and desire, all contentment, so long as he or she or they are idle. They shall never be pleased, never well in body and mind, but weary still, sickly still, vexed still. loathing still, weeping, sighing, grieving, suspecting, offended with the world, with every object wishing themselves gone or dead. Or else earned away with some foolish fantasy or other. And this is the true cause that so many great men, ladies, and gentlewomen labor of this disease in country and city. For idleness is an appendix to nobility. They count it a disgrace to work, and spend all their days in sports, recreations, and pastimes, and will therefore take no pains, be of no vocation. They feed liberally, fare well, want exercise, action, employment. For to work, I say, they may not abide, and company to their desires. And thence their bodies become full of gross humors, wind, crudities, their minds disquieted, dull, heavy, and see care, jealousy, fear of some diseases, sullen fits, weeping fits seize too familiarly on them. For what will not fear and fantasy work in an idle body? What distempers will they not cause? When the children of Israel murmured against Pharaoh in Egypt, he commanded his officers to double their task, and let them get straw themselves, and yet make their full number of bricks. For the sole cause why they mutiny, and are evil at ease, is they are idle. When you shall hear and see so many discontented persons in all places where you come, so many several grievances, unnecessary complaints, fears, suspicions, the best means to redress it is to set them a work, so to busy their minds. For the truth is, they are idle. Well, they may build castles in the air for a time, and soothe up themselves with fantastical and pleasant humors. But in the end they will prove as bitter as gall. They shall be still, I say, discontent, suspicious, fearful, jealous, sad, fretting, and vexing of themselves. So long as they be idle, it is impossible to please them. Odio qui nescit iudi, plus habet negodii quam qui negodium in negodio, as that Agellius could observe. He that knows not how to spend his time, hath more business, care, grief, anguish of mind, than he that is most busy in the midst of all his business. Odiosus animus nescit quid volet. An idle person, as he follows it, knows not when he is well what he would have, or whither he would go, quam a luc ventum est, a linklubit. He is tired out with everything, displeased with all, weary of his life. Nec beni domi, nec militiae, neither at home nor abroad eret, et praeter vitam vivitor, he wanders and lives besides himself. In a word, what the mischievous effects of laziness and idleness are, I do not find anywhere more accurately expressed than in these verses of Philolaches in the comical poet, which for their elegancy I will in part insert. Noverum idiom esse arbiter similim ego hominum, quando hic natus est. I re argumenta dicem. Ids quando sunt ad amissum expoliti, quisque laudet fabrum, ac exemplum expetit and c. Et ubi allo migret nequam homo indiligensk and c. Tempestas venit, confringit tegulas, imbricesque putrefacit air operam fabri and c. Dicam ut homines similes esse idiom arbitramini, fabri parents fundamentum substrunt liberorum, expoliunt docent literas, nec parcunt sumptui, ego autem sub fabrorum potstate frugi fui. Postquam autem migravi in ingenium meum, perditi operam fabrorum alico apido, venit ignavia. Imihi tempestas fuit adventux seu, grandinum et imbrem atulit, illa mihi virtutum deturbavit, and c. A young man is like a fair new house. The carpenter leaves it well built in good repair of solid stuff. But a bad tenant lets it rain in, and for want of reparation fall to decay, and see our parents, tutors, friends spare no cost to bring us up in our youth in all manner of virtuous education. But when we are left to ourselves, idleness as a tempest drives all virtuous motions out of our minds, et nihili sumus. On a sudden, by sloth and such bad ways, we come to naught. Cousin german to idleness, and a concomitant cause which goes hand in hand with it, is nimia solitudo, too much solitariness, by the testimony of all physicians, cause and symptom both. But as it is here put for a cause, it is either coked, enforced, or else voluntary. Enforced solitariness is commonly seen in students, monks, friars, anchorites, that by their order and course of life must abandon all company, society of other men, and betake themselves to a private cell. Odio superstitioso seclusi, as Bayle and Hispinian well term it, such as are the Carthusians of our time, that eat no flesh, by their order, keep perpetual silence, never go abroad. Such as live in prison or some desert place, and cannot have company, as many of our country gentlemen do in solitary houses, they must either be alone without companions, or live beyond their means, and entertain all comers as so many hosts. or else converse with their servants and hinds, such as are unequal, inferior to them, and of a contrary disposition. Or else, as some do, to avoid solitariness, spend their time with lewd fellows in taverns and in alehouses, and thence addict themselves to some unlawful disports or dissolute courses. Divers again are cast upon this rock of solitariness for want of means, or out of a strong apprehension of some infirmity, disgrace, or through bashfulness, rudeness, simplicity, they cannot apply themselves to others' company. Nullum solum infelici gratias solitudine, ubi nullus sit qui miseriam exprobrit. This enforced solitariness takes place, and produceth his effect soonest in such as have spent their time jovially, peradventure in all honest recreations, in good company, in some great family or populous city, and are upon a sudden confined to a desert country cottage far off, restrained of their liberty, and barred from their ordinary associates. Solitariness is very irksome to such, most tedious, and a sudden cause of great inconvenience. Voluntary solitariness is that which is familiar with melancholy, and gently brings on like a siren, a shooing horn, or some sphinx to this irrevocable gulf. A primary cause, Piso calls it. Most pleasant it is at first, to such as are melancholy given, to lie in bed whole days and keep their chambers, to walk alone in some solitary grove, betwixt wood and water by a brook side, to meditate upon some delightsome and pleasant subject, which shall affect them most. Amabilis insania, et mentis gratissimus error. A most incomparable delight it is so to melancholize and build castles in the air, to go smiling to themselves, acting an infinite variety of parts, which they suppose and strongly imagine they represent, or that they see acted or done. Blandi quidem ob initio, saith Lemnius, to conceive and meditate of such pleasant things, sometimes present, past, or to come, as Rhasis speaks. So delightsome these toys are at first, they could spend whole days and nights without sleep, even whole years alone in such contemplations, and fantastical meditations which are like unto dreams, and they will hardly be drawn from them or willingly interrupt, so pleasant their vain conceits are, that they hinder their ordinary tasks and necessary business, they cannot address themselves to them, or almost to any study or employment, these fantastical and bewitching thoughts so covertly, so feelingly, so urgently, so continually set upon, creep in, insinuate, possess, overcome, distract, and detain them, they cannot, I say, go about their more necessary business, stave off or extricate themselves, but are ever musing, melancholizing, and carried along, as he, they say, that is led round about a heath with a puck in the night. They run earnestly on in this labyrinth of anxious and solicitous melancholy meditations, and cannot well or willingly refrain, or easily leave off, winding and unwinding themselves, as so many clocks, and still pleasing their humors, until at last the scene is turned upon a sudden, by some bad object, and they being now habituated to such vain meditations and solitary places, can endure no company, can ruminate of nothing but harsh and distasteful subjects. Fear, sorrow, suspicion, subrusticus pudor, discontent, cares, and weariness of life surprise them in a moment, and they can think of nothing else, continually suspecting. No sooner are their eyes open, but this infernal plague of melancholy seizeth on them, and terrifies their souls, representing some dismal object to their minds, which now by no means, no labor, no persuasions they can avoid, haeret lateri lethalis arundo. The arrow of death still remains in the side, they may not be rid of it. They cannot resist. I may not deny but that there is some profitable meditation, contemplation, and kind of solitariness to be embraced, which the fathers so highly commended, Hierom, Chrysostom, Cyprian, Austin in whole tracts, which Petrarch, Erasmus, Stella, and others so much magnify in their books, a paradise, a heaven on earth if it be used aright, good for the body, and better for the soul. As many of those old monks used it to divine contemplations, as Simulus, a courtier in Adrian's time, Diocletian the emperor, retired themselves. And see, in that sense, Vatia sola sit viver, Vatia lives alone, which the Romans were wont to say when they commended a country life. Or to the bettering of their knowledge, as Democritus, Cleanthes, and those excellent philosophers have ever done, to sequester themselves from the tumultuous world. Or as in Pliny's Villa Laurentana, Tully's Tusculan, Jovius study, that they might better vacare studiis et Dio, serve God, and follow their studies. Methinks, therefore, our two zealous innovators were not so well advised in that general subversion of abbeys and religious houses, promiscuously to fling down all. They might have taken away those gross abuses crept in amongst them, rectified such inconveniences, and not so far to have raved and raged against those fair buildings, and everlasting monuments of our forefathers' devotion, consecrated to pious uses. Some monasteries and collegiate cells might have been well spared, and their revenues otherwise employed, here and there one, in good towns or cities at least, for men and women of all sorts and conditions to live in, to sequester themselves from the cares and tumults of the world that were not desirous or fit to marry, or otherwise willing to be troubled with common affairs, and know not well where to bestow themselves, to live apart in, for more conveniency, good education, better company's sake, to follow their studies, I say, to the perfection of arts and sciences, common good, and as some truly devoted monks of old had done, freely and truly to serve God. For these men are neither solitary, nor idle, as the poet made answer to the husbandman in Aesop that objected idleness to him. He was never so idle as in his company, or that Scipio Africanus in Tully, nunquam minus solus, quam cum solus, nunquam minus odiosus, quam esset odiosus, never less solitary than when he was alone, never more busy than when he seemed to be most idle. It is reported by Plato in his Dialogue de Amore, in that prodigious commendation of Socrates, how a deep meditation coming into Socrates' mind by chance, he stood still musing, eadem vestigio cogitabundus from morning to noon. And when as then he had not yet finished his meditation, perstabat cogitans, he so continued till the evening, the soldiers, for he then followed the camp, observed him with admiration, and on set purpose watched all night. But he persevered immovable ad exortum solis, till the sun rose in the morning, and then saluting the sun, went his ways. In what humor constant Socrates did thus, I know not, or how he might be affected, but this would be pernicious to another man. What intricate business might so really possess him, I cannot easily guess. But this is odiosum odium, it is far otherwise with these men, according to Seneca, omnia nobis mala solitudo persuadit. This solitude undoth us, pugnat cum vita socially. 'Tis a destructive solitariness. These men are devils alone, as the saying is, homo solus aut deus aut demon. A man alone is either a saint or a devil, mens ejus aut lanxit, aut tumisit, and vis soli in this sense, woe be to him that is so alone. These wretches do frequently degenerate from men, and of sociable creatures become beasts, monsters, inhumane, ugly to behold misanthropy. They do even loathe themselves and hate the company of men, as so many Timons, Nebuchadnezzars, by too much indulging to these pleasing humors, and through their own default. So that which Mercurialis consul 11 sometimes expostulated with his melancholy patient may be justly applied to every solitary and idle person in particular. Natura de te viter concurri possi, and see nature may justly complain of thee, that whereas she gave thee a good wholesome temperature, a sound body, and God hath given thee so divine and excellent a soul, so many good parts and profitable gifts, thou hast not only contemned and rejected, but hast corrupted them, polluted them, overthrown their temperature, and perverted those gifts with riot, idleness, solitariness, and many other ways. Thou art a traitor to God and nature, an enemy to thyself and to the world. Perditio tua xt, thou hast lost thyself wilfully, cast away thyself, thou thyself art the efficient cause of thine own misery, by not resisting such vain cogitations, but giving way unto them. Subsect Romans 7, sleeping and waking causes. What I have formerly said of exercise, I may now repeat of sleep. Nothing better than moderate sleep, nothing worse than it, if it be in extremes or unseasonably used. It is a received opinion that a melancholy man cannot sleep overmuch. Somnus supra modum protest, as an only antidote, and nothing offends them more, or causeth this malady sooner, than waking, yet in some cases sleep may do more harm than good, in that phlegmatic, swinish, cold, and sluggish melancholy which Melancthon speaks of, that thinks of waters, sighing most part, and sea. It dulls the spirits, if overmuch, and senses, fills the head full of gross humors. Causeth distillations, rheums, great store of excrements in the brain, and all the other parts, as Fuchsius speaks of them, that sleep like so many dormice. Or if it be used in the daytime, upon a full stomach, the body ill-composed to rest, or after hard meats, it increaseth fearful dreams, incubus, night walking, crying out, and much unquietness. Such sleep prepares the body, as one observes, to many perilous diseases. But as I have said, waking overmuch is both a symptom and an ordinary cause. It causeth dryness of the brain, frenzy, dotage, and makes the body dry, lean, hard, and ugly to behold, as Lemnius hath it. The temperature of the brain is corrupted by it, the humours adust, the eyes made to sink into the head, choler increased, and the whole body inflamed. And, as may be added out of Galen 3. Desanitate tuendo, Avicenna 3:1, it overthrows the natural heat, it causeth crudities, hurts, concoction, and what not without good cause therefore Crado Consul. 21. Lib 2, Hildesheim, Spissel, 2 de Delir. Et mania, Jacanus, Arculanus on Rhases, Guianerius, and Mercurialis reckon up this overmuch waking as a principal cause. Mem. Roman 3. Subsect I. Passions and perturbations of the mind, how they cause melancholy. As that gymnosophist in Plutarch made answer to Alexander, demanding which spake best, every one of his fellows did speak better than the other. So may I say of these causes, to him that shall require which is the greatest, every one is more grievous than other, and this of passion the greatest of all. A most frequent and ordinary cause of melancholy, fulmen perturbationum, Piccolominius calls it, this thunder and lightning of perturbation, which causeth such violent and speedy alterations in this our microcosm, and many times subverts the good estate and temperature of it. For as the body works upon the mind by his bad humours, troubling the spirits, sending gross fumes into the brain, and so per consequens disturbing the soul and all the faculties of it. Corpus honestum, Hesternes vitiis animum quoque pregravat una. With fear, sorrow, and see, which are ordinary symptoms of this disease. So on the other side, the mind most effectually works upon the body, producing by his passions and perturbations miraculous alterations, as melancholy, despair, cruel diseases, and sometimes death itself. Insomuch that it is most true which Plato saith in his Charmides, omnia corporis mala ab anima procedir. All the mischiefs of the body proceed from the soul. And Democritus in Plutarch urgeth, damnatam iri animam a corpor. If the body should in this behalf bring an action against the soul, surely the soul would be cast and convicted, that by her supine negligence had caused such inconveniences, having authority over the body, and using it for an instrument, as a smith doth his hammer, saith Cyprian, imputing all those vices and maladies to the mind. Even so doth Philostratus, non quinquinator corpus, nisi consensu animi, the body is not corrupted, but by the soul. Lodovicus Vives will have such turbulent commotions proceed from ignorance and indiscretion. All philosophers impute the miseries of the body to the soul, that should have governed it better, by command of reason, and hath not done it. The Stoics are altogether of opinion, as Lipsius and Piccolominius record, that a wise man should be letter 1f00 pi alpha theta letter 1f75 sigma, without all manner of passions and perturbations whatsoever, as Seneca reports of Cato, the Greeks of Socrates, and Io Aubenus of a nation in Africa, so free from passion, or rather so stupid, that if they be wounded with a sword, they will only look back. Lactantius 2 instit. Will exclude fear from a wise man, others accept all, some the greatest passions. But let them dispute how they will, set down in Thesi, give precepts to the contrary. We find that of Lemnius true by common experience. No mortal man is free from these perturbations, or if he be so, sure he is either a god or a block. They are born and bred with us, we have them from our parents by inheritance. A parentibus habemus malum hunc assem, saith Pelesius, nascitur una nobiscum alaturc. Tease propagated from Adam. Cain was melancholy, as Austin hath it, and who is not? Good discipline, education, philosophy, divinity, I cannot deny, may mitigate and restrain these passions in some few men at some times, but most part they domineer and are so violent, that as a torrent, torrens veletiger rupto bears down all before and overflows his banks, sternit agros, sternit sada, lays waste the fields, prostrates the crops. They overwhelm reason, judgment, and pervert the temperature of the body. Furter equis origa, nec audit curus habenes. Now such a man, saith Austin, that is so led in a wise man's eye, is no better than he that stands upon his head. It is doubted by some, graviresni morbi a perturbationibus, and ob humoribus, whether humours or perturbations cause the more grievous maladies. But we find that of our Saviour, Matt Roman 26. 41 most true, the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak, we cannot resist, and this of Philo-Judaeus, perturbations often offend the body and are most frequent causes of melancholy, turning it out of the hinges of his health. Vives compares them to winds upon the sea, some only move as those great gales, but others turbulent quite overturn the ship. Those which are light, easy, and more seldom to our thinking do us little harm, and are therefore contemned of us. Yet if they be reiterated, as the rain saith Austin doth a stone, so do these perturbations penetrate the mind, and as one observes, produce a habit of melancholy at the last, which having gotten the mastery in our souls may well be called diseases. How these passions produce this effect, Agrippa hath handled at large occult. Philos, L11, C63. Cardan, L14. Subtil. Lemnius, L1, C12 de occult. Nat. Mir, et lib 1 cap. 16. Suarez met. Disput 18. Sect. 1 art. 25. T. Bright, cap. 12, of his melancholy treatise. Write the Jesuit, in his book of the passions of the mind, and see thus in brief, to our imagination cometh by the outward sense or memory some object to be known, residing in the foremost part of the brain, which he misconceiving or amplifying presently communicates to the heart, the seat of all affections. The pure spirits forthwith flock from the brain to the heart by certain secret channels, and signify what good or bad object was presented, which immediately bends itself to prosecute or avoid it, and withal draweth with it other humours to help it. So in pleasure concur great store of purer spirits, in sadness much melancholy blood, in ire choler. If the imagination be very apprehensive, intent, and violent, it sends great store of spirits to, or from the heart, and makes a deeper impression and greater tumult, as the humours in the body be likewise prepared, and the temperature itself ill or well disposed. The passions are longer and stronger. So that the first step and fountain of all our grievances in this kind is lesa imaginatio, which misinforming the heart, causeth all these distemperatures, alteration and confusion of spirits and humours, by means of which, so disturbed, concoction is hindered, and the principal parts are much debilitated, as Dr. Navarro well declared, being consulted by Montanus about a melancholy Jew. The spirits so confounded, the nourishment must needs be abated, bad humours increased, crudities and thick spirits engendered with melancholy blood. The other parts cannot perform their functions, having the spirits drawn from them by vehement passion, but fail in sense and motion. So we look upon a thing and see it not, hear and observe not, which otherwise would much affect us, had we been free. I may therefore conclude with Arnoldus, maxima vis est fantasiae, et huic uni fear, non autem corporis intemperiae, omnes melancholiae causa est ascribenda. Great is the force of imagination, and much more ought the cause of melancholy to be ascribed to this alone than to the distemperature of the body. Of which imagination, because it hath so great a stroke in producing this malady, and is so powerful of itself, it will not be improper to my discourse to make a brief digression, and speak of the force of it and how it causeth this alteration. Which manner of digression, howsoever some dislike, as frivolous and impertinent, yet I am of Beroldus's opinion, such digressions do mightily delight and refresh a weary reader. They are like sauce to a bad stomach, and I do therefore most willingly use them. Subsect Roman 2, of the force of imagination. What imagination is, I have sufficiently declared in my digression of the anatomy of the soul. I will only now point at the wonderful effects and power of it, which, as it is eminent in all, so most especially it rageth in melancholy persons, in keeping the species of objects so long, mistaking, amplifying them by continual and strong meditation, until at length it produceth in some parties real effects, causeth this, and many other maladies. And although this fantasy of ours be a subordinate faculty to reason, and should be ruled by it, yet in many men, through inward or outward distemperatures, defect of organs, which are unapt or otherwise contaminated, it is likewise unapt or hindered and hurt. This we see verified in sleepers, which by reason of humours and concourse of vapours troubling the fantasy, imagine many times absurd and prodigious things, and in such as are troubled with incubus or witch-ridden, as we call it, if they lie on their backs, they suppose an old woman rides and sits so hard upon them that they are almost stifled for want of breath, when there is nothing offends but a concourse of bad humours, which trouble the fantasy. This is likewise evident in such as walk in the night in their sleep, and do strange feats. These vapors move the fantasy the appetite, which moving the animal spirits causeth the body to walk up and down as if they were awake. Fracast. L3. De intellect refers all ecstasies to this force of imagination, such as lie whole days together in a trance. As that priest whom Celsus speaks of, that could separate himself from his senses when he list, and lie like a dead man, void of life and sense. Cardan brags of himself that he could do as much, and that when he list. Many times such men, when they come to themselves, tell strange things of heaven and hell, what visions they have seen. As that Saint Owen in Matthew Paris that went into Saint Patrick's purgatory, and the monk of Evesham in the same author. Those common apparitions in Bede and Gregory, Saint Bridget's Revelations, Weir. L3. De Lamiis, c. 11. Caesar Vaninus in his Dialogues and c. reduceth, as I have formerly said, with all those tales of witches' progresses, dancing, writing, transformations, operations, and see to the force of imagination, and the devil's illusions. The like effects almost are to be seen in such as are awake. How many chimeras, antics, golden mountains, and castles in the air do they build unto themselves? I appeal to painters, mechanicians, mathematicians. Some ascribe all vices to a false and corrupt imagination, anger, revenge, lust, ambition, covetousness, which prefers falsehood before that which is right and good, deluding the soul with false shows and suppositions. Bernardus Pennatus will have heresy and superstition to proceed from this fountain. As he falsely imagineth, so he believeth, and as he conceiveth of it, so it must be, and it shall be, contra gentes, he will have it so. But most especially in passions and affections, it shows strange and evident effects. What will not a fearful man conceive in the dark? What strange forms of bugbears, devils, witches, goblins? Lavater imputes the greatest cause of spectrums, and the like apparitions, to fear, which above all other passions begets the strongest imagination, saith Wierus. And so likewise love, sorrow, joy, and see some die suddenly, as she that saw her son come from the battle at Cana, and see. Jacob the patriarch, by force of imagination, made speckled lambs, laying speckled rods before his sheep. Persina, that Ethiopian queen in Heliodorus, by seeing the picture of Perseus and Andromeda instead of a blackamoor, was brought to bed of a fair white child. In imitation of whom belike, a hard-favored fellow in Greece, because he and his wife were both deformed, to get a good brood of children, Elegantissimas imagines in Thalamo collicavit, and see hung the fairest pictures he could buy for money in his chamber, that his wife, by frequent sight of them, might conceive and bear such children. And if we may believe Bayle, one of Pope Nicholas III's concubines by seeing of a bear was brought to bed of a monster. If a woman, saith Lemnius, at the time of her conception think of another man present or absent, the child will be like him. Great-bellied women, when they long, yield us prodigious examples in this kind, as moles, warts, scars, hare-lips monsters, especially caused in their children by force of a depraved fantasy in them. Ipsum specim quam animo effiget, fidui inducit she imprints that stamp upon her child which she conceives unto herself. And therefore Lodovicus Vives, lib 2 de Christ, feme. Gives a special caution to great-bellied women, that they do not admit such absurd conceits and cogitations, but by all means avoid those horrible objects, heard or seen, or filthy spectacles. Some will laugh, weep, sigh, groan, blush, tremble, sweat, at such things as are suggested unto them by their imagination. Avicenna speaks of one that could cast himself into a palsy when he list, and some can imitate the tunes of birds and beasts that they can hardly be discerned. Daedvertus, and St. Francis' scars and wounds, like those of Christ's, if at the least any such were, Agrippa supposeth to have happened by force of imagination. That some are turned to wolves, from men to women, and women again to men, which is constantly believed to the same imagination, or from men to asses, dogs, or any other shapes. Wierus ascribes all those famous transformations to imagination, that in hydrophobia they seem to see the picture of a dog, still in their water, that melancholy men and sick men conceive so many fantastical visions, apparitions to themselves, and have such absurd apparitions, as that they are kings, lords, cocks, bears, apes, owls. That they are heavy, light, transparent, great and little, senseless and dead, as shall be showed more at large in our sections of symptoms, can be imputed to naught else, but to a corrupt, false, and violent imagination. It works not in sick and melancholy men only, but even most forcibly sometimes in such as are sound. It makes them suddenly sick and alters their temperature in an instant. And sometimes a strong conceit or apprehension, as Valsius proves, will take away diseases. In both kinds it will produce real effects. Men, if they see but another man tremble, giddy or sick of some fearful disease, their apprehension and fear is so strong in this kind that they will have the same disease. Or if by some soothsayer, weissman, fortune-teller, or physician they be told they shall have such a disease, they will so seriously apprehend it that they will instantly labor of it. A thing familiar in China, saith Rixius the Jesuit, if it be told them they shall be sick on such a day, when that day comes they will surely be sick, and will be so terribly afflicted that sometimes they die upon it. Dr. Cotta in his Discovery of Ignorant Practitioners of Physic, cap. 8, hath two strange stories to this purpose, what fancy is able to do. The one of a parson's wife in Northamptonshire, in 1607, that coming to a physician, and told by him that she was troubled with the sciatica, as he conjectured, a disease she was free from, the same night after her return, upon his words, fell into a grievous fit of a sciatica. And such another example he hath of another good wife, that was so troubled with the cramp, after the same manner she came by it, because her physician did but name it. Sometimes death itself is caused by force of fantasy. I have heard of one that coming by chance in company of him that was thought to be sick of the plague, which was not so, fell down suddenly dead. Another was sick of the plague with conceit. One seeing his fellow let blood falls down in a swoon. Another, saith Cardan out of Aristotle, fell down dead, which is familiar to women at any ghastly sight, seeing but a man hanged. A Jew in France, saith Ludovicus Vives, came by chance over a dangerous passage or plank that lay over a brook in the dark without harm, the next day perceiving what danger he was in, fell down dead. Many will not believe such stories to be true, but laugh commonly, and deride when they hear of them. But let these men consider with themselves, as Peter Byarus illustrates it, if they were set to walk upon a plank on high, they would be giddy, upon which they dare securely walk upon the ground. Many, saith Agrippa, strong-hearted men otherwise, tremble at such sights, dazzle and are sick, if they look but down from a high place, and what moves them but conceit? As some are so molested by fantasy, so some again, by fancy alone and a good conceit, are as easily recovered. We see commonly the toothache, gout, falling sickness, biting of a mad dog, and many such maladies cured by spells, words, characters, and charms, and many green wounds by that now so much used unguentum armarium, magnetically cured, which Crollius and Gaclenius in a book of late hath defended, Libavius in a just tract as stiffly contradicts, and most men controvert. All the world knows there is no virtue in such charms or cures, but a strong conceit and opinion alone, as Pomponadius holds, which forceth a motion of the humours, spirits, and blood, which takes away the cause of the malady from the parts affected. The like we may say of our magical effects, superstitious cures, and such as are done by mountebanks and wizards. As by wicked incredulity many men are hurt, so saith Wierus of charms, spells, and see, we find in our experience, by the same means many are relieved. An empiric oftentimes, and a silly chirurgeon, doth more strange cures than a rational physician. Nymenis gives a reason, because the patient puts his confidence in him, which Avicenna prefers before art, precepts, and all remedies whatsoever. 'Tis opinion alone, saith Cardan, that makes or mars physicians, and he doth the best cures according to Hippocrates in whom most trust. So diversely doth this fantasy of ours affect, turn, and wind, so imperiously command our bodies, which as another Proteus or a chameleon can take all shapes, and is of such force, as Ficinus adds, that it can work upon others as well as ourselves. How can otherwise blear eyes in one man cause the like affection in another? Why doth one man's yawning make another yawn? One man's pissing provoke a second many times to do the like. Why doth scraping of trenchers offend a third, or hacking of files? Why doth a carcass bleed when the murderer is brought before it, some weeks after the murder hath been done? Why do witches and old women fascinate and bewitch children? But as Wierus, Paracelsus, Cardan, Mizaldus, Valeriola, Caesar Vaninus, Campanella, and many philosophers think, the forcible imagination of the one party moves and alters the spirits of the other. Nay more, they can cause and cure not only diseases, maladies, and several infirmities, by this means as Avicenna de Anum. L4. Sect. 4 supposeth in parties remote, but move bodies from their places, cause thunder, lightning, tempests, which opinion Alcandus, Paracelsus, and some others approve of. So that I may certainly conclude this strong conceit or imagination is a strum Jimenez, and the rudder of this our ship, which reason should steer, but overborne by fantasy, cannot manage and so suffers itself, and this whole vessel of ours to be overruled and often overturned. Read more of this in Wierus, L3. De Lamiis, C8, 9, 10. Franciscus Valesius med. Contra of L5, Kant 6, Marcellus Donatus L2, C1, De Hist. med. Mirabile Levinus Lemnius Dracult, Nat. Mir L1, C12, Cardan L18, De Rerum var. Corn Agrippa Dracult, Plelos Cap. 64-65, Camarius 1 cent, Cap. 54 Horarum Subsis, Nymenus Moret, Duemag. Laurentius, and him that is in Star Omnium, Venus, a famous physician of Antwerp, that wrote 3 books De Viribus Imaginationis. I have thus far digressed, because this imagination is the medium deferens of passions, by whose means they work and produce many times prodigious effects. And as the fantasy is more or less intended or remitted, and their humors disposed, so do perturbations move, more or less, and take deeper impression. Subsect Roman 3. Division of perturbations. Perturbations and passions, which trouble the fantasy, though they dwell between the confines of sense and reason, yet they rather follow sense than reason, because they are drowned in corporeal organs of sense. They are commonly reduced into 2 inclinations, irascible and concupiscible. The Thomists subdivide them into 11, 6 in the coveting and 5 in the invading. Aristotle reduceth all to pleasure and pain, Plato to love and hatred, Vives to good and bad. If good, it is present, and then we absolutely joy and love, or to come, and then we desire and hope for it. If evil, we absolute hate it. If present, it is by sorrow, if to come, fear. These 4 passions Bernard compares to the wheels of a chariot by which we are carried in this world. All other passions are subordinate unto these 4 or 6, as some will. Love, joy, desire, hatred, sorrow, fear. The rest, as anger, envy, emulation, pride, jealousy, anxiety, mercy, shame, discontent, despair, ambition, avarice, and are reducible unto the first. And if they be immoderate, they consume the spirits, and melancholy is especially caused by them. Some few discreet men there are, that can govern themselves, and curb in these inordinate affections, by religion, philosophy, and such divine precepts of meekness, patience, and the like. But most part for want of government. Out of indiscretion, ignorance, they suffer themselves wholly to be led by sense, and are so far from repressing rebellious inclinations, that they give all encouragement unto them, leaving the reins, and using all provocations to further them. Bad by nature, worse by art, discipline, custom, education, and a perverse will of their own, they follow on, wheresoever their unbridled affections will transport them, and do more out of custom, self-will, than out of reason. Contumex voluntas, as Melanchthon calls it, malum facit. This stubborn will of ours perverts judgment, which sees and knows what should and ought to be done, and yet will not do it. Mancipia guli, slaves to their several lusts and appetite, they precipitate and plunge themselves into a labyrinth of cares, blinded with lust, blinded with ambition. They seek that at God's hands which they may give unto themselves, if they could but refrain from those cares and perturbations, wherewith they continually macerate their minds. But giving way to these violent passions of fear, grief, shame, revenge, hatred, malice, and they are torn in pieces, as Actaeon was with his dogs, and crucify their own souls. Subsect Roman 4. Sorrow a cause of melancholy. Sorrow insanus dolor. In this catalogue of passions, which so much torment the soul of man and cause this malady, for I will briefly speak of them all and in their order, the first place in this irascible appetite may justly be challenged by sorrow. An inseparable companion, the mother and daughter of melancholy, her epitome, symptom, and chief cause. As Hippocrates hath it, they beget one another and tread in a ring, for sorrow is both cause and symptom of this disease. How it is a symptom shall be shown in its place. That it is a cause all the world acknowledge it, dolor non nullis insanii causa fuit, et alirum morborum insanabilium, saith Plutarch to Apollonius. A cause of madness, a cause of many other diseases, a sole cause of this mischief, Lemnius calls it. So doth Rhases Kant, L1, Tract 9, Guianerius Tract 15. C5, and if it take root once, it ends in despair, as Felix Plater observes, and as in Sebes' table may well be coupled with it. Chrysostom, in his 17th epistle to Olympia, describes it to be a cruel torture of the soul, a most inexplicable grief, poisoned worm, consuming body and soul and gnawing the very heart, a perpetual executioner, continual night, profound darkness, a whirlwind, a tempest, an ague not appearing, heating worse than any fire, and a battle that hath no end. It crucifies worse than any tyrant. No torture, no strappado, no bodily punishment is like unto it. 'Tis the eagle without question which the poets feign to gnaw Prometheus' heart, and no heaviness is like unto the heaviness of the heart. Eccles. Roman 25. 15, 16. Every perturbation is a misery, but grief a cruel torment, a domineering passion. As in old Rome, when the dictator was created, all inferior magistracies ceased. When grief appears, all other passions vanish. It dries up the bones, saith Solomon, cap. 17. Prov. Makes them hollow-eyed, pale, and lean, furrow-faced, to have dead looks, wrinkled brows, shriveled cheeks, dry bodies, and quite perverts their temperature that are misaffected with it. As Eleonora, that exiled mournful duchess, in our English Ovid, laments to her noble husband Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, saw'st thou those eyes in whose sweet cheerful look Duke Humphrey once such joy and pleasure took? Sorrow hath so despoiled me of all grace, thou couldst not say this was my Elner's face. Like a foul gorgon, and see. It hinders concoction, refrigerates the heart, takes away stomach, color, and sleep, thickens the blood. Fernelius L1 c. 18. Demorb, causes, contaminates the spirits. Piezo. Overthrows the natural heat, perverts the good estate of body and mind, and makes them weary of their lives, cry out, howl, and roar for very anguish of their souls. David confessed as much, Psalm Roman 38. 8. I have roared for the very disquietness of my heart. And Psalm c6. 4 Part 4 v. My soul melteth away for very heaviness, v. 38. I am like a bottle in the smoke. Antiochus complained that he could not sleep, and that his heart fainted for grief. Christ himself, ver dolorem, out of an apprehension of grief, did sweat blood. Mark Roman 14. His soul was heavy to the death, and no sorrow was like unto his. Crotto, Consul 24. L2 gives instance in one that was so melancholy by reason of grief, and Montanus, Consul 30, in a noble matron that had no other cause of this mischief. ISD in Hildesheim fully cured a patient of his that was much troubled with melancholy, and for many years, but afterwards by a little occasion of sorrow, he fell into his former fits and was tormented as before. Examples are common how it causeth melancholy, desperation, and sometimes death itself. For Eccles, Roman 38. 15, of heaviness comes death, worldly sorrow causeth death. 2 Cor Roman 7. 10 Psalm Roman 31. 10 My life is wasted with heaviness and my years with mourning. Why was Hecuba said to be turned to a dog, Niobe into a stone? But that for grief she was senseless and stupid. Severus the emperor died for grief, and how many myriads besides? Tanta illi est feritas, tanta est insania luctus. Melancthon gives a reason of it, the gathering of much melancholy blood about the heart, which collection extinguisheth the good spirits, or at least dulleth them. Sorrow strikes the heart, makes it tremble and pine away, with great pain. And the black blood drawn from the spleen, and diffused under the ribs, on the left side, makes those perilous hypochondriacal convulsions, which happen to them that are troubled with sorrow. Subsect v. Fear a cause. Cousin german to sorrow is fear, or rather a sister, Fides Acades, and continual companion, an assistant and a principal agent in procuring of this mischief. A cause and symptom as the other. In a word, as Virgil of the Harpies, I may justly say of them both, Tristius haudiles monstrum, nec sevior ulla pestis et ira diem stygiais sees extulit undis. A sadder monster, or more cruel plague so fell, or vengeance of the gods, ne'er came from Styx or hell. This foul fiend of fear was worshipped heretofore as a god by the Lacedaemonians, and most of those other torturing affections, and so was sorrow amongst the rest. Under the name of Angeronidee, they stood in such awe of them as Austin de Civitate. De, lib 4 cap. 8 Noteth out of Varro, fear was commonly adored and painted in their temples with a lion's head, and as Macrobius records, L10. Saturnalium. In the calends of January, Angerona had her holy day, to whom in the temple of Volupia, or goddess of pleasure, their augurs and bishops did yearly sacrifice. That, being propitious to them, she might expel all cares, anguish, and vexation of the mind for that year following. Many lamentable effects this fear causeth in men, as to be red, pale, tremble, sweat. It makes sudden cold and heat to come over all the body, palpitation of the heart, syncope, and see it amazeth many men that are to speak, or show themselves in public assemblies, or before some great personages, as Tully confessed of himself, that he trembled still at the beginning of his speech. And Demosthenes, that great orator of Greece, before Philippus. It confounds voice and memory, as Lucian wittily brings in Jupiter Tragodas, so much afraid of his auditory, when he was to make a speech to the rest of the gods, that he could not utter a ready word, but was compelled to use Mercury's help in prompting. Many men are so amazed and astonished with fear, they know not where they are, what they say, what they do, and that which is worst, it tortures them many days before with continual affrights and suspicion. It hinders most honorable attempts, and makes their hearts ache, sad, and heavy. They that live in fear are never free, resolute, secure, never merry, but in continual pain. That, as Vives truly said, nulla est miseria major quam metis, no greater misery, no rack, nor torture like unto it. Ever suspicious, anxious, solicitous, they are childishly drooping without reason, without judgment, especially if some terrible object be offered, as Plutarch hath it. It causeth oftentimes sudden madness, and almost all manner of diseases, as I have sufficiently illustrated in my digression of the force of imagination, and shall do more at large in my section of terrors. Fear makes our imagination conceive what it list, invites the devil to come to us, as Agrippa and Cardan avouch, and tyrannizeth over our fantasy more than all other affections, especially in the dark. We see this verified in most men, as Lavater saith, qui metuant fingunt, what they fear they conceive and feign unto themselves. They think they see goblins, hags, devils, and many times become melancholy thereby. Cardan subtil. Lib 18 hath an example of such an one, so caused to be melancholy, by sight of a bugbear, all his life after. Augustus Caesar durst not sit in the dark, nisi aliquo assident, saith Suetonius, nunquam tenebris exigilavit. And 'tis strange what women and children will conceive unto themselves, if they go over a churchyard in the night, lie, or be alone in a dark room, how they sweat and tremble on a sudden. Many men are troubled with future events, foreknowledge of their fortunes, destinies, as Severus the emperor, Adrian and Domitian, quod siert ultimum vidi diem, saith Suetonius, valda solicitus, much tortured in mind because he foreknew his end. With many such, of which I shall speak more opportunely in another place. Anxiety, mercy, pity, indignation, and and such fearful branches derived from these two stems of fear and sorrow, I voluntarily omit. Read more of them in Carolus Pascalius, Dandinus, and c. Subsect Roman 6. Shame and disgrace causes. Shame and disgrace cause most violent passions and bitter pangs. Ob pudorem et dedicus publicum, ob errorum commissum sic moventer generosi animi, Felix Plater, lib 3 de alienat mentis. Generous minds are often moved with shame, to despair for some public disgrace, and he, saith Philo, lib 2 de Provid. Day that subjects himself to fear, grief, ambition, shame, is not happy, but altogether miserable, tortured with continual labor, care, and misery. It is as forcible a batterer as any of the rest. Many men neglect the tumults of the world, and care not for glory, and yet they are afraid of infamy, repulse, disgrace, tull. Offic. L1, they can severely contemn pleasure, bear grief indifferently, but they are quite battered and broken, with reproach and obloquy. Siquidem vita et fama peri passu ambulant, and are so dejected many times for some public injury, disgrace, as a box on the ear by their inferior, to be overcome of their adversary, foiled in the field, to be out in a speech, some foul fact committed or disclosed, and see that they dare not come abroad all their lives after, but melancholize in corners and keep in holes. The most generous spirits are most subject to it, spiritus altos frangit et generosos. Hieronymus. Aristotle, because he could not understand the motion of Euripus, for grief and shame drowned himself. Caelius Rhodigimus Antiquar. Lec. lib 29. Cap. 8. Homerus pudor consumptus was swallowed up with this passion of shame because he could not unfold the fisherman's riddle. Sophocles killed himself, for that a tragedy of his was hissed off the stage. Valor. Max. lib 9. Cap. 12. Lucretia stabbed herself, and so did Cleopatra, when she saw that she was reserved for a triumph, to avoid the infamy. Antonius the Roman, after he was overcome of his enemy, for 3 days' space sat solitary in the forepart of the ship, abstaining from all company, even of Cleopatra herself, and afterwards for very shame butchered himself. Plutarch, Vita Agius. Apollonius Rhodius willfully banished himself, forsaking his country and all his dear friends, because he was out in reciting his poems. Plinius, Lib 7 cap. 23. Ajax ran mad because his arms were adjudged to Ulysses. In China 'tis an ordinary thing for such as are excluded in those famous trials of theirs, or should take degrees, for shame and grief to lose their wits. Mat Rixius expedit. Ad Cenas L3. C9. Hostratus the friar took that book which Reuchlin had writ against him, under the name of Epist. Obscurorum virorum so to heart, that for shame and grief he made away with himself, Jovius in elogiis. A grave and learned minister and an ordinary preacher at Alkmaar in Holland was one day as he walked in the fields for his recreation, suddenly taken with a lax or looseness, and thereupon compelled to retire to the next ditch. But being surprised at unawares by some gentlewomen of his parish wandering that way, was so abashed that he did never after show his head in public or come into the pulpit, but pined away with melancholy. Pet, Forestus Med, observe at. Lib 10, observe at. 12. So shame amongst other passions can play his prize. I know there be many base, impudent, brazen-faced rogues that will nulla palliser culpa, be moved with nothing, take no infamy or disgrace to heart, laugh at all. Let them be proved perjured, stigmatized, convict rogues, thieves, traitors, lose their ears, be whipped, branded, carted, pointed at, hissed, reviled, and derided with Ballio the bawd and Plautus. They rejoice at it, cantors, probos, babe and bombax, what care they? We have too many such in our times, exclamat melicerta paris, frontum de rebus. Yet a modest man, one that hath grace, a generous spirit, tender of his reputation, will be deeply wounded, and so grievously affected with it, that he had rather give myriads of crowns, lose his life, than suffer the least defamation of honor or blot in his good name. And if so be that he cannot avoid it as a nightingale, quae cantando victa moritur, saith Mizaldus. Dies for shame if another bird sing better, he languisheth and pineth away in the anguish of his spirit. Subsect Roman 7. Envy, malice, hatred, causes. Envy and malice are two links of this chain, and both, as Guianerius tract. 15. Cap. 2 proves out of Galen 3 aphorism com. 22 cause this malady by themselves, especially if their bodies be otherwise disposed to melancholy. T's Valescus de Taranta and Felix Platerus observation, envy so gnaws many men's hearts that they become altogether melancholy. And therefore belike Solomon, Prov. Roman 14. 13 calls it, the rotting of the bones, Cyprian, vulnus occultum, siculi non inventor tyranny magis tormentum. The Sicilian tyrants never invented the like torment. It crucifies their souls, withers their bodies, makes them hollow-eyed, pale, lean, and ghastly to behold. Cyprian, Sur tu de zelo et livor. As a moth gnaws a garment, so, saith Chrysostom, doth envy consume a man, to be a living anatomy, a skeleton to be a lean and pale carcass, quickened with a fiend, hall in character. For so often as an envious wretch sees another man prosper, to be enriched to thrive, and be fortunate in the world, to get honors, offices, or the like, he repines and grieves. Intabsic videndo successus hominum, supplicium xuum est. He tortures himself if his equal, friend, neighbor be preferred, commended, do well. If he understand of it, it galls him afresh, and no greater pain can come to him than to hear of another man's well-doing. 'Tis a dagger at his heart every such object. He looks at him as they that fell down in Lucian's rock of honor, with an envious eye, and will damage himself, to do another a mischief. Ac cadet subito, dum super host cadet. As he did in Aesop, lose one eye willingly, that his fellow might lose both, or that rich man in Quintilian that poisoned the flowers in his garden, because his neighbor's bees should get no more honey from them. His whole life is sorrow, and every word he speaks a satire. Nothing fats him but other men's ruins. For to speak in a word, envy is not else but tristitia de bonis alienis, sorrow for other men's good, be it present, past, or to come. Et gaudium de adversis, and joy at their harms, opposite to mercy, which grieves at other men's mischances, and misaffects the body in another kind. So Damascene defines it lib 2 de orthod. Fid. Thomas 2 quist. 36. Art. 1 Aristotle L2. Ret. C4. Et 10 Plotophalbo. Tully 3 Tusk. Greg. Nick. L. de Vert. Anatomy C12, Basil do Invidia. Pindarus odd 1. Sir 5, and we find it true. 'Tis a common disease and almost natural to us, as Tacitus holds, to envy another man's prosperity. And 'tis in most men an incurable disease. I have read, saith Marcus Aurelius, Greek, Hebrew, Chaldee authors. I have consulted with many wise men for a remedy for envy. I could find none but to renounce all happiness and to be a wretch and miserable forever. 'Tis the beginning of hell in this life, and a passion not to be excused. Every other sin hath some pleasure annexed to it, or will admit of an excuse. Envy alone wants both. Other sins last but for a while. The gut may be satisfied, anger remits, hatred hath an end, envy never ceaseth. Cardan, lib 2 de sap. Divine and humane examples are very familiar. You may run and read them, as that of Saul and David, Cain and Abel, angebat allum non proprium peccatum, said Fratris Prosperitas, saith Theodoret. It was his brother's good fortune galled him. Rachel envied her sister, being barren, gen XXX. Joseph's brethren him, gen Roman 37. David had a touch of this vice, as he confesseth, Sal. 37. Jeremy and Habakkuk, they repined at others' good, but in the end they corrected themselves, Sal. 75. Fret not thyself, and see Domitian spited Agricola for his worth, that a private man should be so much glorified. Cesena was envied of his fellow citizens because he was more richly adorned. But of all others, women are most weak ob pulchritudinem invidi sunt fomini, Mucius, aut amat, aut odit nihil est tertium granatensis. They love or hate, no medium amongst them. Implacabiles plerumque lisi mulieres, Agrippina-like, a woman, if she see her neighbor more neat or elegant, richer in tires, jewels, or apparel, is enraged, and like a lioness sets upon her husband, rails at her, scoffs at her, and cannot abide her. So the Roman ladies in Tacitus did at Solenina, Cesena's wife, because she had a better horse and better furniture, as if she had hurt them with it. They were much offended. In like sort our gentlewomen do at their usual meetings, one repines or scoffs at another's bravery and happiness. Miacine, an Attic wench, was murdered of her fellows, because she did excel the rest in beauty. Constantine, Agricult. L11, c. 7. Every village will yield such examples. Subsect Roman 8. Emulation, hatred, faction, desire of revenge, causes. Out of this root of envy spring those feral branches of faction, hatred, livor, emulation, which cause the like grievances, and our seri animi, the saws of the soul, consternationis pleni affectus, affections full of desperate amazement. Or as Cyprian describes emulation, it is a moth of the soul, a consumption to make another man's happiness his misery, to torture, crucify, and execute himself, to eat his own heart. Meat and drink can do such men no good. They do always grieve, sigh, and groan, day and night without intermission. Their breast is torn asunder. And a little after whomsoever he is whom thou dost emulate and envy, he may avoid thee, but thou canst neither avoid him nor thyself. Wheresoever thou art he is with thee, thine enemy is ever in thy breast, thy destruction is within thee, thou art a captive, bound hand and foot, as long as thou art malicious and envious, and canst not be comforted. It was the devil's overthrow, and whensoever thou art thoroughly affected with this passion, it will be thine. Yet no perturbation so frequent, no passion so common. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, kappa epsilon rho alpha mu, epsilon letter 1 F7a, sigma kappa epsilon rho alpha mu, epsilon letter 1 FD6, kappa omicron tau letter 1 F73, epsilon iota kappa alpha letter 1 F76, tau epsilon kappa tau omicron nu iota, tau letter 1 F73, kappa tau omega nu. Kappa alpha letter 1 F76, pi tau omega chi letter 1 F78, sigma pi tau omega chi letter 1 FF7, phi theta omicron nu letter 1 F73, epsilon iota kappa alpha letter 1 F76, letter 1 F00, omicron letter 1 F77, delta omicron, sigma letter 1 F00, omicron iota delta letter 1 FF6. A potter emulates a potter, one smith envies another. A beggar emulates a beggar, a singing man his brother. Every society, corporation, and private family is full of it. It takes hold almost of all sorts of men, from the prince to the plowman. Even amongst gossips it is to be seen. Scarce three in a company, but there is siding, faction, emulation, between two of them, some simultas jar, private grudge, heart burning in the midst of them. Scarce two gentlemen dwell together in the country. If they be not near kin or linked in marriage, but there is emulation betwixt them and their servants, some quarrel or some grudge betwixt their wives or children, friends and followers, some contention about wealth, gentry, precedency, and sea, by means of which, like the frog in Aesop, that would swell till she was as big as an ox, burst herself at last. They will stretch beyond their fortunes, callings, and strive so long that they consume their substance in lawsuits, or otherwise in hospitality, feasting, fine clothes to get a few bombast titles, for ambitiosa paupertate laboramus omnes, to outbrave one another. They will tire their bodies, macerate their souls, and through contentions or mutual invitations beggar themselves. Scarce two great scholars in an age, but with bitter invectives they fall foul one on the other, and their adherents, Scotists, Thomists, Reals, Nominals, Plato and Aristotle, Galenists and Paracelsians, and see, it holds in all professions. Honest emulation in studies in all callings is not to be disliked. Tis ingeniorum cos, as one calls it, the whetstone of wit, the nurse of wit and valor, and those noble Romans out of this spirit did brave exploits. There is a modest ambition, as Themistocles was roused up with the glory of Miltiades. Achilles' trophies moved Alexander, ambire semper stulta confidentia est, ambire nunquam dices arrogantia est. 'Tis a sluggish humor not to emulate or to sue at all, to withdraw himself, neglect, refrain from such places, honors, offices through sloth, niggardliness, fear, bashfulness, or otherwise, to which by his birth, place, fortunes, education, he is called apt, fit, and well able to undergo. But when it is immoderate, it is a plague and a miserable pain. What a deal of money did Henry ruminate, and Francis I, King of France, spend at that famous interview? And how many vain courtiers, seeking each to outbrave other, spent themselves, their livelihood and fortunes, and died beggars? Adrian the emperor was so galled with it that he killed all his equals, so did Nero. This passion made Dionysius the tyrant banish Plato and Philoxenus the poet, because they did excel and eclipse his glory, as he thought. The Romans exile Coriolanus, confine Camillus, murder Scipio. The Greeks by ostracism to expel Aristides, Nicias, Alcibiades, imprison Theseus, make away Phocion, and see when Richard I and Philip of France were fellow soldiers together, at the siege of Aachen in the Holy Land, and Richard had approved himself to be the more valiant man, insomuch that all men's eyes were upon him. It so galled Philip, Francum Euribat Regis Victoria, saith mine author, tam eager ferabat Richardi gloriam, ut carper dicta, calumniari facta, that he cavilled at all his proceedings, and fell at length to open defiance. He could contain no longer, but hasting home, invaded his territories, and professed open war. Hatred stirs up contention, Prov. X12, and they break out at last into immortal enmity, into virulency, and more than Vatinian hate and rage. They persecute each other, their friends, followers, and all their posterity with bitter taunts, hostile wars, scurril invectives, libels, calumnies, fire, sword, and the like, and will not be reconciled. Witness that Guelph and Ghibelline faction in Italy, that of the Adurni and Fregosi in Genoa, that of Cneius Papirius and Quintus Fabius in Rome, Caesar and Pompey, Orleans and Burgundy in France, York and Lancaster in England. Yea, this passion so raggeth many times, that it subverts not men only, and families, but even populous cities. Carthage and Corinth can witness as much, nay, flourishing kingdoms are brought into a wilderness by it. This hatred, malice, faction, and desire of revenge invented first all those racks and wheels, strapados, brazen bulls, feral engines, prisons, inquisitions, severe laws to macerate and torment one another. How happy might we be, and end our time with blessed days and sweet content, if we could contain ourselves, and, as we ought to do, put up injuries, learn humility, meekness, patience, forget and forgive, as in God's word we are enjoined, compose such final controversies amongst ourselves, moderate our passions in this kind, and think better of others as Paul would have us than of ourselves. Be of like affection one towards another, and not avenge ourselves, but have peace with all men. But being that we are so peevish and perverse, insolent and proud, so factious and seditious, so malicious and envious, we do invisum angarire, maul and vex one another, torture, disquiet, and precipitate ourselves into that gulf of woes and cares, aggravate our misery and melancholy, heap upon us hell and eternal damnation. Subsect Roman 9, anger a cause. Anger a perturbation which carries the spirits outwards, preparing the body to melancholy and madness itself. Ira furor brevis est, anger is temporary madness, and as Piccolomenius accounts it, one of the three most violent passions. Arrhetius sets it down for an especial cause, so doth Seneca ep. 18. L1 of this malady. Magninus gives the reason, ex frequenti ira supra modum califiant. It overheats their bodies, and if it be too frequent, it breaks out into manifest madness, saith St. Ambrose. 'Tis a known saying, furor fit aeis accipius palienlia, the most patient spirit that is, if he be often provoked, will be incensed to madness. It will make a devil of a saint, and therefore Basil belike in his homily de ira calls it tenebras rationis, morbum animi et daemonum pessimum, the darkening of our understanding and a bad angel. Lucian in Abdicato, Tom 1, will have this passion to work this effect, especially in old men and women. Anger and calumny, saith he, trouble them at first, and after a while break out into madness. Many things cause fury in women, especially if they love or hate overmuch, or envy, be much grieved or angry. These things by little and little lead them on to this malady. From a disposition they proceed to inhabit, for there is no difference between a mad man and an angry man in the time of his fit. Anger, as Lactantius describes it, L de ira de, ad donatum, c5 is siva animi tempestas, and c, a cruel tempest of the mind, making his eye sparkle fire, and stare, teeth gnash in his head, his tongue stutter, his face pale or red, and what more filthy imitation can be of a madman? Ora tument ira, fervis cunt sanguine veni, lumina gorgonio sevius angmicant. They are void of reason, inexorable, blind, like beasts and monsters for the time, say and do they know not what, curse, swear, rail, fight, and what not. How can a madman do more? As he said in the comedy, Iracundia non sumapudmi, I am not mine own man. If these fits be immoderate, continue long, or be frequent, without doubt they provoke madness. Montanus, Consul. 21, had a melancholy Jew to his patient, he ascribes this for a principal cause. Irascibator levibus de causes, he was easily moved to anger. Ajax had no other beginning of his madness. And Charles VI, that lunatic French king, fell into this misery out of the extremity of his passion, desire of revenge and malice incensed against the Duke of Britain. He could neither eat, drink, nor sleep for some days together, and in the end, about the calends of July, 1392, he became mad upon his horseback, drawing his sword, striking such as came near him promiscuously, and so continued all the days of his life. Emil, lib 10. Gal hist. Egesippus do exid. Urbis hieros L1. C37 hath such a story of Herod, that out of an angry fit became mad, leaping out of his bed, he killed Josippus, and played many such bedlam pranks, the whole court could not rule him for a long time after. Sometimes he was sorry and repented, much grieved for that he had done, postquem deferbuit ira, by and by outrageous again. In hot choleric bodies, nothing so soon causeth madness as this passion of anger, besides many other diseases, as Pelesius observes cap. 21, L1. Dehum, effect, causes, sanguinem imminuit fel augit, and as Valesius controverts med, contrav, lib. 5, contro, 8 many times kills them quite out. If this were the worst of this passion, it were more tolerable, but it ruins and subverts whole towns, cities, families, and kingdoms. Nulla pestis humano generi pluristetit, saith Seneca, de ira, lib 1 no plague hath done mankind so much harm. Look into our histories, and you shall almost meet with no other subject, but what a company of harebrains have done in their rage. We may do well therefore to put this in our procession amongst the rest. From all blindness of heart, from pride, vainglory, and hypocrisy, from envy, hatred, and malice, anger, and all such pestiferous perturbations, good Lord deliver us. Subsect X, discontents, cares, miseries, and C causes. Discontents, cares, crosses, miseries, or whatsoever it is, that shall cause any molestation of spirits, grief, anguish, and perplexity, may well be reduced to this head. Preposterously placed here in some men's judgments they may seem. Yet in that Aristotle in his rhetoric defines these cares, as he doth envy, emulation, and see still by grief, I think I may well rank them in this irascible row. Being that they are as the rest, both causes and symptoms of this disease, producing the like inconveniences, and are most part accompanied with anguish and pain. The common etymology will evince it, cura quasi cor euro, demens curi, insomnis curi, damnacy curi, trists, mordaces, carnifices, and c. Biting, eating, gnawing, cruel, bitter, sick, sad, unquiet, pale, tetric, miserable, intolerable cares, as the poets call them worldly cares, and are as many in number as the sea sands. Galen, Fernelius, Felix Plater, Valescus de Taranta, and C. reckon afflictions, miseries, even all these contentions and vexations of the mind, as principal causes, in that they take away sleep, hinder concoction, dry up the body, and consume the substance of it. They are not so many in number, but their causes be as divers, and not one of 1,000 free from them, or that can vindicate himself, whom that 8d per hominum capita molitor ambulans, plantas pedum teneras habens. Over men's heads walking aloft, with tender feet treading so soft. Homer's goddess 8 hath not involved into this discontented rank, or plagued with some misery or other. Hyginus, Fab. 220, to this purpose hath a pleasant tale. Dame Cura by chance went over a brook, and taking up some of the dirty slime, made an image of it. Jupiter eftsoons coming by, put life to it, but Cura and Jupiter could not agree what name to give him, or who should own him. The matter was referred to Saturn as judge. He gave this arbitrament: his name shall be Homo ob humo, Cura eum possidat quamdiu vivat, care shall have him whilst he lives, Jupiter his soul, and Tellus his body when he dies, but to leave tales. A general cause, a continuate cause, an inseparable accident to all men is discontent, care, misery. Were there no other particular affliction, which who is free from? To molest a man in this life, the very cogitation of that common misery were enough to macerate, and make him weary of his life. To think that he can never be secure, but still in danger, sorrow, grief, and persecution. For to begin at the hour of his birth, as Pliny doth elegantly describe it, he is born naked, and falls a-whining at the very first. He is swaddled and bound up like a prisoner, cannot help himself, and so he continues to his life's end. Cujusque feri pabulum, saith Seneca, impatient of heat and cold, impatient of labor, impatient of idleness, exposed to fortune's contumelies. To a naked mariner Lucretius compares him, cast on shore by shipwreck, cold and comfortless in an unknown land. No estate, age, sex can secure himself from this common misery. A man that is born of a woman is of short continuance, and full of trouble. Job Roman 14. 1:22. And while his flesh is upon him, he shall be sorrowful, and while his soul is in him, it shall mourn. All his days are sorrow, and his travels griefs. His heart also taketh not rest in the night. Eccles. Roman 2:23 and Roman 2:11. All that is in it is sorrow and vexation of spirit. Ingress, progress, regress, egress, much alike. Blindness seizeth on us in the beginning, labor in the middle, grief in the end, error in all. What day ariseth to us without some grief, care, or anguish? Or what so secure and pleasing a morning have we seen, that hath not been overcast before the evening? One is miserable, another ridiculous, a third odious. One complains of this grievance, another of that. Aliquando nervi, aliquando pedis vexant, Seneca nunc distillatio, nunc apodes morbis, nunc dist, nunc superis sanguis. Now the head aches, then the feet, now the lungs, then the liver, and see huic sensus exuberat, sed est pudori degener sanguis, and see he is rich but base born, he is noble but poor. A third hath means, but he wants health peradventure, or wit to manage his estate. Children vex one, wife a second, and see nemo facile cum condition sua concordat. No man is pleased with his fortune. A pound of sorrow is familiarly mixed with a dram of content. Little or no joy, little comfort, but everywhere danger, contention, anxiety in all places. Go where thou wilt, and thou shalt find discontents, cares, woes, complaints, sickness, diseases, encumbrances, exclamations. If thou look into the market, there saith Chrysostom, is brawling and contention. If to the court, there knavery and flattery, and see. If to a private man's house, there's cark and care, heaviness, and see, as he said of old, nil homine in terra spirat miserum magis alma. No creature so miserable as man, so generally molested, in miseries of body, in miseries of mind, miseries of heart, in miseries asleep, in miseries awake, in miseries wheresoever he turns, as Bernard found, nunquid tentatio est vita humana super terram. A mere temptation is our life, Austin confess. Lib 10. Cap. 28. Catina perpetuorum malorum, et quis potest molestias et difficultates pati? Who can endure the miseries of it? In prosperity we are insolent and intolerable, dejected in adversity, in all fortunes foolish and miserable. In adversity I wish for prosperity, and in prosperity I am afraid of adversity. What mediocrity may be found? Where is no temptation? What condition of life is free? Wisdom hath labor annexed to it, glory, envy, riches and cares, children and encumbrances, pleasure and diseases, rest and beggary go together. As if a man were therefore born, as the Platonists hold, to be punished in this life for some precedent sins. Or that, as Pliny complains, nature may be rather accounted a stepmother than a mother unto us, all things considered. No creature's life so brittle, so full of fear, so mad, so furious. Only man is plagued with envy, discontent, griefs, covetousness, ambition, superstition. Our whole life is an Irish sea, wherein there is naught to be expected but tempestuous storms and troublesome waves, and those infinite, tantum malorum pelagus aspicio, ut non sit into anatandi copia. No halcyonian times, wherein a man can hold himself secure or agree with his present estate. But as Boethius infers, there is something in every one of us which before trial we seek, and having tried abhor. We earnestly wish and eagerly covet, and are eftsoons weary of it. Thus between hope and fear, suspicions, angers, inter spemc medumc, timors inter et eras, betwixt falling in, falling out, and see, we bangle away our best days, befool out our times, we lead a contentious, discontent, tumultuous, melancholy, miserable life. Insomuch that if we could foretell what was to come, and it put to our choice, we should rather refuse than accept of this painful life. In a word, the world itself is a maze, a labyrinth of errors, a desert, a wilderness, a den of thieves, cheaters, and sea, full of filthy puddles, horrid rocks, precipitiums, an ocean of adversity, and heavy yoke, wherein infirmities and calamities overtake and follow one another as the sea waves. And if we scape Scylla, we fall foul on Charybdis, and so in perpetual fear, labor, anguish, we run from one plague, one mischief, one burden to another, duram servient servitudum, and you may as soon separate weight from lead, heat from fire, moistness from water, brightness from the sun, as misery, discontent, care, calamity, danger from a man. Our towns and cities are but so many dwellings of human misery, in which grief and sorrow, as he right well observes out of Solon, innumerable troubles, labors of mortal men, and all manner of vices are included, as in so many pens. Our villages are like molehills, and men as so many emmets, busy, busy still, going to and fro, in and out, and crossing one another's projects, as the lines of several sea cards cut each other in a globe or map. Now light and merry, but as one follows it by and by sorrowful and heavy, now hoping then distrusting, now patient tomorrow crying out, now pale then red, running, sitting, sweating, trembling, halting, and see some few amongst the rest, or perhaps one of 1,000, may be Pullus Jovis in the world's esteem, Gallinae filius albi, and happy and fortunate man, ad invidium felix, because rich, fair, well allied in honor and office. Yet peradventure ask himself, and he will say, that of all others he is most miserable and unhappy. A fair shoe, hic sacus novus, elegans, as he said nescis ubi jurat, but thou knowest not where it pincheth. It is not another man's opinion can make me happy, but as Seneca well hath it, he is a miserable wretch that doth not account himself happy, though he be sovereign lord of a world. He is not happy, if he think himself not to be so, for what availeth it what thine estate is, or seem to others, if thou thyself dislike it? A common humor it is of all men to think well of other men's fortunes, and dislike their own. Cui placet alterius, sua nimmerem est odio sors. But qui fit mechonas, and see, how comes it to pass, what's the cause of it? Many men are of such a perverse nature, they are well pleased with nothing, saith Theodoret, neither with riches nor poverty, they complain when they are well and when they are sick, grumble at all fortunes, prosperity and adversity. They are troubled in a cheap year. In a barren, plenty or not plenty, nothing pleaseth them, war nor peace, with children nor without. This for the most part is the humor of us all, to be discontent, miserable, and most unhappy, as we think at least. And show me him that is not so, or that ever was otherwise. Quintus Metellus his felicity is infinitely admired amongst the Romans, insomuch that as Paterculus mentioneth of him, you can scarce find of any nation, order, age, sex, one for happiness to be compared unto him. He had, in a word, bona animi, corporis et fortuni, goods of mind, body, and fortune, so had P. Mutianus, Crassus. Lampsaca, that Lacedaemonian lady, was such another in Pliny's conceit, a king's wife, a king's mother, a king's daughter, and all the world esteemed as much of Polycrates of Samos. The Greeks brag of their Socrates, Phocion, Aristides, the Sophidians in particular of their Aglaus, omni vita felix, ob omni periculo immunis, which by the way Pausanias held impossible. The Romans of their Cato, curious Fabricius for their composed fortunes, and retired estates, government of passions, and contempt of the world. Yet none of all these were happy or free from discontent, neither Metellus, Crassus, nor Polycrates, for he died a violent death, and so did Cato. And how much evil doth Lactantius and Theodoret speak of Socrates, a weak man, and so of the rest. There is no content in this life, but as he said, all is vanity and vexation of spirit, lame and imperfect. Hadst thou Samson's hair, Milo's strength, Scanderbeg's arm, Solomon's wisdom, Absalom's beauty, Croesus' wealth, Pazetti's obulum, Caesar's valor, Alexander's spirit, Tully's or Demosthenes' eloquence, Gyges' ring, Perseus' Pegasus, and Gorgon's head, Nestor's years to come, all this would not make thee absolute. Give thee content and true happiness in this life, or so continue it. Even in the midst of all our mirth, jollity, and laughter is sorrow and grief, or if there be true happiness amongst us, 'tis but for a time, desinat in pissum mulier formosa superni. A handsome woman with a fish's tail. A fair morning turns to a lowering afternoon. Brutus and Cassius, once renowned, both eminently happy, yet you shall scarce find two, saith Paterculus quos fortuna maturius destiturit, whom fortune sooner forsook. Hannibal, a conqueror all his life, met with his match, and was subdued at last, a curate 40, qui mage fortis erit. One is brought in triumph, as Caesar into Rome, Alcibiades into Athens, Coronus ores Donatus, crowned, honored, admired. By and by his statues demolished, he hissed out, massacred, and C. Magnus Gonsalva, that famous Spaniard, was of the prince and people at first honored, approved, forthwith confined and banished. Admiranda's actions, Graves plerunc sequuntur invidii et acres calumniae. 'Tis Polybius his observation, grievous enmities and bitter calumnies commonly follow renowned actions. One is born rich, dies a beggar, sound today, sick tomorrow. Now in most flourishing estate, fortunate and happy, by and by deprived of his goods by foreign enemies, robbed by thieves, spoiled, captivated, impoverished, as they of Rabbah put under iron saws, and under iron harrows, and under axes of iron, and cast into the tile kiln, quid me fellesum totis jactastes amici, qui cessidit, stabili non erat allegrado. He that erst marched like Xerxes with innumerable armies, as rich as Croesus, now shifts for himself in a poor cockboat, is bound in iron chains, with Bajazet the Turk, and a footstool with Aurelian, for a tyrannizing conqueror to trample on. So many casualties there are, that as Seneca said of a city consumed with fire, una dies interest inter maximum civitatem et nullum, one day betwixt a great city and none. So many grievances from outward accidents, and from ourselves, our own indiscretion, inordinate appetite, one day betwixt a man and no man. And which is worse, as if discontents and miseries would not come fast enough upon us. Homo homini demon, we maul, persecute, and study how to sting, gall, and vex one another with mutual hatred, abuses, injuries, preying upon and devouring as so many ravenous birds, and as jugglers, panders, bawds, cozening one another, or raging as wolves, tigers, and devils, we take a delight to torment one another. Men are evil, wicked, malicious, treacherous, and not loving one another or loving themselves, not hospitable, charitable, nor sociable as they ought to be, but counterfeit, dissemblers, ambidexters, all for their own ends, hard-hearted, merciless, pitiless, and to benefit themselves. They care not what mischief they procure to others. Praxino and Gorgo in the poet, when they had got in to see those costly sights, they then cried Bene est, and would thrust out all the rest. When they are rich themselves, in honor, preferred, full, and have even that they would, they debar others of those pleasures which youth requires, and they formerly have enjoyed. He sits at table in a soft chair at ease, but he doth remember in the meantime that a tired waiter stands behind him, and hungry fellow ministers to him full. He is athirst that gives him drink, saith Epictetus, and is silent whilst he speaks his pleasure, pensive, sad, when he laughs. Plino si praluit aro. He feasts, revels, and profusely spends, hath variety of robes, sweet music, ease, and all the pleasure the world can afford, whilst many an hunger-starved poor creature pines in the street, wants clothes to cover him, labors hard all day long, runs, rides for a trifle, fights peradventure from sun to sun, sick and ill, weary, full of pain and grief, is in great distress and sorrow of heart. He loathes and scorns his inferior, hates or emulates his equal, envies his superior, insults over all such as are under him, as if he were of another species, a demigod, not subject to any fall or human infirmities. Generally they love not, are not beloved again. They tire out others' bodies with continual labor, they themselves living at ease, caring for none else, sibi nati. And are so far many times from putting to their helping hand, that they seek all means to depress, even most worthy and well-deserving better than themselves, those whom they are by the laws of nature bound to relieve and help. As much as in them lies, they will let them caterwaul, starve, beg, and hang before they will any ways, though it be in their power, assist or ease. So unnatural are they for the most part, so unregardful, so hard-hearted, so churlish, proud, insolent, so dogged, of so bad a disposition. And being so brutish, so devilishly bent one towards another, how is it possible but that we should be discontent of all sides, full of cares, woes, and miseries? If this be not a sufficient proof of their discontent and misery, examine every condition and calling apart. Kings, princes, monarchs, and magistrates seem to be most happy, but look into their estate, you shall find them to be most encumbered with cares, in perpetual fear, agony, suspicion, jealousy. That, as he said of a crown, if they knew but the discontents that accompany it, they would not stoop to take it up. Quem mihi regent dabis, saith Chrysostom, non curis plenum? What king canst thou show me, not full of cares? Look not on his crown, but consider his afflictions. Attend not his number of servants, but multitude of crosses. Nihil aliud potestas culminis, quam tempestas mentis, as Gregory seconds him. Sovereignty is a tempest of the soul. Scylla like they have brave titles but terrible fits, splendorum titulo, cruciatum animo, which made Demosthenes vow, si vel ad tribunal, vel ad interritum duceretur. If to be a judge or to be condemned were put to his choice, he would be condemned. Rich men are in the same predicament. What their pains are, stulti nesciunt, ipsi sentiunt. They feel, fools perceive not, as I shall prove elsewhere, and their wealth is brittle like children's rattles. They come and go, there is no certainty in them. Those whom they elevate, they do as suddenly depress and leave in a vale of misery. The middle sort of men are as so many asses to bear burdens, or if they be free and live at ease, they spend themselves and consume their bodies and fortunes with luxury and riot, contention, emulation, and see the poor eye reserve for another place and their discontents. For particular professions, I hold as of the rest, there's no content or security in any. On what course will you pitch, how resolve? To be a divine, 'tis contemptible in the world's esteem. To be a lawyer, 'tis to be a wrangler. To be a physician, pudit lodii, 'tis loathed. A philosopher, a madman, an alchemist, a beggar, a poet, esserit, and hungry jack. A musician, a player, a schoolmaster, a drudge, an husbandman, an emmet. A merchant, his gains are uncertain. A mechanician, base, a chirurgeon, fulsome, a tradesman, a liar, a tailor, a thief. A serving man, a slave, a soldier, a butcher. A smith or a metalman, the pot's never from his nose. A courtier, a parasite, as he could find no tree in the wood to hang himself. I can show no state of life to give content. The like you may say of all ages, children live in a perpetual slavery, still under that tyrannical government of masters, young men, and of riper years, subject to labor, and 1,000 cares of the world, to treachery, falsehood, and cozenage. Incedit per ens, suppositos cineri deloso. You incautious tread on fires, with faithless ashes overhead. Old are full of aches in their bones, cramps and convulsions, silicernia, dull of hearing, weak-sighted, hoary, wrinkled, harsh, so much altered as that they cannot know their own face in a glass, a burthen to themselves and others. After 70 years all is sorrow as David hath it. They do not live but linger. If they be sound, they fear diseases. If sick, weary of their lives. Non est viver, sed valor vita. One complains of want, a second of servitude, another of a secret or incurable disease. Of some deformity of body, of some loss, danger, death of friends, shipwreck, persecution, imprisonment, disgrace, repulse, contumely, calumny, abuse, injury, contempt, ingratitude, unkindness, scoffs, flouts, unfortunate marriage, single life, too many children, no children, false servants, unhappy children, barrenness, banishment, oppression, frustrate hopes and ill success, and c. Talia degener hoc idio sunt multa, loquacem ut delacer valent fabium. But every various instance to repeat, would tire even Fabius of incessant prate. Talking Fabius will be tired before he can tell half of them. They are the subject of whole volumes, and shall, some of them, be more opportunely dilated elsewhere. In the meantime, thus much I may say of them, that generally they crucify the soul of man, attenuate our bodies, dry them, wither them, shrivel them up like old apples, make them as so many anatomies, ossa ac pellis est totus, Ita curis massit, they cause tempus foedum et squalidum, cumbersome days, ingratac tempora, slow, dull, and heavy times. Make us howl, roar, and tear our hairs, as sorrow did in Seb's table, and groan for the very anguish of our souls. Our hearts fail us as David's did, Sal, XL. 12, for innumerable troubles that compassed him, and we are ready to confess with Hezekiah, Isaiah LVI. 17, behold, for felicity I had bitter grief, to weep with Heraclitus, to curse the day of our birth with Jeremy, Roman 20. 14, and our stars with Job, to hold that axiom of Silenus, better never to have been born, and the best next of all to die quickly. Or if we must live, to abandon the world, as Timon did, creep into caves and holes as our anchorites, cast all into the sea, as Crates the Banus. Or as the Ambratus Ambrosiato's 400 auditors, precipitate ourselves to be rid of these miseries. Subsect xi, concupiscible appetite as desires ambition causes. These concupiscible and irascible appetites are as the two twists of a rope, mutually mixed one with the other, and both twining about the heart, both good, as Austin holds L14. C9. Deceive, day if they be moderate, both pernicious if they be exorbitant. This concupiscible appetite, howsoever it may seem to carry with it a show of pleasure and delight, and our concupiscences most part affect us with content and a pleasing object, yet if they be in extremes, they rack and wring us on the other side. A true saying it is, desire hath no rest, is infinite in itself, endless, and as one calls it, a perpetual rack or horsemill, according to Austin, still going round as in a ring. They are not so continual as divers, fellicius atomos denumerare possum, saith Bernard, quam modus cordis, nunc hic nunc alla cogito, you may as well reckon up the motes in the sun as them. It extends itself to everything, as Guianerius will have it, that is superfluously sought after. Or to any fervent desire, as Fernelius interprets it, be it in what kind soever, it tortures if immoderate, and is, according to Plater and others, an especial cause of melancholy. Multuosis concupiscentiae delanianter cogitations me, Austin confessed, that he was torn a pieces with his manifold desires, and so doth Bernard complain, that he could not rest for them a minute of an hour. This I would have, and that, and then I desire to be such and such. 'Tis a hard matter, therefore, to confine them, being they are so various and many, impossible to apprehend all. I will only insist upon some few of the chief, and most noxious in their kind, as that exorbitant appetite and desire of honor, which we commonly call ambition; love of money, which is covetousness, and that greedy desire of gain; self-love, pride, and inordinate desire of vainglory or applause; love of study in excess; love of women, which will require a just volume of itself. Of the other I will briefly speak, and in their order. Ambition, a proud covetousness or a dry thirst of honor, a great torture of the mind, composed of envy, pride, and covetousness, a gallant madness. One defines it a pleasant poison, Ambrose, a canker of the soul and hidden plague; Bernard, a secret poison, the father of liver and mother of hypocrisy, the moth of holiness and cause of madness, crucifying and disquieting all that it takes hold of. Seneca calls it rem solicitam, timidum, vanum, ventasum, a windy thing, a vain, solicitous, and fearful thing. For commonly they that, like Sisyphus, roll this restless stone of ambition, are in a perpetual agony, still perplexed, semper taciti tritesque recedunt. Lucretius, doubtful, timorous, suspicious, loath to offend in word or deed, still cogging and colloguing, embracing, capping, cringing, applauding, flattering, fleering, visiting, waiting at men's doors, with all affability, counterfeit honesty and humility. If that will not serve, if once this humor, as Cyprian describes it, possess his thirsty soul, ambitionis salsugo ubi bibulum animam possidit, by hook and by crook he will obtain it, and from his hole he will climb to all honors and offices, if it be possible for him to get up, flattering one, bribing another, he will leave no means unessayed to win all. It is a wonder to see how slavishly these kind of men subject themselves, when they are about a suit, to every inferior person. What pains they will take, run, ride, cast, plot, countermine, protest and swear, vow, promise, what labors undergo, early up, down late. How obsequious and affable they are, how popular and courteous, how they grin and fleer upon every man they meet. With what feasting and inviting, how they spend themselves and their fortunes, in seeking that many times which they had much better be without. As Cyneas the orator told Pyrrhus, With what waking nights, painful hours, anxious thoughts, and bitterness of mind, inter spemque medumque, distracted and tired, they consume the interim of their time. There can be no greater plague for the present. If they do obtain their suit, which with such cost and solicitude they have sought, they are not so freed, their anxiety is anew to begin, for they are never satisfied, nihil aliud nisi imperium spirant. Their thoughts, actions, endeavors are all for sovereignty and honor, like Louis Sforza, that huffing Duke of Milan, a man of singular wisdom but profound ambition born to his own, and to the destruction of Italy, though it be to their own ruin and friends' undoing, they will contend, they may not cease. But as a dog in a wheel, a bird in a cage, or a squirrel in a chain, so Beauteous compares them. They climb and climb still with much labor, but never make an end, never at the top. A knight would be a baronet, and then a lord, and then a viscount, and then an earl, and a doctor, a dean, and then a bishop, from tribune to praetor, from bailiff to major, first this office and then that. As Pyrrhus in Plutarch, they will first have Greece, then Africa, and then Asia, and swell with Aesop's frogs so long, till in the end they burst, or come down with Sejanus, add Gemonia's scalas, and break their own necks. Or as Evangelist the piper in Lucian, that blew his pipe so long till he fell down dead. If he chance to miss and have a canvas, he is in a hell on the other side, so dejected that he is ready to hang himself, turn heretic, Turk, or traitor in an instant. Enraged against his enemies, he rails, swears, fights, slanders, detracts, envies, murders. And for his own part, see appetitum explore non potest furori corrupiter. If he cannot satisfy his desire, as Bodine writes, he runs mad. So that both ways, hit or miss, he is distracted so long as his ambition lasts. He can look for no other but anxiety and care, discontent, and grief in the meantime, madness itself, or violent death in the end. The event of this is common to be seen in populous cities, or in princes' courts, for a courtier's life, as Beauteous describes it, is a gallimaufry of ambition, lust, fraud, imposture, dissimulation, detraction, envy, pride. The court, a common conventicle of flatterers, time-servers, politicians, and or as Anthony Perez will, the suburbs of hell itself. If you will see such discontented persons, there you shall likely find them. And which he observed of the markets of old Rome, qui perjurum convenire vult hominum, mitto in comidium, qui mendacem et gloriosum, apud cluisini sacrum dites, demnosos maritos, sub basilica querido, and perjured knaves, knights of the post, liars, crackers, bad husbands, and keep their several stations, they do still, and always did in every commonwealth. Subsect, Roman 12. Phi iota lambda alpha rho gamma upsilon rho letter 1f77 alpha, covetousness, a cause. Plutarch, in his book Whether the Diseases of the Body be more grievous than those of the soul, is of opinion, if you will examine all the causes of our miseries in this life, you shall find them most part to have had their beginning from stubborn anger, that furious desire of contention, or some unjust or immoderate affection, as covetousness, and from whence are wars and contentions amongst you. St. James asks, I will add usury, fraud, rapine, simony, oppression, lying, swearing, bearing false witness, and are they not from this fountain of covetousness, that greediness in getting, tenacity in keeping, sordidity in spending, that they are so wicked, unjust against God, their neighbor, themselves, all comes hence. The desire of money is the root of all evil, and they that lust after it pierce themselves through with many sorrows. 1 Tim Romans 6. 10. Hippocrates therefore in his epistle to Cratva, an herbalist, gives him this good counsel, that if it were possible, amongst other herbs, he should cut up that weed of covetousness by the roots, that there be no remainder left, and then know this for a certainty, that together with their bodies thou mayst quickly cure all the diseases of their minds. For it is indeed the pattern, image, epitome of all melancholy, the fountain of many miseries, much discontented care and woe. This inordinate or immoderate desire of gain to get or keep money, as Bonaventure defines it, or as Austin describes it, a madness of the soul, Gregory a torture. Chrysostom, an insatiable drunkenness. Cyprian, blindness, speciosum supplicium, a plague subverting kingdoms, families, and incurable disease. Beauteous, an ill habit, yielding to no remedies. Neither Aesculapius nor Plutus can cure them, a continual plague, saith Solomon, and vexation of spirit, another hell. I know there be some of opinion that covetous men are happy and worldly, wise that there is more pleasure in getting of wealth than in spending, and no delight in the world like unto it. 'Twas bias problem of old, with what art thou not weary? With getting money, What is most delectable to gain? What is it, trow you, that makes a poor man labor all his lifetime, carry such great burdens, fare so hardly, macerate himself, and endure so much misery, undergo such base offices with so great patience, to rise up early and lie down late, if there were not an extraordinary delight in getting and keeping of money? What makes a merchant that hath no need, satis superque domi, to range all over the world, through all those intemperate zones of heat and cold, voluntarily to venture his life, and be content with such miserable famine, nasty usage, in a stinking ship, if there were not a pleasure and hope to get money, which doth season the rest, and mitigate his indefatigable pains? What makes them go into the bowels of the earth, an 100 fathom deep, endangering their dearest lives, enduring damps and filthy smells, when they have enough already, if they could be content, and no such cause to labor, but an extraordinary delight they take in riches? This may seem plausible at first show, a popular and strong argument, but let him that so thinks consider better of it, and he shall soon perceive that it is far otherwise than he supposeth. It may be haply pleasing at the first, as most part all melancholy is. For such men likely have some lucida intervalla, pleasant symptoms intermixed. But you must note that of Chrysostom, 'tis one thing to be rich, another to be covetous. Generally they are all fools, dizzards, madmen, miserable wretches, living besides themselves, sine art fruendi in perpetual slavery, fear, suspicion, sorrow, and discontent, plus allos quam mellis habent, and are indeed rather possessed by their money than possessors. As Cyprian hath it, mansa pati pecuniaes. Bound prentice to their goods, as Pliny, or as Chrysostom, servi diviciarum, slaves and drudges to their substance. And we may conclude of them all, as Valerius doth of Ptolemais king of Cyprus. He was in title a king of that island, but in his mind a miserable drudge of money. Poter metallis libertate carens. Wanting his liberty, which is better than gold. Damasippus the Stoic in Horace proves that all mortal men dote by fits, some one way, some another, but that covetous men are madder than the rest. And he that shall truly look into their estates and examine their symptoms shall find no better of them, but that they are all fools, as Nabal was, re et nomen, 1 Reg. 15. For what greater folly can there be, or madness, than to macerate himself when he need not? And when, as Cyprian notes, he may be freed from his burden and eased of his pains, will go on still. His wealth increasing when he hath enough to get more to live besides himself, to starve his genius, keep back from his wife and children, neither letting them nor other friends use or enjoy that which is theirs by right, and which they much need perhaps. Like a hog or dog in the manger, he doth only keep it, because it shall do nobody else good, hurting himself and others. And for a little momentary pelf, damn his own soul, they are commonly sad and tetric by nature, as a Chab's spirit was because he could not get Naboth's vineyard. 1 Reg. 22. And if he lay out his money at any time, though it be to necessary uses, to his own children's good, he brawls and scolds. His heart is heavy, much disquieted he is, and loath to part from it. Miser abstinet et timit eudi hor. He is of a warish, dry, pale constitution, and cannot sleep for cares and worldly business. His riches, saith Solomon, will not let him sleep, and unnecessary business which he heapeth on himself. Or if he do sleep, 'tis a very unquiet, interrupt, unpleasing sleep, with his bags in his arms, congestes undique sac indormit in hyens. And though he be at a banquet or at some merry feast, he sighs for grief of heart, as Cyprian hath it, and cannot sleep though it be upon a down bed. His warish body takes no rest, troubled in his abundance and sorrowful in plenty, unhappy for the present and more unhappy in the life to come. Basil. He is a perpetual drudge, restless in his thoughts and never satisfied, a slave, a wretch, a dust worm, semper quod idolo seu immolet, sedulous observat sipper. Prologue. Ad sermon, still seeking what sacrifice he may offer to his golden god, per fas et nefas. He cares not how, his trouble is endless, crescunt divitui, tamen curdi nescio quid semper abest re. His wealth increaseth, and the more he hath, the more he wants. Like Pharaoh's lean kine, which devoured the fat and were not satisfied. Austin therefore defines covetousness. Quarum libet rerum inhonestam et insatiabilum cupididatum, a dishonest and insatiable desire of gain. And in one of his epistles compares it to hell, which devours all, and yet never hath enough, a bottomless pit, an endless misery. In quem scopulum avaritii cadaverosi sines ut plurimum impingunt, and that which is their greatest corrosive, They are in continual suspicion, fear, and distrust. He thinks his own wife and children are so many thieves, and go about to cozen him. His servants are all false rem suam perius. Sic eradicarier. Et divum ac hominum clamet continuo fidem, desu tigillo si qua exit foras. If his doors creak, then out he cries anon, his goods are gone, and he is quite undone. Timidus Plutus, an old proverb, as fearful as Plutus. So doth Aristophanes and Lucian bring him in fearful still, pale, anxious, suspicious, and trusting no man. They are afraid of tempests for their corn. They are afraid of their friends lest they should ask something of them, beg or borrow. They are afraid of their enemies lest they hurt them, thieves lest they rob them. They are afraid of war and afraid of peace, afraid of rich and afraid of poor, afraid of all. Last of all, they are afraid of want, that they shall die beggars, which makes them lay up still, and dare not use that they have. What if a dear year come, or dearth, or some loss? And were it not that they are both to lay out money on a rope, they would be hanged forthwith, and sometimes die to save charges, and make away themselves if their corn and cattle miscarry, though they have abundance left, as Agellius notes. Valerius makes mention of one that in a famine sold a mouse for 200 pence, and famished himself. Such are their cares, griefs, and perpetual fears. These symptoms are elegantly expressed by Theophrastus in his character of a covetous man. Lying in bed, he asked his wife whether she shut the trunks and chests fast, the cap case be sealed, and whether the hall door be bolted. And though she say all is well, he riseth out of his bed in his shirt, barefoot and barelegged, to see whether it be so, with a dark lantern searching every corner, scarce sleeping a wink all night. Lucian, in that pleasant and witty dialogue called Gallus, brings in Micelus the cobbler disputing with his cock, sometimes Pythagoras, where after much speech pro and con, to prove the happiness of a mean estate and discontents of a rich man, Pythagoras cock in the end, to illustrate by examples that which he had said, brings him to Niphon the usurer's house at midnight, and after that to Encrates, whom they found both awake, casting up their accounts, and telling of their money, lean, dry, pale, and anxious, still suspecting lest somebody should make a hole through the wall, and so get in. Or if a rat or mouse did but stir, starting upon a sudden, and running to the door to see whether all were fast. Plautus in his Aulularia makes old Euclio commanding Staphyla his wife to shut the doors fast, and the fire to be put out, lest anybody should make that an errand to come to his house. When he washed his hands, he was loath to fling away the foul water, complaining that he was undone because the smoke got out of his roof. And as he went from home, seeing a crow scratch upon the muck-hill, returned in all haste, taking it for malum omen, an ill sign his money was digged up, with many such. He that will but observe their actions shall find these and many such passages not feigned for sport, but really performed, verified indeed by such covetous and miserable wretches, and that it is manifesta phrenesis ut locuples moriris agenti viver fato. A mere madness to live like a wretch and die rich. Subsect Roman 13. Love of gaming and sea and pleasures immoderate, causes. It is a wonder to see how many poor, distressed, miserable wretches one shall meet almost in every path and street, begging for an alms that have been well descended, and sometimes in flourishing estate, now ragged, tattered, and ready to be starved, lingering out a painful life, in discontent and grief of body and mind, and all through immoderate lust, gaming, pleasure, and riot. 'Tis the common end of all sensual epicures and brutish prodigals, that are stupefied and carried away headlong with their several pleasures and lusts. Cebes in his table, St. Ambrose in his second book of Abel and Cain, and amongst the rest Lucian in his tract De Mercede Conductis, hath excellent well deciphered such men's proceedings in his picture of Opulentia, whom he feigns to dwell on the top of a high mount, much sought after by many suitors. At their first coming they are generally entertained by pleasure and dalliance, and have all the content that possibly may be given, so long as their money lasts. But when their means fail, they are contemptibly thrust out at a back door headlong, and they're left to shame, reproach, despair. And he at first that had so many attendants, parasites and followers, young and lusty, richly arrayed, and all the dainty fare that might be had, with all kind of welcome and good respect, is now upon a sudden stripped of all, pale, naked, old, diseased, and forsaken, cursing his stars, and ready to strangle himself, having no other company but repentance, sorrow, grief, derision, beggary, and contempt, which are his daily attendants to his life's end. As the prodigal son had exquisite music, merry company, dainty fare at first, but a sorrowful reckoning in the end, so have all such vain delights and their followers. Tristes voluptatem exitus, et quisquis voluptatem suorum reminiscae volet, intelligit, as bitter as gall and wormhood is their last. Grief of mind, madness itself. The ordinary rocks upon which such men do impinge and precipitate themselves are cards, dice, hawks, and hounds. Insanum venandi studium, one calls it, insani substructions. Their mad structures, disports, plays, and see, when they are unseasonably used, imprudently handled, and beyond their fortunes. Some men are consumed by mad fantastical buildings, by making galleries, cloisters, terraces, walks, orchards, gardens, pools, rillets, bowers, and such like places of pleasure. Inutiles domos, Xenophon calls them, which howsoever they be delightsome things in themselves, and acceptable to all beholders, an ornament and benefiting some great men, yet unprofitable to others, and the sole overthrow of their estates. Forestus in his Observations hath an example of such a one that became melancholy upon the like occasion, having consumed his substance in an unprofitable building, which would afterward yield him no advantage. Others, I say, are overthrown by those mad sports of hawking and hunting, honest recreations, and fit for some great men, but not for every base inferior person. Whilst they will maintain their falconers, dogs, and hunting nags, their wealth, saith Salmutzi, runs away with hounds, and their fortunes fly away with hawks. They persecute beasts so long, till in the end they themselves degenerate into beasts, as Agrippa taxeth them, Actaeon-like. For as he was eaten to death by his own dogs, so do they devour themselves and their patrimonies in such idle and unnecessary disports, neglecting in the meantime their more necessary business, and to follow their vocations. Overmad too sometimes are our great men in delighting and doting too much on it. When they drive poor husbandmen from their tillage as Saris Buriensis objects Polycrat. L1. C4, fling down country farms and whole towns to make parks and forests, starving men to feed beasts, and punishing in the meantime such a man that shall molest their game, more severely than him that is otherwise a common hacker or a notorious thief. But great men are some ways to be excused, the meaner sort have no evasion why they should not be counted mad. Poggius the Florentine tells a merry story to this purpose, condemning the folly and impertinent business of such kind of persons. A physician of Milan, saith he, that cured mad men, had a pit of water in his house, in which he kept his patients, some up to the knees, some to the girdle, some to the chin, pro modo insanii, as they were more or less affected. One of them by chance that was well recovered stood in the door, and seeing a gallant ride by with a hawk on his fist, well mounted with his spaniels after him, would needs know to what use all this preparation served. He made answer to kill certain fowls. The patient demanded again what his fowl might be worth which he killed in a year. He replied 5 or 10 crowns, and when he urged him farther what his dogs, horse, and hawks stood him in, he told him 400 crowns. With that the patient bade be gone, as he loved his life and welfare, for if our master come and find thee here, he will put thee in the pit amongst mad men up to the chin, taxing the madness and folly of such vain men that spend themselves in those idle sports, neglecting their business and necessary affairs. Leo Decimus, that hunting pope, is much discommended by Jovius in his life, for his immoderate desire of hawking and hunting, insomuch that, as he saith, he would sometimes live about Ostia weeks and months together, leave suitors unrespected, bulls and pardons unsigned, to his own prejudice, and many private men's loss. And if he had been by chance crossed in his sport, or his game not so good, he was so impatient that he would revile and miscall many times men of great worth with most bitter taunts, look so sour, be so angry and waspish, so grieved and molested, that it is incredible to relate it. But if he had good sport, and been well pleased, on the other side, incredibili munificentia, with unspeakable bounty and munificence, he would reward all his fellow hunters, and deny nothing to any suitor when he was in that mood. To say truth, 'tis the common humor of all gamesters, as Galatius observes, if they win, no men living are so jovial and merry. But if they lose, though it be but a trifle, 2 or 3 games at tables, or a dealing at cards for 2 pence a game, they are so choleric and testy that no man may speak with them, and break many times into violent passions, oaths, imprecations, and unbeseeming speeches, little differing from madmen for the time. Generally of all gamesters and gaming, if it be excessive, thus much we may conclude, that whether they win or lose for the present, their winnings are not munera fortunae. Sed insidiae as that wise Seneca determines, not fortune's gifts, but baits, the common catastrophe is beggary, ut pestes vitam, sic adamit alia pecuniam, as the plague takes away life, doth gaming goods, for omnes nudi, inopes et egeni. Alia scylla vorax, species cerdissima ferti, non contenta bonus animum quoque perfida mergit, foeda, furax, infamies, iners, furiosa, ruina. For a little pleasure they take, and some small gains and gettings now and then, their wives and children are ringed in the meantime, and they themselves with loss of body and soul rue it in the end. I will say nothing of those prodigious prodigals, perdendi pecuniae, genitos, as he taxed Anthony, qui patrimonium sine ulla fori calumnia amittunt, Seth Cyprian, and mad sybaritical spendthrifts, quic una commedunt patrimonia coena, that eat up all at a breakfast, at a supper, or amongst bawds, parasites, and players, consume themselves in an instant, as if they had flung it into Tiber, with great wages, vain and idle expenses, and see, not themselves only, but even all their friends, as a man desperately swimming drowns him that comes to help him. By suretyship and borrowing they will willingly undo all their associates and allies. Irati pecuneas, as he saith, angry with their money, what with a wanton eye, a liquorish tongue, and a gamesome hand, when they have indiscreetly impoverished themselves, mortgaged their wits together with their lands, and entombed their ancestors' fair possessions in their bowels, they may lead the rest of their days in prison, as many times they do. They repent at leisure, and when all is gone begin to be thrifty. But sera est in fundo parsimoniae, 'tis then too late to look about. Their end is misery, sorrow, shame, and discontent, and well they deserve to be infamous and discontent. Catamidary in amphitheatro, as by Adrian the emperor's edict they were of old, decoctors bonorum suorum, so he calls them, prodigal fools, to be publicly shamed, and hissed out of all societies, rather than to be pitied or relieved. The Tuscans and Botians brought their bankrupts into the marketplace in a bier with an empty purse carried before them, all the boys following, where they sat all day circumstante plebe, to be infamous and ridiculous. At Padua in Italy they have a stone called the Stone of Turpitude, near the Senate House, where spendthrifts, and such as disclaim non-payment of debts, do sit with their hinder parts bare, that by that note of disgrace others may be terrified from all such vain expense, or borrowing more than they can tell how to pay. The civilians of old set guardians over such brainsick prodigals, as they did over madmen, to moderate their expenses, that they should not so loosely consume their fortunes, to the utter undoing of their families. I may not here omit those two main plagues, and common dotages of humankind, wine and women, which have infatuated and besotted myriads of people. They go commonly together. Qui vino indulgit, quemque aloa decoquit, ille in venerem putrit. To whom is sorrow, saith Solomon pro Roman 23:39, to whom is woe but to such a one as loves drink? It causeth torture, vino tortis et ira and bitterness of mind, Sirach, 31:21, vinum furoris Jeremy calls it 15. Cap. Wine of madness, as well he may, for in sandier facet sanos, it makes sound men sick and sad, and wise men mad, to say and do they know not what. Accidit hodie terribilis casus, saith S. Austin, here a miserable accident. Cyrillus, son this day in his drink, matrum pregnantum nequitur oppressit, sororum viler voluit, patrum occidit fear, et duas alias sorors ad mortem vulneravit, would have violated his sister, killed his father, and see a true saying it was of him, vino duri lidicium et dolorum, drink causeth mirth, and drink causeth sorrow, drink causeth poverty and want. Prov. Roman 21. Shame and disgrace. Multi ignobles evasser ob vinipatum, et Austin emissus honoribus profugi aberrarent. Many men have made shipwreck of their fortunes, and go like rogues and beggars, having turned all their substance into aurum potabile, that otherwise might have lived in good worship and happy estate, and for a few hours' pleasure, for their hilary terms but short, or free madness, as Seneca calls it, purchase unto themselves eternal tediousness and trouble. That other madness is on women, apostatare facit cor, saith the wise man, ac camini cerebrum minuit. Pleasant at first she is, like Dioscorides rhododaph, that fair plant to the eye, but poison to the taste, the rest is bitter as wormhood in the end, Prov. V4 and sharp as a two-edged sword, Romans 7:27. Her house is the way to hell and goes down to the chambers of death. What more sorrowful can be said? They are miserable in this life, mad beasts, led like oxen to the slaughter. And that which is worse, whoremasters and drunkards shall be judged, amatant Gratiam, saith Austin, perdunt gloriam, incurrent damnationem aeternam. They lose grace and glory. Brevis illa voluptas abrogat aeternam caeli decus. They gain hell and eternal damnation. Subsect Roman 14. Phileutia, or self-love, vainglory, praise, honor. Immoderate applause, pride, overmuch joy and causes. Self-love, pride, and vainglory cecus amor sway, which Chrysostom calls one of the devil's 3 great nets. Bernard, an arrow which pierceth the soul through and slays it. A sly, insensible enemy not perceived are main causes. Where neither anger, lust, covetousness, fear, sorrow, and nor any other perturbation can lay hold, this will slyly and insensibly pervert us. Quem non gula visit Phileutia, superavit, saith Cyprian, whom surfeiting could not overtake, self-love hath overcome. He hath scorned all money, bribes, gifts, upright otherwise and sincere, hath inserted himself to no fond imagination, and sustained all those tyrannical concupiscences of the body, hath lost all his honor, captivated by vainglory. Chrysostom, sup. Io tu sola animum mentem pereris gloria. A great assault and cause of our present malady, although we do most part neglect, take no notice of it, yet this is a violent batterer of our souls, causeth melancholy and dotage. This pleasing humor, this soft and whispering popular air, amabilis insania, this delectable frenzy, most irrefragable passion, mentis gratissimus error, this acceptable disease, which so sweetly sets upon us, ravisheth our senses, lulls our souls asleep, puffs up our hearts as so many bladders, and that without all feeling, insomuch as those that are misaffected with it, never so much as once perceive it, or think of any cure. We commonly love him best in this malady, that doth us most harm, and are very willing to be hurt. Adulationibus nostris libenter facemus, saith Jerome, we love him for it. O bonseri suave fuit a te tali hic tribui, 'twas sweet to hear it. And as Pliny doth ingenuously confess to his dear friend Augurinus, all thy writings are most acceptable, but those especially that speak of us. Again, a little after to Maximus, I cannot express how pleasing it is to me to hear myself commended. Though we smile to ourselves, at least ironically, when parasites bedaub us with false encomiums, as many princes cannot choose but do, quum tale quid nihil intra se repererint, when they know they come as far short as a mouse to an elephant of any such virtues. Yet it doth us good. Though we seem many times to be angry and blush at our own praises, yet our souls inwardly rejoice, it puffs us up. Tes fallex suavitas blandus demon makes us swell beyond our bounds and forget ourselves. Her 2 daughters are lightness of mind, immoderate joy and pride, not excluding those other concomitant vices, which Iodocus Laurentius reckons up: bragging, hypocrisy, peevishness, and curiosity. Now the common cause of this mischief ariseth from ourselves or others, we are active and passive. It proceeds inwardly from ourselves, as we are active causes, from an overweening conceit we have of our good parts' own worth, which indeed is no worth. Our bounty, favor, grace, valor, strength, wealth, patience, meekness, hospitality, beauty, temperance, gentry, knowledge, wit, science, art, learning, are excellent gifts and fortunes, for which, Narcissus-like, we admire, flatter, and applaud ourselves, and think all the world esteems so of us. And as deformed women easily believe those that tell them they be fair, we are too credulous of our own good parts and praises, too well persuaded of ourselves. We brag and venditate our own works, and scorn all others in respect of us, inflati scientia. Saith Paul, our wisdom, our learning, all our geese are swans, and we as basely esteem and vilify other men's, as we do over highly prize and value our own. We will not suffer them to be in secundis, no, not in tertiis. What mecum conferter Ulysses? They are mures, musky, culisses pre-sea, nits and flies compared to his inexorable and supercilious, eminent and arrogant worship, though indeed they be far before him. Only wise, only rich, only fortunate, valorous and fair, puffed up with this tympany of self-conceit, as that proud Pharisee, they are not, as they suppose, like other men, of a purer and more precious metal. Soli re jurendi sunt efficaces, which that wise Periander held of such. Meditantur omni qui prius negodium, and si novi quendam, saith Erasmus. I knew one so arrogant that he thought himself inferior to no man living, like Callisthenes the philosopher, that neither held Alexander's acts or any other subject worthy of his pen, such was his insolency. Or Seleucus king of Syria, who thought none fit to contend with him but the Romans. Ius solos dignos ratus quibuscum de imperio surterit, that which Tully writ to Atticus long since, is still in force. There was never yet true poet nor orator, that thought any other better than himself. And such for the most part are your princes, potentates, great philosophers, historiographers, authors of sects or heresies, and all our great scholars, as Hierom defines. A natural philosopher is a glorious creature, and a very slave of rumor, fame, and popular opinion, and though they write to contemptu gloriae, yet as he observes, they will put their names to their books. Vobis et fami, me semper dedi, saith Trebellius Pollio, I have wholly consecrated myself to you in fame. 'Tis all my desire, night and day 'tis all my study to raise my name. Proud Pliny seconds him, quamquam o, and see, and that vainglorious orator is not ashamed to confess in an epistle of his to Marcus Lexius, Ardeo incredibili cupididate, and see I burn with an incredible desire to have my name registered in thy book. Out of this fountain proceed all those cracks and brags, speramus carmina fingi passi linenda cedro, et leni servanda cupresso, non usitata nec tenui ferar penna, nec in terra moribur longius, nil parvum aut humili modo, nil morta loquor, dicar qua violens obstrepit occidis, exegi monumentum aer perennius. Iamque opus exegi, quod nec Javis era, nec ignes, and si cum venit ille dies, and si, part tamen melior me super alta perennes astra ferar, nominc erit indelebile nostrum. This of Ovid I have paraphrased in English. And when I am dead and gone, my corpse laid under a stone, my fame shall yet survive, and I shall be alive in these my works forever, my glory shall persevere and see. And that of Aeneas, nemo me lacrimis decorit, nec funera fledu faxit, cur, valido docta per ora verum. Let none shed tears over me, or adorn my bier with sorrow, because I am eternally in the mouths of men, with many such proud strains and foolish flashes too common with writers. Not so much as Democritus on the topics, but he will be immortal. Typodius de fama shall be famous, and well he deserves, because he rid of fame, and every trivial poet must be renowned, plausuc pedi claircere vulgi. He seeks the applause of the public. This puffing humor it is that hath produced so many great tomes, built such famous monuments, strong castles, and mausolean tombs to have their acts eternized. Digito monstrari et dicere hic est, to be pointed at with the finger, and to have it said there he goes, to see their names inscribed, as Phryne on the walls of Thebes, Phryne fecit. This causeth so many bloody battles, et nox cogit vigilare serenas, and induces us to watch during calm nights. Long journeys, magnum iter intendo, said dat mihi gloria vires, I contemplate a monstrous journey, but the love of glory strengthens me for it, gaining honor, a little applause, pride, self-love, vainglory. This is it which makes them take such pains, and break out into those ridiculous strains, this high conceit of themselves, to scorn all others. Ridiculo fastu et intolerando contemptu. As Palemon the grammarian contemned Varro, secum et natas et morituras litteras jactans, and brings them to that height of insolency, that they cannot endure to be contradicted, or hear of anything but their own commendation, which Hierom notes of such kind of men. And as Austin well seconds him, 'tis their sole study day and night to be commended and applauded. When as indeed in all wise men's judgments, quibus cor sapit, they are mad, empty vessels, funges beside themselves, derided, et ut camelis in proverbio querens cornua, etiam quas habet oras amicit. Their works are toys, as an almanac out of date, authoris perunt garrulatate sway, they seek fame and immortality, but reap dishonor and infamy. They are a common obloquy, insensati, and come far short of that which they suppose or expect. O pure ut sis vitalis metuo, how much I dread thy days are short, some lord shall strike thee dead. Of so many myriads of poets, rhetoricians, philosophers, sophisters, as Eusebius well observes, which have written in former ages, scarce one of 1,000's works remains, nomina et libri simul cum corporibus intererunt, their books and bodies are perished together. It is not as they vainly think, they shall surely be admired and immortal, as one told Philip of Macedon insultingly, after a victory, that his shadow was no longer than before, we may say to them, nos demoramer, sed non cum deside vulgo, sed velet harpias, gorgonas, et furias. We marvel too, not as the vulgar we, but as we Gorgons, Harpies, or Furies see. Or if we do applaud, honor and admire, quota pars, how small a part. In respect of the whole world, never so much as hears our names, how few take notice of us, how slender a tract, as scant as Alcibiades' land in a map. And yet every man must and will be immortal as he hopes, and extend his fame to our antipodes, when as half, no not a quarter of his own province or city, neither knows nor hears of him. But say they did, what's a city to a kingdom to Europe, Europe to the world itself that must have an end, if compared to the least visible star in the firmament, 18 times bigger than it. And then if those stars be infinite, and every star there be a sun, as some will, and as this sun of ours hath his planets about him, all inhabited, what proportion bear we to them, and where's our glory? Orbum terrarum victor Romanus habet, as he cracked in Petronius, all the world was under Augustus. And so in Constantine's time, Eusebius brags he governed all the world, universum mundum preclare ad modum administravit, et omnes orbis gentes imperatori subjecti. So of Alexander it is given out, the 4 monarchies, and see when as neither Greeks nor Romans ever had the 15th part of the now known world, nor half of that which was then described. What braggadocios are they and we then? Quam brevis hic de nobis sermo, as he said, pudibit octi nemines, how short a time, how little a while doth this fame of ours continue. Every private province, every small territory and city when we have all done, will yield as generous spirits, as brave examples in all respects, as famous as ourselves, Cadwallader in Wales, Rollo in Normandy, Robin Hood and Little John, are as much renowned in Sherwood as Caesar in Rome, Alexander in Greece or his Hephaestion, omnes edas omnisque populus in exemplum et admirationem veniet. Every town, city, book is full of brave soldiers, senators, scholars. And though Brassiclas was a worthy captain, a good man, and as they thought not to be matched in Lacedaemon, yet as his mother truly said, plures habet Sparta brassida meliors, Sparta had many better men than ever he was. And howsoever thou admirest thyself, thy friend, many an obscure fellow the world never took notice of, had he been in place or action, would have done much better than he or thou thyself. Another kind of mad men there is opposite to these, that are insensibly mad and know not of it, such as contemn all praise and glory, think themselves most free, when as indeed they are most mad. Calcant sed alio fastu. A company of cynics, such as are monks, hermits, anchorites, that contemn the world, contemn themselves, contemn all titles, honors, offices, and yet in that contempt are more proud than any man living whatsoever. They are proud in humility, proud in that they are not proud, Sip homo de vani gloriae contemptu, vanius gloriator, as Austin hath it, confess. Lib 10, cap. 38, like Diogenes in Tus Glorianter, they brag inwardly, and feed themselves fat with a self-conceit of sanctity, which is no better than hypocrisy. They go in sheep's russet, many great men that might maintain themselves in cloth of gold, and seem to be dejected, humble by their outward carriage, when as inwardly they are swollen full of pride, arrogancy, and self-conceit. And therefore Seneca adviseth his friend Lucilius, in his attire and gesture, outward actions, especially to avoid all such things as are more notable in themselves. As a rugged attire, hirsute head, horrid beard, contempt of money, coarse lodging, and whatsoever leads to fame that opposite way. All this madness yet proceeds from ourselves, the main engine which batters us is from others, we are merely passive in this business. From a company of parasites and flatterers, that with immoderate praise and bombast epithets, glossing titles, false eulogiums, so bedaub and applaud, gild over many a silly and undeserving man, that they clap him quite out of his wits. Res imprimis violenta est, as Hierom notes, this common applause is a most violent thing, laudum placenta, a drum, fife, and trumpet cannot so animate, that fattens men, erects and dejects them in an instant. Pomma negata macrum, donata reducit opimum. It makes them fat and lean, as frost doth connize. And who is that mortal man that can so contain himself, that if he be immoderately commended and applauded, will not be moved? Let him be what he will, those parasites will overturn him. If he be a king, he is one of the 9 worthies, more than a man, a god forthwith, edictum domini dec nostri, and they will sacrifice unto him. Divinos see 2 paturus honors, ultro ipsi dabimus maritasque sacrabimus aras. If he be a soldier, then Themistocles, Epaminondas, Hector, Achilles do fulmina belli, triumviri terrarum and sea, and the valor of both Scipios is too little for him. He is invictissimus, serenissimus, multis trophius ornatissimus, naturi dominus, although he be lepus galatus, indeed a very coward, a milksop. And as he said of Xerxes, postremus in pugna, primus in fuga, and such a one as never durst look his enemy in the face. If he be a big man, then is he a Samson, another Hercules. If he pronounce a speech, another Tully or Demosthenes. As of Herod in the Acts, the voice of God and not of man. If he can make a verse, Homer, Virgil, and C, and then my silly, weak patient takes all these eulogiums to himself. If he be a scholar so commended for his much reading, excellent style, method, and C, he will eviscerate himself like a spider, study to death, laudatas ostendit avis Junonia pennas, peacock-like he will display all his feathers. If he be a soldier and so applauded, his valor extolled, though it be in par congressus, as that of Troilus and Achilles in Felix Pure, he will combat with a giant, run first upon a breach, as another Philippus, he will ride into the thickest of his enemies. Commend his housekeeping, and he will beggar himself, commend his temperance, he will starve himself. Laudatic virtus crescit, et immensum gloria calcar habet. He is mad, 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 no woe with him. Impatiens consortes erit, he will over the Alps to be talked of, or to maintain his credit. Commend an ambitious man, some proud prince or potentate, C plus equo laudator saith Erasmus, Christus erigit, exuit hominum, diem si pudet, he sets up his crest, and will be no longer a man but a god. Nihil est quod credier de si non audit, quam laudator dies equa potestas. How did this work with Alexander, that would needs be Jupiter's son, and go like Hercules in a lion's skin? Domitian a god, dominus deus noster sic feri jubit, like the Persian kings, whose image was adored by all that came into the city of Babylon. Commodus the emperor was so gulled by his flattering parasites that he must be called Hercules. Antonius the Roman would be crowned with ivy, carried in a chariot, and adored for Bacchus. Codes, king of Thrace, was married to Minerva and sent 3 several messengers one after another to see if she were come to his bedchamber. Such a one was Jupiter Menecrates, Maximinus, Jovianus, Dioclesianus Herculeus, Sapor the Persian king, brother of the sun and moon, and our modern Turks, that will be gods on earth, kings of kings, God's shadow, commanders of all that may be commanded, are kings of China and Tartary in this present age. Such a one was Xerxes, that would whip the sea, fetter Neptune, stulta Jactantia, and send a challenge to Mount Athos. And such are many sottish princes, brought into a fool's paradise by their parasites. 'Tis a common humor, incident to all men when they are in great places, or come to the solstice of honor, have done, or deserved well, to applaud and flatter themselves. Stultitiam suem prodant and see. Saith Platerus, your very tradesmen, if they be excellent, will crack and brag, and show their folly in excess. They have good parts, and they know it, you need not tell them of it. Out of a conceit of their worth, they go smiling to themselves, a perpetual meditation of their trophies and plaudits. They run at last quite mad, and lose their wits. Petrarch, lib 1 de contemptu mundi, confessed as much of himself. And Cardan, in his 5th book of Wisdom, gives an instance in a smith of Milan, a fellow citizen of his, one Gallius de Rubes, that being commended for refining of an instrument of Archimedes, for joy ran mad. Plutarch in the life of Artaxerxes hath such a like story of one Chamus, a soldier that wounded King Cyrus in battle, and grew thereupon so arrogant, that in a short space after he lost his wits. So many men, if any new honor, office, preferment, booty, treasure, possession, or patrimony, ex inspirato fall unto them for immoderate joy, and continual meditation of it, cannot sleep or tell what they say or do, they are so ravished on a sudden. And with vain conceits transported, there is no rule with them. Epaminondas, therefore, the next day after his Leuctrian victory, came abroad all squalid and submiss, and gave no other reason to his friends of so doing, than that he perceived himself the day before, by reason of his good fortune, to be too insolent, overmuch joyed. That wise and virtuous lady, Queen Catherine, Dowager of England, in private talk, upon like occasion, said that she would not willingly endure the extremity of either fortune. But if it were so, that of necessity she must undergo the one she would be in adversity, because comfort was never wanting in it, but still counsel and government were defective in the other. They could not moderate themselves. Subsect Roman 15. love of learning or overmuch study, with a digression of the misery of scholars, and why the muses are melancholy. Leonardus Fuchsius instit. Lib. Roman 3, sect. 1 cap. 1 Felix Plater lib. Roman 3 Dementes alienat. Herc. De Saxonia tract. Post de Melanch cap. 3 speak of a peculiar fury which comes by overmuch study. Fernelius lib. 1 cap. 18 puts study, contemplation, and continual meditation as an especial cause of madness, and in his 86 consul, cites the same words. Jo. Arculanus in lib. 9, Races adel nansorum, cap. 16 amongst other causes reckons up studium vehemens, so doth Levinus Lemnius, lib. de Ocul, nat. Mirac, lib. 1 cap. 16 Many men saith he come to this malady by continual study and night waking, and of all other men scholars are most subject to it, and such Races adds that have commonly the finest wits, Kant. Lib. 1 tract. 9 Marsilius Ficinus de Sanit. Tuenda lib. 1, cap. 7 puts melancholy amongst one of those 5 principal plagues of students. 'Tis a common mal unto them all, and almost in some measure an inseparable companion. Varro belike for that cause calls tristes philosophos et severos, severe, sad, dry, tetric, are common epithets to scholars. And Patricius therefore, in the institution of princes, would not have them to be great students. For as Machiavel holds, study weakens their bodies, dulls the spirits, abates their strength and courage, and good scholars are never good soldiers, which a certain Goth well perceived. For when his countrymen came into Greece and would have burned all their books, he cried out against it. By no means they should do it, leave them that plague, which in time will consume all their vigor and martial spirits. The Turks abdicated Cornutus the next heir from the empire, because he was so much given to his book. And 'tis the common tenet of the world, that learning dulls and diminisheth the spirits, and so per consequens produceth melancholy. 2 main reasons may be given of it, why students should be more subject to this malady than others. The one is, they live a sedentary, solitary life, sibi et muses, free from bodily exercise and those ordinary disports which other men use. And many times if discontent and idleness concur with it, which is too frequent, they are precipitated into this gulf on a sudden. But the common cause is overmuch study. Too much learning, as Festus told Paul, hath made thee mad. 'Tis that other extreme which affects it. So did Trincavius, lib. 1 consul. 12 and 13 find by his experience in 2 of his patients a young baron and another that contracted this malady by too vehement study. So Forestus observe at. L10 observe. 13 in a young divine in Louvain that was mad and said he had a Bible in his head, Marsilius Ficinus de Sanit. Tuend. Lib 1 cap. 1, 3, 4 and lib 2 cap. 16 gives many reasons why students dote more often than others. The first is their negligence. Other men look to their tools, a painter will wash his pencils, a smith will look to his hammer, anvil forge. A husbandman will mend his plough irons, and grind his hatchet if it be dull. A falconer or huntsman will have an especial care of his hawks, hounds, horses, dogs, and sea. A musician will string and unstring his lute, and see. Only scholars neglect that instrument, their brain and spirits, I mean, which they daily use, and by which they range over all the world, which by much study is consumed. Vidi, saith Lucian, ni funiculum nimis intendendo aliquando abrumpas. See thou twist not the rope so hard, till at length it break. Facinus in his 4th chapter gives some other reasons. Saturn and Mercury, the patrons of learning, they are both dry planets. And Origanus assigns the same cause why Mercurialists are so poor and most part beggars, for that their president Mercury had no better fortune himself. The destinies of old put poverty upon him as a punishment. Since when poetry and beggary are gemelli, twin-born brats, inseparable companions, and to this day is every scholar poor gross gold from them runs headlong to the boar. Mercury can help them to knowledge, but not to money. The second is contemplation, which dries the brain and extinguisheth natural heat. For whilst the spirits are intent to meditation above in the head, the stomach and liver are left destitute, and thence come black blood and crudities by defect of concoction, and for want of exercise the superfluous vapors cannot exhale, and see the same reasons are repeated by Gomesius, lib 4, cap. 1. De sale Nymanus orat. Do a mag. Jo. Voscius, lib 2, cap. 5. De pest. And something more they add, that hard students are commonly troubled with gouts, catarrhs, rheums, cachexia, bradyopsia, bad eyes, stone and colic, crudities, oppilations, vertigo, winds, consumptions, and all such diseases as come by overmuch sitting. They are most part lean, dry, ill-colored, spend their fortunes, lose their wits, and many times their lives, and all through immoderate pains and extraordinary studies. If you will not believe the truth of this, look upon great Tostatus and Thomas Aquinas's works, and tell me whether those men took pains. Peruse Austin, Hierom, and C, and many thousands besides. Qui cupit optatam cursu continger medem, multicelit, fecic pure, sudavit et alsit. He that desires this wished goal to gain, must sweat and freeze before he can attain, and labor hard for it. So did Seneca by his own confession, Ep. 8. Not a day that I spend idle, part of the night I keep mine eyes open, tired with waking, and now slumbering to their continual task. Here Tully pro archia poeta. Whilst others loitered and took their pleasures, he was continually at his book, so they do that will be scholars, and that to the hazard, I say, of their healths, fortunes, wits, and lives. How much did Aristotle and Ptolemy spend? Unius rigni precium, they say, more than a king's ransom. How many crowns per annum to perfect arts, the one about his history of creatures, the other on his Almagest? How much time did Thebit Bencorat employ to find out the motion of the eighth sphere? 40 years and more, some write. How many poor scholars have lost their wits, or become dizzards, neglecting all worldly affairs and their own health, wealth, esse and bene esse, to gain knowledge for which, after all their pains, in this world's esteem they are accounted ridiculous and silly fools, idiots, asses, and as oft they are rejected, contemned, derided, doting, and mad. Look for examples in Hildesheim's Spissel. 2. De Mania et Delirio. Read Trincavelius, L3. Consul. 36 et C17. Montanus, Consul, 233, Garcius de Judic, Genet, Cap. 33, Mercurialis, Consul, 86, Cap. 25. Prosper Calenius in his book De Atrabile, go to Bedlam and ask, or if they keep their wits, yet they are esteemed scrubs and fools by reason of their carriage, after 7 years' study, statua taciturnius exit, plerumque et risum populi quadit. He becomes more silent than a statue, and generally excites people's laughter. Because they cannot ride a horse, which every clown can do, salute and court a gentlewoman, carve at table, cringe and make conges, which every common swasher can do, hose populace ridit, and see, they are laughed to scorn, and accounted silly fools by our gallants. Yea, many times, such is their misery, they deserve it. A mere scholar, a mere ass. Abstipo capite, et figents lumine terram, murmura cum secum, et rabiosa silentia rodent ac expirecto trutinanter verba labello igrodi veteris meditantes somnia, gigni de nihilo nihilum. In nihilum nil posse reverti. Who do lean awry their heads, piercing the earth with a fixed eye when, by themselves, they gnaw their murmuring and furious silence, as twere balancing each word upon their outstretched lip, and when they meditate the dreams of old sick men, as, out of nothing, nothing can be brought, and that which is, can ne'er be turned to naught. Thus they go commonly meditating unto themselves, thus they sit, such is their action and gesture. Fulgasus, L8, C7 makes mention how Th. Aquinas supping with King Louis of France, upon a sudden knocked his fist upon the table, and cried, conclusum est contra Manitios. His wits were a wool gathering, as they say, and his head busied about other matters. When he perceived his error, he was much abashed. Such a story there is of Archimedes in Vitruvius, that having found out the means to know how much gold was mingled with the silver in King Hieron's crown, ran naked forth of the bath and cried letter 1F15 upsilon rhoeta cap alpha, I have found, and was commonly so intent to his studies that he never perceived what was done about him. When the city was taken, and the soldiers now ready to rifle his house, he took no notice of it. Saint Bernard rode all day long by the Lemnian lake, and asked at last where he was, Marillus, lib 2, cap. For it was Democritus's carriage alone that made the Abderites suppose him to have been mad, and send for Hippocrates to cure him. If he had been in any solemn company, he would upon all occasions fall a-laughing. Theophrastus saith as much of Heraclitus, for that he continually wept, and Laertius of Menedemus Lampsacus, because he ran like a madman, saying, he came from hell as a spy, to tell the devils what mortal men did. Your greatest students are commonly no better, silly, soft fellows in their outward behavior, absurd, ridiculous to others, and no whit experienced in worldly business. They can measure the heavens, range over the world, teach others wisdom, and yet in bargains and contracts they are circumvented by every base tradesman. Are not these men fools? And how should they be otherwise but as so many sots in schools, when, as he well observed, they neither hear nor see such things as are commonly practiced abroad? How should they get experience, by what means? I knew in my time many scholars, saith Aeneas Sylvius, in an epistle of his to Gaspar Sidic, chancellor to the emperor, excellent well learned, but so rude, so silly that they had no common civility, nor knew how to manage their domestic or public affairs. Paglarensis was amazed, and said his farmer had surely cozened him, when he heard him tell that his sow had 11 pigs, and his ass had but 1 foal. To say the best of this profession, I can give no other testimony of them in general than that of Pliny of Isius. He is yet a scholar, than which kind of men there is nothing so simple, so sincere, none better. They are most part harmless, honest, upright, innocent, plain-dealing men. Now because they are commonly subject to such hazards and inconveniences as dotage, madness, simplicity, and sejo. Voscius would have good scholars to be highly rewarded, and had in some extraordinary respect above other men, to have greater privileges than the rest, that adventure themselves and abbreviate their lives for the public good. But our patrons of learning are so far nowadays from respecting the Muses, and giving that honor to scholars or reward which they deserve, and are allowed by those indulgent privileges of many noble princes, that after all their pains taken in the universities, cost and charge, expenses, irksome hours, laborious tasks, wearisome days, dangers, hazards, barred interim from all pleasures which other men have, mewed up like hawks all their lives, if they chance to wade through them, they shall in the end be rejected, contemned, and which is their greatest misery, driven to their shifts, exposed to want, poverty, and beggary. Their familiar attendants are palens morbi, luctus, curic laburc et metus, et male suada fames, et turpes egestas, terribiles visuformi. Grief, labor, care, pale sickness, miseries, fear, filthy poverty, hunger that cries, terrible monsters to be seen with eyes. If there were nothing else to trouble them, the conceit of this alone were enough to make them all melancholy. Most other trades and professions, after some 7 years' apprenticeship, are enabled by their craft to live of themselves. A merchant adventures his goods at sea, and though his hazard be great, yet if one ship return of 4, he likely makes a saving voyage. An husbandman's gains are almost certain, quibus ips Jupiter nocer non potest, whom Jove himself can't harm. 'Tis Cato's hyperbole, a great husband himself. Only scholars, methinks, are most uncertain, unrespected, subject to all casualties and hazards. For first, not one of a many proves to be a scholar, all are not capable and docile, ex omniligno non fit mercurius. We can make majors and officers every year, but not scholars. Kings can invest knights and barons, as Sigismund the emperor confessed, universities can give degrees, and tu quod ees e populo quilibet est potest. But he nor they, nor all the world, can give learning, make philosophers, artists, orators, poets. We can soon say, as Seneca well notes, o verum bonum, o divitum, point at a rich man, a good, a happy man, a prosperous man, sumptuos vestitum, calamistratum, bene olentum, magno temporis impendio constat hic laudatio, o verum literarum. But 'tis not so easily performed to find out a learned man. Learning is not so quickly got, though they may be willing to take pains, to that end sufficiently informed and liberally maintained by their patrons and parents, yet few can compass it. Or if they be docile, yet all men's wills are not answerable to their wits, they can apprehend but will not take pains. They are either seduced by bad companions, vel in puellam impingunt, vel in poculum, they fall in with women or wine, and so spend their time to their friends' grief and their own undoings. Or put case they be studious, industrious, of ripe wits, and perhaps good capacities, then how many diseases of body and mind must they encounter? No labor in the world like unto study. It may be, their temperature will not endure it, but striving to be excellent to know all, they lose health, wealth, wit, life, and all. Let him yet happily escape all these hazards, ares intestines with a body of brass, and is now consummate and ripe, he hath profited in his studies, and proceeded with all applause. After many expenses, he is fit for preferment, where shall he have it? He is as far to seek it as he was, after 20 years standing, at the first day of his coming to the university. For what course shall he take, being now capable and ready? The most parable and easy, and about which many are employed, is to teach a school, turn lecturer or curate, and for that he shall have falconer's wages, £10 per annum, and his diet, or some small stipend, so long as he can please his patron or the parish. If they approve him not, for usually they do but a year or two, as inconstant, as they that cried Hosanna one day and crucify him the other. Serving manlike, he must go look a new master. If they do, what is his reward? Hoc quoque te, manet ut puros elementa docentum, occupit extremis in vicis alba senectus. At last thy snow-white age in suburb schools shall toil in teaching boys their grammar rules. Like an ass, he wears out his time for provender, and can show a stump rod, togam tridem et laceram seth hedis, an old torn gown, an ensign of his infelicity. He hath his labor for his pain, a modicum to keep him till he be decrepit, and that is all. Grammaticus non est felix, and see if he be a trencher chaplain in a gentleman's house, as it befell Euphormio, after some 7-year service, he may perchance have a living to the halves, or some small rectory with the mother of the maids at length, a poor kinswoman or a cracked chambermaid, to have and to hold during the time of his life. But if he offend his good patron, or displease his lady mistress in the meantime, duceter planta velet ictus ob Hercule cacus, ponterc foras, si quid tentaverit unquam hisere. As Hercules did by Cacus, he shall be dragged forth of doors by the heels, away with him. If he bend his forces to some other studies, with an intent to be a Socrates to some nobleman, or in such a place with an ambassador, he shall find that these persons rise like apprentices one under another. And in so many tradesmen's shops, when the master is dead, the foreman of the shop commonly steps in his place. Now for poets, rhetoricians, historians, philosophers, mathematicians, sophisters, and see, they are like grasshoppers, sing they must in summer, and pine in the winter, for there is no preferment for them. Even so they were at first, if you will believe that pleasant tale of Socrates, which he told fair Phaedrus under a plane tree, at the banks of the river Iseus. About noon when it was hot, and the grasshoppers made a noise, he took that sweet occasion to tell him a tale, how grasshoppers were once scholars, musicians, poets, and see, before the muses were born, and lived without meat and drink, and for that cause were turned by Jupiter into grasshoppers. And may be turned again into thony cicadas, out lycerum ranas, for any reward I see they are like to have. Or else in the meantime, I would they could live, as they did, without any viaticum, like so many manucodiati, those Indian birds of paradise, as we commonly call them, those I mean that live with the air and dew of heaven, and need no other food. For being as they are, their rhetoric only serves them to curse their bad fortunes, and many of them for want of means are driven to hard shifts. From grasshoppers they turn humblebees and wasps, plain parasites, and make the muses mules to satisfy their hunger-starved paunches, and get a meal's meat. To say truth, 'tis the common fortune of most scholars to be servile and poor, to complain pitifully, and lay open their wants to their respectless patrons, as Cardan doth, as Zillander and many others. And which is too common in those dedicatory epistles, for hope of gain, to lie, flatter, and with hyperbolical eulogiums and commendations, to magnify and extol an illiterate, unworthy idiot, for his excellent virtues, whom they should rather, as Machiavel observes, vilify, and rail at downright for his most notorious villainies and vices. So they prostitute themselves as fiddlers or mercenary tradesmen to serve great men's turns for a small reward. They are like Indians, they have store of gold, but know not the worth of it. For I am of Synesius's opinion, King Hieron got more by Simonides' acquaintance than Simonides did by his. They have their best education, good institution, sole qualification from us, and when they have done well, their honor and immortality from us. We are the living tombs, registers, and as so many trumpeters of their fames. What was Achilles without Homer? Alexander without Arrian and Curtius? Who had known the Caesars, but for Suetonius and Dion, vixerunt fortes ante agame nona multi. Sed omnes alacrimabils urgenter, ignitique longa noct, carent quia vate sacro. Before great Agamemnon reigned kings as great as he, and brave, whose huge ambitions, now contained in the small compass of a grave. In endless night, they sleep unwept, unknown, no bard they had to make all time their own. They are more beholden to scholars than scholars to them, but they undervalue themselves, and so by those great men are kept down. Let them have that encyclopedian, all the learning in the world. They must keep it to themselves, live in base esteem and starve, except they will submit, as beauteous well hath it, so many good parts, so many ensigns of arts, virtues, be slavishly obnoxious to some illiterate potentate, and live under his insolent worship, or honor, like parasites, qui tanquam mures alienum panem commedunt. For to say truth, arts hae, non sunt lucrativi, as Guido Bonnet that great astrologer could foresee, they be not gainful arts these, said Asurience et famelici, but poor and hungry. Dat galnus opes, dat Justinianus honors, said genus et species cogitor ire pedes. The rich physician, honored lawyers ride, whilst the poor scholar foots it by their side. Poverty is the muses' patrimony, and as that poetical divinity teacheth us, when Jupiter's daughters were each of them married to the gods, the muses alone were left solitary, Helicon forsaken of all suitors, and I believe it was, because they had no portion. Calliope longum Calebs curvixit in evum, nemp nihil dotes, quod numerarit erat. Why did Calliope live so long a maid? Because she had no dowry to be paid. Ever since all their followers are poor, forsaken and left unto themselves. Insomuch that as Petronius argues, you shall likely know them by their clothes. There came, saith he, by chance into my company, a fellow not very spruce to look on, that I could perceive by that note alone he was a scholar, whom commonly rich men hate. I asked him what he was, he answered, a poet. I demanded again why he was so ragged, he told me this kind of learning never made any man rich. Qui pelego credit, magno si finor tollit, qui pugnas et rostra pedi, presingitur oro. Villis adulator picto jacet ebrius ostro, sola pruinosis horit facundia panis. A merchant's gain is great, that goes to sea, a soldier embossed all in gold. A flatterer lies foxed in brave array, a scholar only ragged to behold. All which are ordinary students, right well perceiving in the universities, how unprofitable these poetical, mathematical, and philosophical studies are, how little respected, how few patrons. Apply themselves in all haste to those three commodious professions of law, physic, and divinity, sharing themselves between them, rejecting these arts in the meantime, history, philosophy, philology, or lightly passing them over, as pleasant toys fitting only table talk, and to furnish them with discourse. They are not so behoveful. He that can tell his money hath arithmetic enough, he is a true geometrician, can measure out a good fortune to himself, a perfect astrologer, that can cast the rise and fall of others and mark their errant motions to his own use. The best optics are, to reflect the beams of some great man's favor and grace to shine upon him. He is a good engineer that alone can make an instrument to get preferment. This was the common tenet and practice of Poland, as Cromrus observed not long since, in the first book of his history. Their universities were generally base, not a philosopher, a mathematician, an antiquary, and to be found of any note amongst them, because they had no set reward or stipend, but every man betook himself to divinity, hoc solum in votis habens, opimum sacerdotium. A good parsonage was their aim. This was the practice of some of our near neighbors, as Lipsius inveighs, they thrust their children to the study of law and divinity, before they be informed aright or capable of such studies. Silis et omnibus artibus antistat spes lucri, et formosur est cumulus ori, quam quicquid Greciae Latinique delirantes scripserunt. Ex hoc numo deind veniunt ad gubernacula reapub. Intersunt et presunt conciliis regum, o pater o patria. So he complained, and so may others. For even so we find, to serve a great man to get an office in some bishop's court, to practice in some good town, or compass a benefice, is the mark we shoot at, as being so advantageous the highway to preferment. Although many times, for aught I can see, these men fail as often as the rest in their projects, and are as usually frustrate of their hopes. For let him be a doctor of the law, an excellent civilian of good worth, where shall he practice and expatiate? Their fields are so scant, the civil law with us so contracted with prohibitions, so few causes, by reason of those all-devouring municipal laws, quibus nihil illiter radius, saith Erasmus, an illiterate and a barbarous study. For though they be never so well learned in it, I can hardly vouchsafe them the name of scholars, except they be otherwise qualified. And so few courts are left to that profession, such slenderer offices, and those commonly to be compassed at such dear rates, that I know not how an ingenious man should thrive amongst them. Now for physicians, there are in every village so many mountebanks, empirics, quacksalvers, Paracelsians as they call themselves, Cossiphici et Sanicity so Clenard terms them, wizards, alchemists, poor vicars, caste apothecaries, physicians, men, barbers, and good wives professing great skill, that I make great doubt how they shall be maintained, or who shall be their patients. Besides, there are so many of both sorts, and some of them such harpies, so covetous, so clamorous, so impudent, and as he said, litigious idiots. Quibus loquacis effedum arrogantii, est pentii parum aut nihil. Nec ulla mica literarii salis, crumen emulganatio. Locutelia turba, litium strophi, maligna litigantium cohors, tigati vultures. Laverni alumni, agiati and c. Which have no skill but prating arrogance, no learning, such a purse-milking nation. Gowned vultures, thieves, and a litigious rout of cozenas, that haunt this occupation. That they cannot well tell how to live one by another. But as he jested in the comedy of clocks, they were so many, major pars populi erita reptant fame, they are almost starved a great part of them, and ready to devour their fellows, et noxia calitolate si corriper. Such a multitude of pettifoggers and empirics, such impostors, that an honest man knows not in what sort to compose and behave himself in their society, to carry himself with credit in so vile a rout. Scientia nomen. Tot sumptibus partem et vigilias, profiteri disputit, postquem and c. Last of all to come to our divines, the most noble profession and worthy of double honor, but of all others the most distressed and miserable. If you will not believe me, hear a brief of it, as it was not many years since publicly preached at Paul's Cross, by a grave minister then and now a reverend bishop of this land. We that are bred up in learning, and destinated by our parents to this end, we suffer our childhood in the grammar school, which Austin calls magnam tyrannitum et grave malum, and compares it to the torments of martyrdom. When we come to the university, if we live of the college allowance, as Phalaris objected to the Leontines, pi alpha nu tau letter 1 ff6, nu letter 1 f10, nu delta epsilon letter 1 fd6, sigma pi lambda letter 1 f74, nu lambda iota mu omicron letter 1 f7a, kappa alpha letter 1 f76, phi letter 1 f79 beta omicron upsilon, needy of all things but hunger and fear, or if we be maintained, but partly by our parents' cost. Do expend in unnecessary maintenance, books and degrees, before we come to any perfection, 500 pounds or 1,000 marks. If by this price of the expense of time, our bodies and spirits, our substance and patrimonies, we cannot purchase those small rewards, which are ours by law and the right of inheritance, a poor parsonage or a vicarage of 50 per annum, but we must pay to the patron for the lease of a life, a spent and outworn life, either in annual pension or above the rate of a copyhold, and that with the hazard and loss of our souls, by simony and perjury, and the forfeiture of all our spiritual preferments in esse and posse, both present and to come. What father after a while will be so improvident to bring up his son to his great charge, to this necessary beggary? What Christian will be so irreligious, to bring up his son in that course of life, which by all probability and necessity, cogit ad turpia, and forcing to sin, will entangle him in simony and perjury, when as the poet said, invitatus ad hic aliquis depont negabit. A beggar's brat taken from the bridge where he sits a-begging, if he knew the inconvenience, had cause to refuse it. This being thus, have not we fished fair all this while, that our initiate divines, to find no better fruits of our labors, hoc est cur pauls, cur quis non prandit hoc est? Do we macerate ourselves for this? Is it for this we rise so early all the year long? Leaping, as he saith, out of our beds, when we hear the bell ring, as if we had heard a thunderclap. If this be all the respect, reward, and honor we shall have, frange leaves calamos, et sind thalia libellos, let us give over our books and betake ourselves to some other course of life. To what end should we study? Quid me literalis stulti docere parents? What did our parents mean to make us scholars, to be as far to seek of preferment after 20 years' study, as we were at first? Why do we take such pains? Quid tantum insanis juvat impallicere chartis? If there be no more hope of reward, no better encouragement, I say again, frange leaves calamos, et sind thalia libellos. Let's turn soldiers, sell our books, and buy swords, guns, and pikes, or stop bottles with them. Turn our philosophers' gowns, as Cleans once did, into millers' coats, leave all and rather betake ourselves to any other course of life, than to continue longer in this misery. Prestet dentiscalpia radir, quam literariis monumentis magnatum favorum emendicare. Yea, but methinks I hear some man accept at these words, that though this be true which I have said of the estate of scholars, and especially of divines, that it is miserable and distressed at this time, that the church suffers shipwreck of her goods, and that they have just cause to complain. There is a fault, but whence proceeds it? If the cause were justly examined, it would be retorted upon ourselves. If we were cited at that tribunal of truth, we should be found guilty, and not able to excuse it that there is a fault among us, I confess. And were there not a buyer, there would not be a seller. But to him that will consider better of it, it will more than manifestly appear that the fountain of these miseries proceeds from these griping patrons. In accusing them, I do not altogether excuse us. Both are faulty, they and we. Yet in my judgment, theirs is the greater fault, more apparent causes, and much to be condemned. For my part, if it be not with me as I would, or as it should, I do ascribe the cause, as Cardan did in the like case. Meo infortunio podius quam allorum celeri, to mine own infelicity rather than their naughtiness, although I have been baffled in my time by some of them, and have as just cause to complain as another, or rather indeed to mine own negligence. For I was ever like that Alexander in Plutarch, Crassus his tutor in philosophy, who, though he lived many years familiarly with rich Crassus, was even as poor when from, which many wondered at, as when he came first to him. He never asked, the other never gave him anything. When he traveled with Crassus, he borrowed a hat of him, at his return restored it again. I have had some such noble friends, acquaintance, and scholars, but most part, common courtesies and ordinary respects accepted, they and I parted as we met. They gave me as much as I requested, and that was, and as Alexander ob Alexandro genial. Dear, L6, C16. Made answer to Hieronymus Massinus, that wondered, quam plures ignavos et ignobles ad dignitates et sacerdotia promotos quodity vidret. When other men rose, still he was in the same state, eadem tenor et fortuna cui mercedem laborum studierumque deberi puterit, whom he thought to deserve as well as the rest. He made answer that he was content with his present estate, was not ambitious, and although obdurgabundus suum segnatim accuserit, cum obscuri sortis homines ad sacerdotia et pontificatus ictos, and see, he chid him for his backwardness, yet he was still the same. And for my part, though I be not worthy perhaps to carry Alexander's books, yet by some overweening and well-wishing friends, the like speeches have been used to me. But I replied still with Alexander, that I had enough and more peradventure than I deserved, and with Libanius Sophista, that rather chose, when honors and offices by the emperor were offered unto him, to be tales sophista, quam tales magistratus. I had as lief be still Democritus Junior, and privis privatus, si mihi jam deritor optio, quam talis fortis doctor, tales dominus, said Quorsum hic. For the rest, 'tis on both sides facinus didistandum, to buy and sell livings, to detain from the church, that which God's and men's laws have bestowed on it, but in them most, and that from the covetousness and ignorance of such as are interested in this business. I name covetousness in the first place, as the root of all these mischiefs, which, a chan-like, compels them to commit sacrilege, and to make simoniacal compacts, and what not to their own ends, that kindles God's wrath, brings a plague, vengeance, and a heavy visitation upon themselves and others. Some out of that insatiable desire of filthy lucre, to be enriched, care not how they come by it per fas et nefas, hook or crook, so they have it. And others, when they have with riot and prodigality embezzled their estates, to recover themselves, make a prey of the church, robbing it, as Julian the Apostate did, spoil parsons of their revenues, in keeping half back, as a great man amongst us observes, and that maintenance on which they should live, by means whereof barbarism is increased, and a great decay of Christian professors. For who will apply himself to these divine studies, his son or friend, when after great pains taken, they shall have nothing whereupon to live? But with what event do they these things? Opesc totis viribus venemini et indemessis accidit miserrima. They toil and moil, but what reap they? They are commonly unfortunate families that use it, accursed in their progeny, and, as common experience evinceth, accursed themselves in all their proceedings. With what face, as he quotes out of Ost, can they expect a blessing or inheritance from Christ in heaven that defraud Christ of his inheritance here on earth? I would all our simoniacal patrons, and such as detain tithes, would read those judicious tracts of Sir Henry Spelman, and Sir James Sempill, Knights, those late elaborate and learned treatises of Dr. Tilsley and Mr. Montague, which they have written of that subject. But though they should read, it would be to small purpose, claims licit et mer celo confundas. Thunder, lighten, preach hell and damnation, tell them 'tis a sin, they will not believe it. Denounce and terrify, they have cauterized consciences, they do not attend, as the enchanted adder, they stop their ears. Call them base, irreligious, profane, barbarous, pagans, atheists, epicures. As some of them surely are with the Bawd and Plautus, huge optime, they cry and applaud themselves with that miser. Simul ac nummos contemplor in arca. Say what you will, quacunc modo rem? As a dog barks at the moon, to no purpose are your sayings. Take your heaven, let them have money. A base, profane, epicurean, hypocritical rout. For my part, let them pretend what zeal they will, counterfeit religion, blear the world's eyes, bombast themselves, and stuff out their greatness with church spoils, shine like so many peacocks. So cold is my charity, so defective in this behalf, that I shall never think better of them than that they are rotten at core, their bones are full of Epicurean hypocrisy, and atheistical marrow, they are worse than heathens. For as Dionysius Halicarnassius observes, antic, rom lib. 7. Primum locum, and see Greeks and barbarians observe all religious rites, and dare not break them for fear of offending their gods. But our simoniacal contractors, our senseless achans, our stupefied patrons, fear neither god nor devil, they have evasions for it, it is no sin, or not due jure divino, or if a sin, no great sin, and see and though they be daily punished for it, and they do manifestly perceive, that as he said, frost and fraud come to foul ends. Yet as Chrysostom follows it nulla ex ponesit correctio, et quaes adversus malicia hominum provoster, crescit quadidi quad puniator, they are rather worse than better. Iram ac animos acrimen sumunt, and the more they are corrected, the more they offend. But let them take their course, road caper vites, go on still as they begin 'tis no sin, let them rejoice secure, God's vengeance will overtake them in the end, and these ill-gotten goods, as an eagle's feathers, will consume the rest of their substance. It is aurum thalasanum, and will produce no better effects. Let them lay it up safe, and make their conveyances never so close, lock and shut door, saith Chrysostom, yet fraud and covetousness, two most violent thieves are still included, and a little gain evil gotten will subvert the rest of their goods. The eagle in Aesop, seeing a piece of flesh now ready to be sacrificed, swept it away with her claws and carried it to her nest. But there was a burning coal stuck to it by chance, which unawares consumed her young ones, nest, and all together. Let our simoniacal church-shopping patrons and sacrilegious harpies look for no better success. A second cause is ignorance, and from thence contempt, successit odium in litteras ob ignorantia vulgi, which Junius well perceived. This hatred and contempt of learning proceeds out of ignorance. As they are themselves barbarous, idiots, dull, illiterate, and proud, so they esteem of others. Sint mechinates, non derunt flaxi marons. Let there be bountiful patrons, and there will be painful scholars in all sciences. But when they contemn learning, and think themselves sufficiently qualified, if they can write and read, scramble at a piece of evidence, or have so much Latin as that emperor had, qui nescit dissimulare, nescit viver, they are unfit to do their country service, to perform or undertake any action or employment, which may tend to the good of a commonwealth, except it be to fight, or to do country justice, with common sense, which every yeoman can likewise do. And so they bring up their children, rude as they are themselves, unqualified, untaught, uncivil most part. Quis e nostra juventut legitime instituiter literis? Quis orators aut philosophos tangit? Quis historiam legit, illam rerum agendarum quaes animam? Precipitant parents vota sua, and see 'twas Lipsius, complaint to his illiterate countrymen, it may be ours. Now shall these men judge of a scholar's worth, that have no worth, that know not what belongs to a student's labors, that cannot distinguish between a true scholar and a drone. Or him that by reason of a voluble tongue, a strong voice, a pleasing tone, and some trivially polyanthian helps, steals and gleans a few notes from other men's harvests, and so makes a fairer show than he that is truly learned indeed. That thinks it no more to preach than to speak, or to run away with an empty cart. As a grave man said, and thereupon vilify us and our pains, scorn us and all learning. Because they are rich and have other means to live, they think it concerns them not to know or to trouble themselves with it. A fitter task for younger brothers or poor men's sons to be pen and inkhorn men, pedantical slaves, and no wit beseeming the calling of a gentleman, as Frenchmen and Germans commonly do, neglect therefore all human learning, what have they to do with it? Let mariners learn astronomy, merchants, factors study arithmetic, surveyors get them geometry, spectacle makers optics, landleapers geography, town clerks rhetoric. What should he do with a spade that hath no ground to dig, or they with learning that have no use of it? Thus they reason, and are not ashamed to let mariners, apprentices, and the basest servants be better qualified than themselves. In former times, kings, princes, and emperors were the only scholars, excellent in all faculties. Julius Caesar mended the year, and writ his own commentaries. Media inter prelia semper, stellarum silique plages, superisque vacavit. Antonius, Adrian Nero sive. Jull, and see Michael the Emperor, and Asacius were so much given to their studies that no base fellow would take so much pains. Orion, Perseus, Alphonsus, Ptolemaeus, famous astronomers. Saber, Mithridates, Lysimachus, admired physicians. Plato's kings all. Evax, that Arabian prince, a most expert jeweler and an exquisite philosopher. The kings of Egypt were priests of old, chosen, and from thence, idem rex hominum phobique sacerdos. But those heroical times are past. The muses are now banished in this bastard age, ad sordida tuguriola, to meaner persons, and confined alone almost to universities. In those days, scholars were highly beloved, honored, esteemed, as old Aeneas by Scipio Africanus, Virgil by Augustus, Horace by Maecenas, princes' companions, dear to them as Anacreon to Polycrates, Philoxenus to Dionysius, and highly rewarded. Alexander sent Xenocrates the philosopher 50 talents, because he was poor, visu rerum, aut erudition prestantes viri, mensis olim regum adhibiti, as Philostratus relates of Adrian and Lampridius of Alexander Severus. Famous clerks came to these princes' courts, velat in lyceum, as to a university, and were admitted to their tables, quasi divum epulies accumbens. Archelaus, that Macedonian king, would not willingly sup without Euripides. Amongst the rest he drank to him at supper one night, and gave him a cup of gold for his pains, delectatis poeti suavi sermon. And it was fit it should be so. Because as Plato in his Protagoras well saith, a good philosopher as much excels other men, as a great king doth the commons of his country. And again, quoniam illis nihil dist, et minim eger solent, et disciplinas quas profitenter, soli a contemptu vindicare possunt, they needed not to beg so basely, as they compel scholars in our times to complain of poverty or crouch to a rich chuff for a meal's meat, but could vindicate themselves, and those arts which they professed. Now they would and cannot, for it is held by some of them as an axiom that to keep them poor will make them study. They must be dieted as horses to a race, not pampered, elendos volunt, non saginandos, ni meliris mentis flammula extinguator. A fat bird will not sing, a fat dog cannot hunt, and so by this depression of theirs some want means, others will, all want encouragement, as being forsaken almost, and generally contemned. 'Tis an old saying, Sint mechinates, non dirant flaxi marons, and 'tis a true saying still. Yet oftentimes I may not deny it, the main fault is in ourselves. Our academics too frequently offend in neglecting patrons, as Erasmus well taxeth, or making ill choice of them, negligimus oblatos aut amplictimer parum aptos, or if we get a good one, non studimus mutuis officiis favorum adjus allure, we do not ply and follow him as we should. Idem mihi accidit adolescenti, saith Erasmus, acknowledging his fault, et gravissime peccavi, and so may I say myself, I have offended in this, and so peradventure have many others. We did not spondeer magnatum favoribus, qui ciperant nos amplecti, apply ourselves with that readiness we should. Idleness, love of liberty, emodicus amor libertatis effessit ut Deu cum perfidies amicis, as he confesseth, et pertinace pauperate colluctere, bashfulness, melancholy, timorousness, cause many of us to be too backward and remiss. So some offend in one extreme, but too many on the other. We are most part too forward, too solicitous, too ambitious, too impudent. We commonly complain dies mesenates, of want of encouragement, want of means, when as the true defect is in our own want of worth, our insufficiency. Did Maecenas take notice of Horace or Virgil till they had shown themselves first, or had Bavius and Mevius any patrons? Egregium specimen dent, saith Erasmus, let them approve themselves worthy first, sufficiently qualified for learning and manners, before they presume or impudently intrude and put themselves on great men as too many do. With such base flattery, parasitical colloguing, such hyperbolical elegies, they do usually insinuate that it is a shame to hear and see. Imodici lauds conciliant invidium, podius quam laudum, and vain commendations derogate from truth, and we think in conclusion, non melius delaudato pejus delaudante, ill of both, the commender and commended. So we offend, but the main fault is in their harshness, defect of patrons. How beloved of old, and how much respected was Plato to Dionysius. How dear to Alexander was Aristotle, Democritus to Philip, Solon to Croesus, Oixarchus and Trebatius to Augustus, Cassius to Vespasian, Plutarch to Trajan, Seneca to Nero, Simonides to Hieron. How honored, said hic prius fura, nunc recondita senent quiet. Those days are gone. Et spes, et ratio studerum in Caesar tantum. As he said of old, we may truly say now, he is our amulet, our sun, our sole comfort and refuge, our Ptolemy, our common Maecenas, Jacobus Munificus, Jacobus Pacificus, Mista Musarum Rex Platonicus, Grand Decus Columenc Nostrum, a famous scholar himself, and the sole patron, pillar, and sustainer of learning. But his worth in this kind is so well known, that as Paterculus of Cato, jam ipsum lauder nefas sit, and which Pliny to Trajan. Syria te carmina honorc eternus annalium non hic brevis et pudenda predicatio collet. But he is now gone, the sun of hours set, and yet no night follows, sol occubuit nox nulla sequuta est. We have such another in his room, aureus alter. Avulsus, simile frondicit virga metallo, and long may he reign and flourish amongst us. Let me not be malicious, and lie against my genius, I may not deny, but that we have a sprinkling of our gentry, here and there one, excellently well learned, like those fuggery in Germany. Dubartus, Duplessis, Sadil in France, Picus Murangula, Scotus, Barodius in Italy, apparent rari nont in Gurgite vasto. But they are but few in respect of the multitude, the major part, and some again excepted, that are indifferent, are wholly bent for hawks and hounds, and carried away many times with intemperate lust, gaming, and drinking. If they read a book at any time, si quod est intram odii avenatu poculis alia scordis. Tease an English chronicle, St. Huon of Bordeaux, Amadis de Gaul and C, a playbook or some pamphlet of news, and that at such seasons only when they cannot stir abroad to drive away time, their sole discourse is dogs, hawks, horses, and what news. If someone have been a traveler in Italy or as far as the emperor's court, wintered in Orleans, and can court his mistress in broken French, wear his clothes neatly in the newest fashion, sing some choice outlandish tunes, discourse of lords, ladies, towns, palaces, and cities, he is complete and to be admired. Otherwise he and they are much at one. No difference between the master and the man, but worshipful titles. Wink and choose betwixt him that sits down, clothes accepted, and him that holds the trencher behind him. Yet these men must be our patrons, our governors too sometimes, statesmen, magistrates, noble, great, and wise by inheritance. Mistake me not, I say again, vos o patricius sanguis, you that are worthy senators, gentlemen, I honor your names and persons, and with all submissiveness prostrate myself to your censure and service. There are amongst you, I do ingenuously confess, many well-deserving patrons and true patriots of my knowledge, besides many hundreds which I never saw, no doubt, or heard of, pillars of our commonwealth, whose worth, bounty, learning, forwardness, true zeal in religion, and good esteem of all scholars, ought to be consecrated to all posterity. But of your rank, there are a debauched, corrupt, covetous, illiterate crew again, no better than stocks, merum pecus, tester diem, non mihi vidri dignos ingenui homines appellation, barbarous Thracians, et quis ille thrax qui hoc negat. A sordid, profane, pernicious company, irreligious, impudent, and stupid, I know not what epithets to give them, enemies to learning, confounders of the church, and the ruin of a commonwealth. Patrons they are by right of inheritance, and put in trust freely to dispose of such livings to the church's good. But hard taskmasters they prove, they take away their straw, and compel them to make their number of brick. They commonly respect their own ends, commodity is the steer of all their actions, and him they present in conclusion as a man of greatest gifts that will give most. No penny, no paternoster, as the saying is. Nisi prex oro fulcias, amplius iridas. Ut Cerberus offa, their attendants and officers must be bribed, feed, and made, as Cerberus is with a sop by him that goes to hell. It was an old saying, omnia rami venalia, all things are venal at Rome. 'Tis a rag of popery which will never be rooted out, there is no hope, no good to be done without money. A clerk may offer himself, approve his worth, learning, honesty, religion, zeal, they will commend him for it, but probitus laudator et algit. If he be a man of extraordinary parts, they will flock afar off to hear him, as they did in Apuleius to see Psyche. Multimortals conflubent ad videndum seculi decus, speculum gloriosum, laudator ob omnibus, spectator ob omnibus, nec quisquam non rex, non regius, cupidus ejus nuptiarium petitor excedit. Murantur quidem divinam formam omnes, sed ut simulacrum faber politum murantur. Many mortal men came to see fair Psyche, the glory of her age. They did admire her, commend, desire her for her divine beauty, and gaze upon her. But as on a picture, none would marry her, quod indotato, fair Psyche had no money. So they do by learning. Didicit jam dives avarice tantum admirari, tantum lauder desertos, ut puri juninis avum. Your rich men have now learned of latter days to admire, commend, and come together to hear and see a worthy scholar speak, as children do a peacock's feather. He shall have all the good words that may be given, a proper man, and 'tis pity he hath no preferment, all good wishes but inexorable, indurate as he is, he will not prefer him, though it be in his power. Because he is indotatus, he hath no money. Or if he do give him entertainment, let him be never so well qualified, plead affinity, consanguinity, sufficiency, he shall serve 7 years, as Jacob did for Rachel, before he shall have it. If he will enter at first, he must get in at that simoniacal gate, come off soundly, and put in good security to perform all covenants, else he will not deal with or admit him. But if some poor scholar, some parson chaff will offer himself, some trencher chaplain, that will take it to the halves, thirds, or accepts of what he will give, he is welcome. Be conformable, preach as he will have him, he likes him before a million of others, for the host is always best cheap. And then as Hierom said to Cremadius patella dignum operculum, such a patron, such a clerk, the cure is well supplied and all parties pleased. So that is still verified in our age, which Chrysostom complained of in his time, qui opulentir sunt, in ordinum parasitorum cogunt ius, et ipsos tanquam canes, ad mensas suas inutriunt, earumque impudens. Veneres iniquarum coenarum reliquiis differtiunt, eistum pro arbitro abulens. Rich men keep these lecturers and fawning parasites like so many dogs at their tables, and filling their hungry guts with the offals of their meat, they abuse them at their pleasure and make them say what they propose. As children do by a bird or a butterfly in a string, pull in and let him out as they list, do they by their trencher chaplains, prescribe, command their wits, let in and out as to them it seems best. If the patron be precise, so must his chaplain be. If he be papistical, his clerk must be so too, or else be turned out. These are those clerks which serve the turn, whom they commonly entertain and present to church livings, whilst in the meantime we that are university men, like so many hide-bound calves in a pasture, tarry out our time, wither away as a flower ungathered in a garden, and are never used. Or as so many candles, illuminate ourselves alone, obscuring one another's light, and are not discerned here at all, the least of which translated to a dark room or to some country benefice, where it might shine apart, would give a fair light and be seen over all. Whilst we lie waiting here as those sick men did at the pool of Bethesda, till the angel stirred the water, expecting a good hour, they step between and beguile us of our preferment. I have not yet said, if after long expectation, much expense, travel, earnest suit of ourselves and friends, we obtain a small benefice at last. Our misery begins afresh, we are suddenly encountered with the flesh, world, and devil, with a new onset. We change a quiet life for an ocean of troubles, we come to a ruinous house, which before it be habitable, must be necessarily to our great damage repaired. We are compelled to sue for dilapidations, or else suit ourselves, and scarce yet settled, we are called upon for our predecessors' arrearages. First fruits, tenths, subsidies are instantly to be paid, benevolence, procurations, and c. And which is most to be feared, we light upon a cracked title, as it befell Clenard of Brabant for his rectory and charge of his Begini. He was no sooner inducted, but instantly sued. Sepimusc, saith he, strenu litigare, et implacabili bello confliger. At length after 10 years' suit, as long as Troy's siege, when he had tired himself, and spent his money, he was fain to leave all for quietness, sake, and give it up to his adversary. or else we are insulted over and trampled on by domineering officers, fleeced by those greedy harpies to get more fees. We stand in fear of some precedent lapse. We fall amongst refractory, seditious sectaries, peevish Puritans, perverse papists, a lascivious rout of atheistical epicures that will not be reformed, or some litigious people. Those wild beasts of Ephesus must be fought with, that will not pay their dues without much repining, or compelled by long suit. Laesae claricis appido infesti, an old axiom, all they think well gotten that is had from the church, and by such uncivil harsh dealings, they make their poor minister weary of his place, if not his life. And put case they be quiet, honest men, make the best of it, as often it falls out, from a polite and terse academic, he must turn rustic, rude, melancholize alone, learn to forget, or else, as many do, become maltsters, graziers, chapmen, and see, now banished from the academy, all commerce of the muses, and confined to a country village, as Ovid was from Rome to Pontus, and daily converse with a company of idiots and clowns. Nos intrum quod, atinet, nec enim immunes ob hac nox assumis, idem realis manet, idem nobis, et si non multo gravius, crimen objusi potest. Nostra enim culpa sit, nostra incuria, nostra avaritia, quod tam frequens, fodic fiant in ecclesia nundinations, templum isti venale duisque tot swords invehanter, tanta grasseter impietas tanta nequitia, tam insanus miseriarum Europus, et turbarum estuarium nostro inquam, omnium academicorum imprimis video sit. Quod tot resp. Mollis officiator, a nobis seminarium. Ultro malum hoc exercimus, et quavis contumelia, quavis interim miseria digni, qui pro virili non occurrimus. Quid enim feri possi speramus, quam tot indies sign delectu paupers alumni, terri filii, et cujuscunc ordinis homuntions ad gradus certatum admittenter. Qui si definitionem, distinctionem unum aut alteram memoriter edidisserent, et pro mortat annos in dialectica posserent, non refert quo proftu, quals demum sint, idioti, nugators, otiators, eliters, compaters indigni, libidinis voluptatum administri, sponsi penelopes nebulones, alcinoic, modo tot annos in academia insumpserent, et si pro tagatis venditarent. Lucri causa, et amicorum intercessu presentanter. Addo etiam et magnificis non nunquam elogiis morum et scientiae. Et jam valedictory testimonialibus his, literis amplissime conscriptis, in aerum gratiam honoranter, abiis, qui fidei sui, et existimationis jacturem proculjubio faciunt. Doctors enim et professors, quod ade alle, id unum current, ut ex professionibus frequentibus, et tumultuares podius quam legitimus, commoda sua promoverent, et ex dispendio publico suum faciant incrementum. Id solum in votis habent annui plerumque magistratus, ut ob incipientium numo pecunias amungunt, nec multum interest qui sint, literators and literati, modo pings, nitidi, ad aspectum speciosi, et quod verbo dicam, pecuniosi sint. Philosophastri licentianter in artibus artem qui non habent, eosc sapiens esse jubent, qui nulla prediti sunt sapientia, et nihil ad gradum praeterquem vel adferent. Theologestri, solvent modo, satis superque docti, per omnes enorm gratis evehunter et ascendunt. Ac hinc fit quad tam viles scurri, tot passum idioti, literarum crepusculo positi, larvae pastorum, circumforenae, vagae, barbae, fungi, crassi, acini, merum pecus in sacrosanctos theologiae addidus, elodis pedibus irrumpent, praeter in vericundum frontum adferens nihil, vulgars quastum quisquilias, et scholarium quidem nugamenta, indigna qui vel recipienter in triviis. Hoc alud indignum genus hominum et famlicum, indigum, vagum, ventris mancipium, ad stivum podius relegandum, ad haras aptius quam ad aras, quod divinas has literas turpiter prostituit. Hae sunt qui pulpita complent, in eads nobilium irrepunt, et quam reliquis vidi destituenter subsidias, ob corporis et animi agestatum, aliarum in repub. Partium minim capaces sint. Ad sacram hanc anchoram confugiunt, sacerdotium quavis modo captantes, non ex sinceratate, quod polis ate, sed coponantes verbum Dei. Ni quis interim viris bonus detractum quid putet, quos habet ecclesia Anglicana quemplerimus, egregi doctos, illusters, intacti fami, homines, et plures forsan quam cuivis Europae provincia. Ni quis afflorentissimis academiae, qui viros undiquac doctissimos, omni virtutum gener suspiciondos, abund producunt. Et multo plures utrac habitura, multo splendidir futura, si non hae sword splendidum lumen ejus obfuscarent, absterit corruptio, et copenantes quidem harpii, prolterique bonum hoc nobis non invidrant. Nemo enim tam cicament, qui non hoc ipsum videt. Nemo tam stolido ingenio, qui non intelligat. Tam pertinace judicio, qui non agnoscat, ob his idiotes circumforenes, sacram polui theologium, ac caelestes muses quaes, profanum quidem prostitui. Viles animi et effrunts, sic enim Lutherus alicubi vocet, Lucelli causa, ut musci ad mulctra, ad nobilium et hierum menses advalent in spem sacerdotii, cujus libet honoris, officii in quamvis olim, urbum si ingerunt, ad quadvis si ministerium component. Ut nervis alienis mobile lignum duciter hor. Lib. Roman 2. Sat. 7. Offem sequens, sidicorum more in preti spem quidvis effudiant. Obsecendantes parasiti, Erasmus 8, quidvis docent, dicunt, scribunt, suadunt et contra conscientiam probant, non ut salutarum redent gregem, sed ut magnificum sibi parent fortunam. Opinions quasvis et decreta contra verbum deastrunt, ni non offendent patronum, sed ut retinent favorum prosrum, et populi plossum, sibique ipsis opes accumulant. Io etenim plerunc animo ad theologium excedent, non ut rem divinam, sed ut suum facient. Non ad ecclesi bonum promovendum, sed expillendum querens, quod Paulus 8, non qui Jesu Christi, sed qui sua non domini thesaurem, sed ut sibi suisque thesaurissent. Nec tantum iis qui villari fortuni et abjecti sortis sunt hoc in usu est, sed et medios, summos alatos, ni dicam episcopos, hoc malum invacit. Disite pontifices, in sacris quid facit orum. Summos sep viros transversos agit avaritia, et qui reliquis morum probitate prelucerant. Hae facem preferent ad simonium, et in corruptionis hunc scopulum impingents, non tondent pecus, sed deglubunt, et quacunc si conferunt, expillant, exoriunt, abradunt, magnum fami sui, si non animi naufragium faciens. Ut non ob infimis ad summos, sed assummis ad infimos malum prominas videter, et alud verum sit quod ille olim lucit, immerit ille prius vendir gir potest. Simoniacus enim, quod cum leon dicam gratiam non accepit, si non accipit, non habit, et si non habit, nec gratis potest esse. Tantum enim absunt istorum non nulli, qui ad clavum sedent a promovendo reliquos, ut penitus impedient, probe sibi consii, quibus artibus alic pervenerint. Nam qui ob litteras immersus allos credat, disipit, qui viro ingenii, eruditionis experientiae, probitatis pietatis, et musarum id esse pretium putat, quod olim revera fuit, hodi promititer planissime insanit. Ut cunc vel undicunc malum hoc originum ducit, non ultra querum, ex his primordias keepit viderum coluvis, omnis calamitas, omni miseriarum agmen in ecclesiam invehiter. Hinc tam frequens simonia, hinc ordi queruli, frauds, imposturi, ob hoc font si derivarent omnes nequitiae. Ni quid obiter dicam de ambition, adulation plusquam aulica, ni tristi domicinio laborant, deluxu, de fodo non nunquam vidi exemplo, quo non nullos offendunt, de competition sibaridica and c. Hinc ales squalor academicus, trists hac tempestate camni, quam quivis homunculus artium ignaris, hic artibus assurget, hunc in modum promoviter et deitscat, ambitiosus appellationibus insignis, et multis dignitatibus augustus vulgi oculos perstringat. Beni si habet, et grandia gradiens majestatem quandam ac amplitudinum preci ferens, muramc solicitudinum, barba reverendus, toga nitidus, purpura coruscus, supelectili splendor, et famulorum numo maxime conspicus. Quales statui, quad edile, qui sacris in edibus columnis imponenter, velet honori sedens videnter, acc insuderant, quam revera sensu sint carents, et nihil saxim adjuvant firmitatem, et lance vidri volant, quam sint statui lapidi, umbertiles revera homuntions, fungi, forsan et bardi, nihil a saxo difference. Quam interim doctiviri, et villi sanctoris ornamentis perditi, qui eastum dia sustenant, his iniqua sort servient, minimo forsan salario contenti, poris nominibus nuncupati, humals, obscuri, multoque dignirs licet, egents, in honorati videm privum privatem agent tenuique sepulti sacerdodio. Vel in collegiis sues in aeternum incarcerati, in glory delightscent. Sed nolo diutius hanc mover sentinam, hinc illi lacrimi, lugubris musarum habitus, hinc ipsa religio, quod cum Cecilio dicem, in ludibrium et contemptum adducitur, abjectum sacerdotium ac hic ubi fiant, ossum dicer, et pulitum putidi dicterium declaro usurper, putidum vulgus inops, rude, sordidum, melancholicum, miserum, despicabile contemnendum. Mem. Roman 4. Subsect. I non-necessary, remote, outward, adventitious, or accidental causes, as first from the nurse. Of those remote, outward, ambient, necessary causes, I have sufficiently discoursed in the precedent member, the non-necessary follow. Of which, saith Fuchsius, no art can be made, by reason of their uncertainty, casualty, and multitude. So called not necessary because according to Fernelius, they may be avoided and used without necessity. Many of these accidental causes, which I shall entreat of here, might have well been reduced to the former, because they cannot be avoided, but fatally happen to us, though accidentally, and unawares at some time or other. The rest are contingent and inevitable, and more properly inserted in this rank of causes. To reckon up all is a thing impossible. Of some therefore most remarkable of these contingent causes which produce melancholy, I will briefly speak and in their order. From a child's nativity, the first ill accident that can likely befall him in this kind is a bad nurse, by whose means alone he may be tainted with this malady from his cradle, Aulus Gellius L12. C1. Brings in Favorinus, that eloquent philosopher, proving this at large that there is the same virtue and property in the milk as in the seed, and not in men alone but in all other creatures. He gives instance in a kid and lamb if either of them suck of the other's milk, the lamb of the goats or the kid of the ewes, the wool of the one will be hard and the hair of the other soft. Geraldus Cambrensis itinerar. Cambrii, L1. C2. Confirms this by a notable example which happened in his time. A sow pig by chance sucked a brack, and when she was grown would miraculously hunt all manner of deer, and that as well, or rather better, than any ordinary hound. His conclusion is that men and beasts participate of her nature and conditions by whose milk they are fed. Favorinus urges it farther and demonstrates it more evidently, that if a nurse be misshapen, unchaste, dishonest, impudent, cruel, or the like, the child that sucks upon her breast will be so too. All other affections of the mind and diseases are almost engrafted, as it were, and imprinted into the temperature of the infant by the nurse's milk. As pox, leprosy, melancholy, and C. Cato for some such reason would make his servants' children suck upon his wife's breast, because by that means they would love him and his the better, and in all likelihood agree with them. A more evident example that the minds are altered by milk cannot be given than that of Dion, which he relates of Caligula's cruelty. It could neither be imputed to father nor mother, but to his cruel nurse alone, that anointed her paps with blood still when he sucked, which made him such a murderer, and to express her cruelty to a hare, and that of Tiberius, who was a common drunkard, because his nurse was such a one. Et si delira furit, one observes, infantulum delirum faciet, if she be a fool or dolt, the child she nursed will take after her, or otherwise be misaffected, which Franciscus Barbarus L2. C. Ult. De Reaxoria proves at full and ant. Givera lib 2 de Marco Aurelio, the child will surely participate. For bodily sickness there is no doubt to be made. Titus, Vespasian's son, was therefore sickly, because the nurse was so, Lampridius. And if we may believe physicians, many times children catch the pox from a bad nurse, Botaldus cap. 61, de Louvener. Besides evil attendance, negligence, and many gross inconveniences, which are incident to nurses, much danger may so come to the child. For these causes Aristotle Pollet. Lib 7. C. 17. Favorinus and Marcus Aurelius would not have a child put to nurse at all, but every mother to bring up her own of what condition soever she be. For a sound and able mother to put out her child to nurse is naturi in temporis, so Guazzo calls it. 'Tis fit therefore she should be nurse herself. The mother will be more careful, loving, and attendant than any servile woman or such hired creatures. This all the world acknowledge it convenientissimum est as rod. A Castro Dinat. Mulierum. Lib 4c12. In many words confesseth, matrum ipsum lactare infantum, it is most fit that the mother should suckle her own infant. Who denies that it should be so? And which some women most curiously observe, Amongst the rest, that Queen of France, a Spaniard by birth, that was so precise and zealous in this behalf, that when in her absence a strange nurse had suckled her child, she was never quiet till she had made the infant vomit it up again. But she was too jealous. If it be so, as many times it is, they must be put forth, the mother be not fit or well able to be a nurse, I would then advise such mothers, as Plutarch doth in his book De Liberis Educandis and S. Hierom, Li 2 Epist. 27, Ledi de Institut, Phil, Magninus Part 2, Reg, Sanit, Cap. 7 and the said Rodricus, that they make choice of a sound woman of a good complexion, honest, free from bodily diseases, if it be possible, all passions and perturbations of the mind, as sorrow, fear, grief, folly, melancholy. For such passions corrupt the milk, and alter the temperature of the child, which now being udum et mal ludum, a moist and soft clay, is easily seasoned and perverted. And if such a nurse may be found out, that will be diligent and careful withal, let Favorinus and M. Aurelius plead how they can against it, I had rather accept of her in some cases than the mother herself, and which Bonatius the physician, Nic. Besius the politician, lib 4 de repub. Cap. 8. Approves, some nurses are much to be preferred to some mothers. For why may not the mother be not, a peevish drunken flirt, a waspish choleric slut, a crazed piece, a fool as many mothers are, unsound as soon as the nurse? There is more choice of nurses than mothers, and therefore except the mother be most virtuous, staid, a woman of excellent good parts, and of a sound complexion, I would have all children in such cases committed to discreet strangers. And 'tis the only way, as by marriage they are engrafted to other families to alter the breed, or if anything be amiss in the mother, as Ludovicus Mercatus contends, Tom 2, lib. de morb, Herd, to prevent diseases and future maladies, to correct and qualify the child's ill-disposed temperature, which he had from his parents. This is an excellent remedy, if good choice be made of such a nurse. Subsect Roman 2, Education a cause of melancholy. Education of these accidental causes of melancholy may justly challenge the next place, for if a man escape a bad nurse, he may be undone by evil bringing up. Jason Pratensis puts this of education for a principal cause: bad parents, stepmothers, tutors, masters, teachers, too rigorous, too severe, too remiss or indulgent on the other side, are often fountains and furtherers of this disease. Parents and such as have the tuition and oversight of children offend many times in that they are too stern, always threatening, chiding, brawling, whipping, or striking, by means of which their poor children are so disheartened and cowed that they never after have any courage a merry hour in their lives, or take pleasure in anything. There is a great moderation to be had in such things, as matters of so great moment to the making or marring of a child. Some fright their children with beggars, bugbears, and hobgoblins if they cry or be otherwise unruly, but they are much to blame in it, many times, saith Lavater de Spectris Part 1, Cap. 5 medu in morbos graves incident et noctu dormiens claimant, for fear they fall into many diseases and cry out in their sleep, and are much the worse for it all their lives. These things ought not at all, or to be sparingly done, and upon just occasion. Tyrannical, impatient, harebrained schoolmasters, aridi magistri, so Fabius terms them, ageces flagelliferi, are in this kind as bad as hangmen and executioners. They make many children endure a martyrdom all the while they are at school. With bad diet, if they board in their houses, too much severity and ill usage, they quite pervert their temperature of body and mind. Still chiding, railing, frowning, lashing, tasking, keeping that they are fracti animus, moped many times, weary of their lives, nimia severitate deficiant et disperant, and think no slavery in the world as once I did myself, like to that of a grammar scholar. Preceptorum ineptiis discruciantur ingenia purorum, saith Erasmus, they tremble at his voice, looks coming in. St. Austin, in the first book of his Confess, et 4 ca. calls this schooling meliculosum necessitatum, and elsewhere a martyrdom, and confesseth of himself, how cruelly he was tortured in mind for learning Greek, nulla verba noveram, et civis terroribus et ponies, ut nosum, instabater mihi vehementer, I know nothing, and with cruel terrors and punishment I was daily compelled. Beza complains in like case of a rigorous schoolmaster in Paris, that made him by his continual thunder and threats once in a mind to drown himself, had he not met by the way with an uncle of his that vindicated him from that misery for the time, by taking him to his house. Trincavelius, lib 1 consul. 16. Had a patient 19 years of age, extremely melancholy, ob nimium studium, tarvitae et preceptoris minas, by reason of overmuch study and his tutor's threats. Many masters are hard-hearted and bitter to their servants, and by that means do so deject, with terrible speeches and hard usage so crucify them, that they become desperate and can never be recalled. Others again, in that opposite extreme, do as great harm by their too much remissness. They give them no bringing up, no calling to busy themselves about or to live in, teach them no trade, or set them in any good course, by means of which their servants, children, scholars are carried away with that stream of drunkenness, idleness, gaming, and many such irregular courses, that in the end they rue it, curse their parents, and mischief themselves. Too much indulgence causeth the like inepta patris lenitas et facilitas prava, when as Midio-like, with too much liberty and too great allowance, they feed their children's humors, let them revel, wench, riot, swagger, and do what they will themselves, and then punish them with a noise of musicians, obsonet, patet, olet ungenta de meo amet? Dabiter ami argentum ubi erit commodum, fors effrigit. Restituenter, discidit vestum. Resarciator, facit quod lubit, sumat consumat perdet decretum est pati. But as Demio told him, tu illum corrumpi sinis, your lenity will be his undoing, previdir videor jam diem, illum, quam hic egens profugiat aliquo militatum, I foresee his ruin. So parents often err, many fond mothers especially dote so much upon their children like Aesop's ape, till in the end they crush them to death, corporum nutrices animarum noverci, pampering up their bodies to the undoing of their souls. They will not let them be corrected or controlled, but still soothed up in everything they do, that in conclusion they bring sorrow, shame, heaviness to their parents, eclis. Cap. XXX. 8-9, become wanton, stubborn, willful, and disobedient, rude, untaught, headstrong, incorrigible, and graceless. They love them so foolishly, saith Cardan, that they rather seem to hate them, bringing them not up to virtue but injury, not to learning but to riot, not to sober life and conversation, but to all pleasure and licentious behavior. Who is he of so little experience that knows not this of Fabius to be true? Education is another nature, altering the mind and will, and I would to God, saith he, we ourselves did not spoil our children's manners by our overmuch cockering and nice education, and weaken the strength of their bodies and minds, that causeth custom, nature, and see. For these causes Plutarch in his book De Lib. Educ, and Hierom, Epist. Lib 1 Epist. 17. Tollida de Institut. Filii gives a most especial charge to all parents, and many good cautions about bringing up of children, that they be not committed to indiscreet, passionate bedlam tutors, light, giddy-headed, or covetous persons, and spare for no cost, that they may be well nurtured and taught, it being a matter of so great consequence. For such parents as do otherwise, Plutarch esteems of them that are more careful of their shoes than of their feet, that rate their wealth above their children. And he, saith Cardan, that leaves his son to a covetous schoolmaster to be informed, or to a close abbey to fast and learn wisdom together, doth no other than that he be a learned fool or a sickly wise man. Subsect Roman 3, Terrors and Affrights, Causes of Melancholy. Tully, in the fourth of his Tusculans, distinguishes these terrors which arise from the apprehension of some terrible object heard or seen, from other fears, and so doth Patricius Lib. 5. Tit for de Regis Institut. Of all fears they are most pernicious and violent, and so suddenly alter the whole temperature of the body, move the soul and spirits, strike such a deep impression, that the parties can never be recovered, causing more grievous and fiercer melancholy, as Felix Plater, c. 3. Dementes alienat. Speaks out of his experience than any inward cause whatsoever, and imprints itself so forcibly in the spirits, brain, humors, that if all the mass of blood were let out of the body, it could hardly be extracted. This horrible kind of melancholy, for so he terms it, had been often brought before him, and troubles and affrights commonly men and women, young and old of all sorts. Hercules de Saxonia calls this kind of melancholy, ab agitation spirituum, by a peculiar name. It comes from the agitation, motion, contraction, dilatation of spirits, not from any distemperature of humors, and produceth strong effects. This terror is most usually caused, as Plutarch will have, from some imminent danger when a terrible object is at hand, heard, seen, or conceived, truly appearing, or in a dream, and many times the more sudden the accident, it is the more violent. Stat terror animus, et coritonitum salit, pavidum trepidis palpitat venis jecer. Their souls affright, their heart amazed quakes, the trembling liver pants veins and aches. Arthemedorus the grammarian lost his wits by the unexpected sight of a crocodile, Laurentius 7. De Melan. The massacre at Lyon, 1572 in the reign of Charles Roman IX, was so terrible and fearful that many ran mad, some died, great-bellied women were brought to bed before their time, generally all affrighted aghast. Many lose their wits by the sudden sight of some spectrum or devil, a thing very common in all ages. Seth Lavater Part 1. Cap. 9. As Orestes did at the sight of the Furies, which appeared to him in black, as Pausanias records. The Greeks call them mu omicron rho mu omicron lambda letter 1 f7b chi epsilon iota alpha, which so terrify their souls, or if they be but affrighted by some counterfeit devils in jest. Ut puri trepidant, ac omnia quisus in tenebris metuant. As children in the dark conceive hobgoblins and are so afraid, they are the worse for it all their lives. Some by sudden fires, earthquakes, inundations, or any such dismal objects. Themiskin the physician fell into a hydrophobia by seeing one sick of that disease, Dioscorides L6. C. 33. Or by the sight of a monster, a carcase, they are disquieted many months following, and cannot endure the room where a corpse hath been, for a world would not be alone with a dead man, or lie in that bed many years after in which a man hath died. At Basel many little children in the springtime went to gather flowers in a meadow at the town's end, where a malefactor hung in gibbets, all gazing at it. One by chance flung a stone, and made it stir, by which accident the children affrighted ran away. One slower than the rest, looking back, and seeing the stirred carcase wag towards her, cried out it came after, and was so terribly affrighted, that for many days she could not rest, eat, or sleep, she could not be pacified, but melancholy died. In the same town another child, beyond the Rhine, saw a grave opened, and upon the sight of a carcase, was so troubled in mind that she could not be comforted, but a little after departed, and was buried by it. Platerus observat. L1, a gentlewoman of the same city saw a fat hog cut up, when the entrails were opened, and a noisome savour offended her nose, she much misliked, and would not longer abide. A physician in presence told her, as that hog, so was she, full of filthy excrements, and aggravated the matter by some other loathsome instances. Insomuch, this nice gentlewoman apprehended it so deeply, that she fell forthwith a vomiting, was so mightily distempered in mind and body, that with all his art and persuasions for some months after, he could not restore her to herself again, she could not forget it, or remove the object out of her sight, idem. Many cannot endure to see a wound opened, but they are offended. A man executed, or labor of any fearful disease as possession, apoplexies, one bewitched, or if they read by chance of some terrible thing, the symptoms alone of such a disease, or that which they dislike, they are instantly troubled in mind, aghast, ready to apply it to themselves, they are as much disquieted as if they had seen it, or were so affected themselves. Hecatas sibi videnter somnare, they dream and continually think of it. As lamentable effects are caused by such terrible objects heard, read, or seen, auditus maximos modus in corpore facit. As Plutarch holds, no sense makes greater alteration of body and mind. Sudden speech sometimes, unexpected news, be they good or bad, previsa minus oratio, will move as much animum obera et decide sua digicere, as a philosopher observes, will take away our sleep and appetite, disturb and quite overturn us. Let them bear witness that have heard those tragical alarms, outcries, hideous noises, which are many times suddenly heard in the dead of the night by irruption of enemies and accidental fires. And see, those panic fears, which often drive men out of their wits, bereave them of sense. Understanding and all, some for a time, some for their whole lives, they never recover it. The Midianites were so affrighted by Gideon's soldiers, they breaking but every one a pitcher, and Hannibal's army by such a panic fear was discomfited at the walls of Rome. Augusta Livia, hearing a few tragical verses recited out of Virgil, 2 Marcellus Eris, and c. fell down dead in a swoon. Edinus, king of Denmark, by a sudden sound which he heard, was turned into fury with all his men, Cranzius, L5, Dan Hist, and Alexander ab Alexandro L3. C5. Amatus Lusitanus had a patient that by reason of bad tidings became epilepticus sen. 2 Cura 90, Cardan subtil. L18, saw one that lost his wits by mistaking of an echo. If one sense alone can cause such violent commotions of the mind, what may we think when hearing, sight, and those other senses are all troubled at once? As by some earthquakes, thunder, lightning, tempests, and sea at Bologna in Italy, anno 1504, there was such a fearful earthquake about 11 o'clock in the night, as Beroldus in his book De Terra Modu hath commended to posterity, that all the city trembled, the people thought the world was at an end, actum de mortalibus, such a fearful noise, it made such a detestable smell, the inhabitants were infinitely affrighted, and some ran mad. Audi remitrosum, et annalibus memorandum, mine author adds, here a strange story and worthy to be chronicled. I had a servant at the same time called Fulco Argelanus, a bold and proper man, so grievously terrified with it, that he was first melancholy, after doted, at last mad, and made away himself. At Fussinum in Japona there was such an earthquake, and darkness on a sudden, that many men were offended with headache, many overwhelmed with sorrow and melancholy. At Mecum whole streets and goodly palaces were overturned at the same time, and there was such a hideous noise withal, like thunder and filthy smell, that their hair stared for fear, and their hearts quaked, men and beasts were incredibly terrified. In Sakai, another city, the same earthquake was so terrible unto them, that many were bereft of their senses, and others by that horrible spectacle so much amazed, that they knew not what they did. Blasius, a Christian, the reporter of the news, was so affrighted for his part, that though it were 2 months after, he was scarce his own man, neither could he drive the remembrance of it out of his mind. Many times, some years following, they will tremble afresh at the remembrance or conceit of such a terrible object, even all their lives long, if mention be made of it. Cornelius Agrippa relates out of Gulielmus Parisiensis a story of one, that after a distasteful purge which a physician had prescribed unto him, was so much moved, that at the very sight of physic he would be distempered, though he never so much as smelled to it, the box of physic long after would give him a purge. Nay, the very remembrance of it did affect it. Like travellers and seamen, saith Plutarch, that when they have been sanded or dashed on a rock, for ever after fear not that mischance only, but all such dangers whatsoever. Subsect Roman 4. Scoffs, calumnies, bitter jests, how they cause melancholy. It is an old saying, a blow with a word strikes deeper than a blow with a sword. And many men are as much galled with a calumny, a scurrilous and bitter jest, a libel, a pasquil, satire, apologue, epigram, stage play, or the like, as with any misfortune whatsoever. Princes and potentates that are otherwise happy, and have all at command, secure and free, quibus potentia celeris impunitatem fecit, are grievously vexed with these pasquiling libels and satires. They fear a railing Aretine more than an enemy in the field, which made most princes of his time, as some relate, allow him a liberal pension, that he should not tax them in his satires. The gods had their Momus, Homer his Zoilus, Achilles his Thersites, Philip his Demades. The Caesars themselves in Rome were commonly taunted. There was never wanting a Petronius, a Lucian in those times, nor will be a Rabelais and Euphormio, a Bacalinus in ours. Adrian the sixth pope was so highly offended, and grievously vexed with pasquilers at Rome, he gave command that his statue should be demolished and burned. The ashes flung into the river Tiber, and had done it forthwith, had not Ludovicus Susenus, a faced companion, dissuaded him to the contrary, by telling him that Pasquil's ashes would turn to frogs in the bottom of the river, and croak worse and louder than before. Genus irritabile vatum, and therefore Socrates in Plato adviseth all his friends that respect their credits to stand in awe of poets, for they are terrible fellows, can praise and dispraise as they see cause. Hinc quam sit calamus sevior and sepatet. The prophet David complains, Psalm cxci, for that his soul was full of the mocking of the wealthy, and of the despitefulness of the proud, and Psalm LV. For the voice of the wicked, and see, and their hate, his heart trembled within him, and the terrors of death came upon him, fear and horrible fear, and see, and Sal. Elzix. 20. Rebuke hath broken my heart, and I am full of heaviness. Who hath not like cause to complain, and is not so troubled, that shall fall into the mouths of such men? For many are of so petulant a spleen, and have that figure sarcasmus so often in their mouths, so bitter, so foolish, as Balthazar Castilio notes of them, that they cannot speak, but they must bite. They had rather lose a friend than a jest. And what company soever they come in, they will be scoffing, insulting over their inferiors, especially over such as any way depend upon them, humoring, misusing, or putting gulleries on some or other till they have made by their humoring or gulling ex stulto insanum, a mope or a naughty, and all to make themselves merry. Demodo rissum excutiat sibi, non hic cuquam parsit amico. Friends, neuters, enemies, all are as one, to make a fool a madman, is their sport, and they have no greater felicity than to scoff and deride others. They must sacrifice to the god of laughter, with them in Apuleius, once a day, or else they shall be melancholy themselves. They care not how they grind and misuse others, so they may exhilarate their own persons. Their wits indeed serve them to that sole purpose, to make sport, to break a scurril jest, which is levissimus ingenii fructus, the froth of wit, as Tully holds, and for this they are often applauded in all other discourse, dry, barren, stramineous, dull, and heavy. Here lies their genius. In this they alone excel, please themselves and others. Leo Decimus, that scoffing pope, as Jovius hath registered in the 4th book of his life, took an extraordinary delight in humoring of silly fellows and to put gulleries upon them, by commending some, persuading others to this or that. He made ex stultides stultissimos, et maxime ridiculos ex stultis insanos, soft fellows, stark naughties, and such as were foolish, quite mad before he left them. One memorable example he recites there, of Tarascamus of Parma, a musician that was so humored by Leo Decimus, and by Bienna his second in this business, that he thought himself to be a man of most excellent skill, who was indeed a ninny. They made him set foolish songs, and invent new ridiculous precepts, which they did highly commend, as to tie his arm that played on the lute, to make him strike a sweeter stroke, and to pull down the arras hangings, because the voice would be clearer, by reason of the reverberation of the wall. In the like manner they persuaded one Barabalius of Caeta, that he was as good a poet as Petrarch, would have him to be made a laureate poet, and invite all his friends to his installment, and had so possessed the poor man with a conceit of his excellent poetry, that when some of his more discreet friends told him of his folly, he was very angry with them, and said they envied his honor and prosperity. It was strange, saith Jovius, to see an old man of 60 years, a venerable and grave old man, so gulled. But what cannot such scoffers do, especially if they find a soft creature, on whom they may work? Nay, to say truth, who is so wise or so discreet, that may not be humored in this kind, especially if some excellent wits shall set upon him. He that mads others, if he were so humored, would be as mad himself, as much grieved and tormented. He might cry with him in the comedy, pro Jupiter tu homo me, adigas ad insanium. For all is in these things as they are taken. If he be a silly soul, and do not perceive it, 'tis well he may haply make others sport, and be no whit troubled himself. But if he be apprehensive of his folly, and take it to heart, then it torments him worse than any lash. A bitter jest, a slander, a calumny, pierceth deeper than any loss, danger, bodily pain, or injury whatsoever. Leviter enim valet, it flies swiftly as Bernard of an arrow, said Graviter vulnerat, but wounds deeply, especially if it shall proceed from a virulent tongue, it cuts, saith David, like a two-edged sword. They shoot bitter words as arrows, Sal, Elziv. 5, and they smote with their tongues, Jur. Roman 18. 18, and that so hard that they leave an incurable wound behind them. Many men are undone by this means, moped and so dejected that they are never to be recovered. And of all other men living, those which are actually melancholy or inclined to it are most sensible, as being suspicious, choleric, apt to mistake, and impatient of an injury in that kind. They aggravate, and so meditate continually of it, that it is a perpetual corrosive, not to be removed till time wear it out. Although they peradventure that so scoff, do it alone in mirth and merriment, and hold it optimum aliena frui insania, an excellent thing to enjoy another man's madness. Yet they must know that it is a mortal sin, as Thomas holds, and as the prophet David denounceth, they that use it shall never dwell in God's tabernacle. Such scurrilous jests, flouts, and sarcasms, therefore, ought not at all to be used, especially to our betters, to those that are in misery or any way distressed. For to such, aramnarum incrementa sunt, they multiply grief, and as he perceived, in multis pudor, in multis iracundia, and see, many are ashamed, many vexed, angered, and there is no greater cause or furtherer of melancholy. Martin Cromrus, in the 6th book of his history, hath a pretty story to this purpose of Vladislaus, the 2nd king of Poland, and Peter Dunnius, Earl of Shrine. They had been hunting late and were enforced to lodge in a poor cottage. When they went to bed, Vladislaus told the earl in jest that his wife lay softer with the abbot of Shrine. He, not able to contain, replied, Et tuocum debesso, and yours with Debessus, a gallant young gentleman in the court, whom Christina the queen loved. Tetigit id dictum principis animum, these words of his so galled the prince, that he was long after tristes et cogitabundis, very sad and melancholy for many months. But they were the earl's utter undoing. For when Christina heard of it, she persecuted him to death. Sophia the empress, Justinian's wife, broke a bitter jest upon Narsetes the eunuch, a famous captain then disquieted for an overthrow which he lately had, that he was fitter for a distaff and to keep women company than to wield a sword or to be general of an army. But it cost her dear, for he so far distasted it, that he went forthwith to the adverse part, much troubled in his thoughts, caused the Lombards to rebel, and thence procured many miseries to the commonwealth. Tiberius the emperor withheld a legacy from the people of Rome, which his predecessor Augustus had lately given, and perceiving a fellow round a dead corse in the ear, would needs know wherefore he did so. The fellow replied, that he wished the departed soul to signify to Augustus, the commons of Rome were yet unpaid. For this bitter jest the emperor caused him forthwith to be slain, and carry the news himself. For this reason, all those that otherwise approve of jests in some cases, and faced companions, as who doth not? Let them laugh and be merry, rumpantur et alla quadro, tease laudable and fit, those yet will by no means admit them in their companies, that are any way inclined to this malady. Non jocandum cum iis qui miseri sunt, et eram noci, no jesting with a discontented person. Tease Castilios caveat Jo, Pontanus and Galatius and every good man's. Play with me but hurt me not, jest with me but shame me not. Comitas is a virtue between rusticity and scurrility. Two extremes, as affability is between flattery and contention, it must not exceed. But be still accompanied with that letter 1F00, beta lambda, letter 1F71, beta epsilon, iota alpha, or innocency. Qui nemini nascit, omnem injuriae, oblationem abhorrens, hurts no man, abhors all offer of injury. Though a man be liable to such a jest or obloquy, have been overseen or committed a foul fact, yet it is no good manners or humanity to upbraid, to hit him in the teeth with his offense, or to scoff at such a one. 'Tis an old axiom, turpes in reum omnes exprobratio. I speak not of such as generally tax vice, Barclay Gentiles, Erasmus, Agrippa, Fishcardus, and C. The Varinists and Lucians of our time, satirists, epigrammists, comedians, apologists, and C. But such as personate, rail, scoff, calumniate, perstringe by name, or in presence offend. Ludit qui stolida percacitate non est cestius illesed cabalus. 'Tis horseplay this and those jests, as he saith, are no better than injuries, biting jests, mordants at Achillidi, they are poisoned jests, leave a sting behind them and ought not to be used. Set not thy foot to make the blind to fall, nor wilfully offend thy weaker brother. Nor wound the dead with thy tongue's bitter gall, neither rejoice thou in the fall of other. If these rules could be kept, we should have much more ease and quietness than we have, less melancholy, whereas, on the contrary, we study to misuse each other, how to sting and gall, like two fighting boars, bending all our force and wit, friends, fortune, to crucify one another's souls. By means of which there is little content and charity, much virulency, hatred, malice, and disquietness among us. Subsect V. Loss of liberty, servitude, imprisonment, how they cause melancholy. To this catalogue of causes, I may well annex loss of liberty, servitude, or imprisonment, which to some persons is as great a torture as any of the rest. Though they have all things convenient, sumptuous houses to their use, fair walks and gardens, delicious bowers, galleries, good fare and diet, and all things correspondent, yet they are not content because they are confined, may not come and go at their pleasure, have and do what they will but live aliena quadra, at another man's table and command. As it is in meats so it is in all other things, places, societies, sports. Let them be never so pleasant, commodious, wholesome, so good. Yet omnium rerum est satietas, there is a loathing satiety of all things. The children of Israel were tired with manna. It is irksome to them so to live, as to a bird in his cage or a dog in his kennel, they are weary of it. They are happy, it is true, and have all things to another man's judgment, that heart can wish, or that they themselves can desire bona si sua norant. Yet they loathe it and are tired with the present. Est natura hominum novitatis avida. Men's nature is still desirous of news, variety, delights, and our wandering affections are so irregular in this kind that they must change, though it must be to the worst. Bachelors must be married, and married men would be bachelors. They do not love their own wives, though otherwise fair, wise, virtuous, and well qualified, because they are theirs. Our present estate is still the worst. We cannot endure one course of life long, et quod modo voverat odit, one calling long, esse in honor juvet, mox displicit one place long, rami tiber amo, ventasis tibur ramem, that which we earnestly sought, we now contemn. Hoc quastum agit ad mortem, saith Seneca, quad proposita seep mutando in idem revolvuntur, et non relinquent novitati locum. Fastidio cepit esse vita, et ipsis mundus, et subit illud rapidissimum deliscarum, quausque idem. This alone kills many a man, that they are tied to the same still as a horse in a mill, a dog in a wheel, they run round without alteration or news, their life groweth odious, the world loathsome, and that which crosseth their furious delights, what? Still the same. Marcus Aurelius and Solomon, that had experience of all worldly delights and pleasure, confessed as much of themselves. What they most desired was tedious at last, and that their lust could never be satisfied, all was vanity and affliction of mind. Now if it be death itself, another hell, to be glutted with one kind of sport, dieted with one dish, tied to one place. Though they have all things otherwise as they can desire, and are in heaven to another man's opinion, what misery and discontent shall they have that live in slavery or in prison itself? Quod tristius mort in servitute vivendum, as Hermolaus told Alexander in Curtius, worse than death is bondage. Hoc animo cedo omnes fortes, ut mortem servitudi anteponent, all brave men at arms Tully holds are so affected. Equidem ego is sum, qui servitudem extremum omnium malorum esse arbitrer. I am he, saith Botrus, that accounts servitude the extremity of misery. And what calamity do they endure, that live with those hard taskmasters, in gold mines like those 30,000 Indian slaves at Potosi, in Peru, tin mines, lead mines, stone quarries, coal pits, like so many mold warps underground, condemned to the galleys, to perpetual drudgery, hunger, thirst, and stripes, without all hope of delivery. How are those women in Turkey affected, that most part of the year come not abroad? Those Italian and Spanish dames, that are mewed up like hawks and locked up by their jealous husbands? How tedious is it to them that live in stoves and caves half a year together, as in Iceland, Muscovy, or under the pole itself, where they have 6 months perpetual night. Nay, what misery and discontent do they endure that are in prison? They want all those 6 non-natural things at once: good air, good diet, exercise, company, sleep, rest, ease, and sea, that are bound in chains all day long, suffer hunger, and as Lucian describes it, must abide that filthy stink and rattling of chains, howlings, pitiful outcries that prisoners usually make. These things are not only troublesome, but intolerable. They lie nastily among toads and frogs in a dark dungeon in their own dung, in pain of body, in pain of soul, as Joseph did Sal. CV 18, they hurt his feet in the stocks, the iron entered his soul. They live solitary, alone, sequestered from all company but heart-eating melancholy, and for want of meat must eat that bread of affliction, prey upon themselves. Well might Arculanus put long imprisonment for a cause, especially to such as have lived jovially, in all sensuality and lust, upon a sudden are estranged and debarred from all manner of pleasures, as were Huniades, Edward, and Richard Roman too. Valerian the Emperor, badges at the Turk. If it be irksome to miss our ordinary companions and repast for once a day, or an hour, what shall it be to lose them forever? If it be so great a delight to live at liberty, and to enjoy that variety of objects the world affords, what misery and discontent must it needs bring to him, that shall now be cast headlong into that Spanish Inquisition, to fall from heaven to hell, to be cubbed up upon a sudden? How shall he be perplexed? What shall become of him? Robert, Duke of Normandy, being imprisoned by his youngest brother Henry I, ob illo die inconsolabili dolor in carcere contabuit, saith Matthew Paris, from that day forward pined away with grief. Jugurtha, that generous captain, brought to Rome in triumph, and after imprisoned, through anguish of his soul and melancholy, died. Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, the second man from King Stephen, he that built that famous castle of Devizes in Wiltshire, was so tortured in prison with hunger, and all those calamities accompanying such men, ut viver nolurit mori nesserit, he would not live and could not die between fear of death and torments of life. Francis King of France was taken prisoner by Charles V. Ad mortem fear melancholicus, Seth Gixardini melancholy almost to death, and that in an instant. But this is as clear as the sun, and needs no further illustration. Subsect Roman 6, poverty and want, causes of melancholy. Poverty and want are so violent oppugners, so unwelcome guests, so much abhorred of all men, that I may not omit to speak of them apart. Poverty, although, if considered aright, to a wise, understanding, truly regenerate and contented man, it be donum Dei, a blessed estate, the way to heaven, as Chrysostom calls it, God's gift, the mother of modesty, and much to be preferred before riches, as shall be shown in his place. Yet as it is esteemed in the world's censure, it is a most odious calling, vile and base, a severe torture, summum salus, a most intolerable burden. We shun it all, Cain pejus et ang, worse than a dog or a snake. We abhor the name of it paupertas fugitor, tatoque arcesiter orb, as being the fountain of all other miseries, cares, woes, labors, and grievances whatsoever. To avoid which we will take any pains, extremos currit mercator addendas, we will leave no haven, no coast, no creek of the world unsearched, though it be to the hazard of our lives. We will dive to the bottom of the sea, to the bowels of the earth, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 fathom deep, through all 5 zones, and both extremes of heat and cold. We will turn parasites and slaves, prostitute ourselves, swear and lie, damn our bodies and souls, forsake God, abjure religion, steal, rob, murder, rather than endure this insufferable yoke of poverty, which doth so tyrannize, crucify, and generally depress us. For look into the world, and you shall see men most part esteemed according to their means, and happy as they are rich. Ubique tanti quisque quantum habuit fuit. If he be likely to thrive, and in the way of preferment, who but he? In the vulgar opinion, if a man be wealthy, no matter how he gets it, of what parentage, how qualified, how virtuously endowed or villainously inclined, let him be a bawd, a gripe, an usurer, a villain, a pagan, a barbarian, a wretch, Lucian's tyrant, on whom you may look with less security than on the sun, so that he be rich and liberal withal, he shall be honored, admired, adored, reverenced, and highly magnified. The rich is had in reputation because of his goods, Eccle. X 31. He shall be befriended, for riches gather many friends, Prov. Roman 19. 4. Multos numerabit amicos, all happiness ebbs and flows with his money. He shall be accounted a gracious lord, a mecenas, a benefactor, a wise, discreet, a proper, a valiant, a fortunate man of a generous spirit, pullus Jovis et Gallini filius albi, a hopeful, a good man, a virtuous, honest man. Quando ego I Junonium purum, et matris partum vir aureum, as Tully said of Octavianus, while he was adopted Caesar, and an heir apparent of so great a monarchy, he was a golden child. All honor, offices, applause, grand titles, and turgent epithets are put upon him, omnis omnia bona dicer. All men's eyes are upon him, God bless his good worship, his honor. Every man speaks well of him, every man presents him, seeks and sues to him for his love, favor, and protection to serve him belong unto him. Every man riseth to him, as to Themistocles in the Olympics, if he speak, as of Herod, vox Dei, non homines, the voice of God, not of man. All the graces, venors, pleasures, elegances attend him, golden fortune accompanies and lodge it with him, and as to those Roman emperors, is placed in his chamber. Secura navigit ora, fortunamque seu temperat arbitrio. He may sail as he will himself, and temper his estate at his pleasure, jovial days, splendor and magnificence, sweet music, dainty fare, the good things and fat of the land, fine clothes, rich attires, soft beds, down pillows are at his command. All the world labors for him. Thousands of artificers are his slaves to drudge for him, run, ride, and post for him. Divines for Pythia Philippisat, lawyers, physicians, philosophers, scholars are his, wholly devote to his service. Every man seeks his acquaintance, his kindred, to match with him, though he be an oaf, a ninny, a monster, a goosecap, uxorum jucet danin, when and whom he will hunc optant generum rex et regina. He is an excellent match for my son, my daughter, my niece, and see quicquid calciverit hic rosa fiat. Let him go whither he will, trumpets sound, bells ring, and see, all happiness attends him, every man is willing to entertain him, he sups in Apollo wheresoever he comes. What preparation is made for his entertainment? Fish and fowl, spices and perfumes, all that sea and land affords. What cookery, masking, mirth to exhilarate his person, da trebio, pone ad trebium, vis frater ab ilia illibus. What dish will your good worship eat of? Dulcia poma, et quascunc ferit cultus tibi fundus honors, anti lerm, gustet venerabilior ler dives. Sweet apples, and whate'er thy fields afford, before thy gods be served, let serve thy Lord. What sport will your honor have? Hawking, hunting, fishing, fowling, bulls, bears, cards, dice, cocks, players, tumblers, fiddlers, jesters, and sea. They are at your good worship's command. Fair houses, gardens, orchards, terraces, galleries, cabinets, pleasant walks, delightsome places, they are at hand. In ores lac vinum in argentes, adolescentially ad nudum speciosi, wine, wenches, and see a Turkish paradise, a heaven upon earth. Though he be a silly soft fellow, and scarce have common sense, yet if he be born to fortunes, as I have said, jure hereditario saper jubiter, he must have honor and office in his course. Nemo nisi dives honor dignus Ambrose offic. 21. None so worthy as himself, he shall have it, ac esto quicquid servius aut labio. Get money enough and command kingdoms, provinces, armies, hearts, hands, and affections. Thou shalt have popes, patriarchs to be thy chaplains and parasites. Thou shalt have Tamerlane-like kings to draw thy coach, queens to be thy laundresses, emperors thy footstools, build more towns and cities than great Alexander, Babel towers, pyramids and mausolean tombs, and see, command heaven and earth, and tell the world it is thy vassal, oro emitter diadema, argento coelum panditor, denarius philosophum conducit, nummus jus cogit, obolus literatum passit, metallum sanitatum conciliat, iis amicos conglutinat, and therefore not without good cause. John de Medicis, that rich Florentine, when he lay upon his deathbed, calling his sons Cosmo and Lawrence before him amongst other sober sayings, repeated this animo quieto digredier. Quod vos sanos et divites post me relinquam, it doth me good to think yet, though I be dying, that I shall leave you, my children, sound and rich, for wealth sways all. It is not with us, as amongst those Lacedaemonian senators of Lycurgus in Plutarch. He preferred that deserved best, was most virtuous and worthy of the place, not swiftness or strength or wealth or friends carried it in those days. But inter optimos optimus, inter temperantes temperantissimus, the most temperate and best. We have no aristocracies, but in contemplation all oligarchies, wherein a few rich men domineer, do what they list, and are privileged by their greatness. They may freely trespass, and do as they please, no man dare accuse them, no not so much as mutter against them, there is no notice taken of it, they may securely do it, live after their own laws, and for their money get pardons, indulgences, redeem their souls from purgatory and hell itself. Clausum possidit arca Jovum. Let them be epicures or atheists, libertines, Machiavellians, as they often are et quamvis perjuris erit, sine gent, cruntis, they may go to heaven through the eye of a needle. If they will themselves, they may be canonized for saints, they shall be honorably interred in mausolean tombs, commended by poets, registered in histories, have temples and statues erected to their names. E manibiciles, nascenter violi. If he be bountiful in his life and liberal at his death, he shall have one to swear. As he did by Claudius the emperor in Tacitus, he saw his soul go to heaven and be miserably lamented at his funeral. Ambubalarum collegia and c. Trimulsionus to Panta in Petronius recta in Coelum abiet, went right to heaven. A base queen, thou wouldst have scorned once in thy misery to have a penny from her. And why? Modio nummos mediet, she measured her money by the bushel. These prerogatives do not usually belong to rich men, but to such as are most part seeming rich, let him have but a good outside, he carries it, and shall be adored for a god, as Cyrus was amongst the Persians, ob splendidum apparatum, for his gay attires. Now most men are esteemed according to their clothes. In our gullish times, whom you peradventure in modesty would give place to, as being deceived by his habit, and presuming him some great worshipful man, believe it, if you shall examine his estate, he will likely be proved a serving man of no great note, my lady's tailor, his lordship's barber, or some such gull, a fastidious brisk, Sir Petronel Flash, a mere outside. Only this respect is given him, that wheresoever he comes, he may call for what he will and take place by reason of his outward habit. But on the contrary, if he be poor prov. Roman 15. 15. All his days are miserable, he is under hatches, dejected, rejected, and forsaken, poor in purse, poor in spirit. Prout res nobis fluit, ita et animus si habet, money gives life and soul. Though he be honest, wise, learned, well-deserving, noble by birth, and of excellent good parts, yet in that he is poor, unlikely to rise, come to honor, office, or good means, He is contemned, neglected, frustra sapit, inter literas esserit, amicus molestus. If he speak, what babbler is this? Eclis, his nobility without wealth, is projecta vilior alga, and he not esteemed. Nos viles pulli nati in felicibus ovis, if once poor, we are metamorphosed in an instant, base slaves, villains, and vile drudges. For to be poor is to be a knave, a fool, a wretch, a wicked, and odious fellow, a common eyesore, say poor and say all. They are born to labor, to misery, to carry burdens like juments, pistum stercus comedier with Ulysses' companions, and as Cremulus objected in Aristophanes, Salem linger, lick salt, to empty jakes, fay channels, carry out dirt and dunghills, sweep chimneys, rub horse heels, and see I say nothing of Turks, galley slaves, which are bought and sold like juments, or those African negroes or poor Indian drudges, qui Indies hinc into deferendis honoribus accumbunt. Nam quadruped nos boves et asini vehunt, trahunt, and see. Id omni micellis indies, they are ugly to behold, and though erst spruce, now rusty and squalid, because poor, immundas fortunas aquam est squalorum sequi, it is ordinarily so. Others eat to live, but they live to drudge, serviles et misera gens nihil recusere audit, a servile generation that dare refuse no task. Hughes tu dromo, cape hoc flabellum, ventulum hinc facido dum lavamus, sira blow wind upon us while we wash, and bid your fellow get him up betimes in the morning, be it fair or foul, he shall run 50 miles afoot tomorrow, to carry me a letter to my mistress, socia ad pistranam, socia shall tarry at home and grind malt all day long. Tristan thresh. Thus are they commanded, being indeed some of them as so many footstools for rich men to tread on, blocks for them to get on horseback, or as walls for them to piss on. They are commonly such people, rude, silly, superstitious idiots, nasty, unclean, lousy, poor, dejected, slavishly humble. And as Leo Afer observes of the commonalty of Africa, natura vilior sunt, nec apud suus duces major impressio quam si canes assent. Base by nature, and no more esteemed than dogs, miseram, laboriosum, calamitasum vidam agunt, et inopum, infelicem, rudiers asines, ut e brutis plain natos dicas. No learning, no knowledge, no civility, scarce common, sense, naught but barbarism amongst them, belluino more vivant nec calcios gestant, neck vests like rogues and vagabonds, they go barefooted and barelegged. The soles of their feet being as hard as horse hoofs, as Radzivillus observed at Damietta in Egypt, leading a laborious, miserable, wretched, unhappy life, like beasts and juments, if not worse. For a Spaniard in Incaton sold 3 Indian boys for a cheese, and 100 Negro slaves for a horse. Their discourse is scurrility, their summum bonum, a pot of ale. There is not any slavery which these villains will not undergo. Inter allos pleric latrinas evacuant, alii culinarium curant, alii stabularios agunt, urinators et id genus similia exercent, and see like those people that dwell in the Alps, chimney sweepers, jakes farmers, dirt daubers, vagrant rogues, they labor hard some, and yet cannot get clothes to put on or bread to eat. For what can filthy poverty give else but beggary, fulsome nastiness, squalor, contempt, drudgery, labor, ugliness, hunger, and thirst, pediculorum et pulicum numerum. As he well followed it in Aristophanes, fleas and lice, pro paleo vestum laceram, et pro pulvinari lapidum beni magnum ad caput, rags for his raiment, and a stone for his pillow, pro cathedra rupti caput urni, he sits in a broken pitcher, or on a block for a chair, et malvi ramos pro panibus comedit. He drinks water and lives on wort leaves, pulse like a hog, or scraps like a dog, ut nunc nobis vita efficitor, quis non putibit insanium esse, infelicitate. As Cremulus concludes his speech, as we poor men live nowadays, who will not take our life to be infelicity, misery, and madness. If they be of little better condition than those base villains, hunger-starved beggars, wandering rogues, those ordinary slaves, and day-laboring drudges. Yet they are commonly so preyed upon by polling officers for breaking the laws, by their tyrannizing landlords, so flayed and fleeced by perpetual exactions, that though they do drudge, fare hard, and starve their genius, they cannot live in some countries. But what they have is instantly taken from them, the very care they take to live, to be drudges, to maintain their poor families, their trouble and anxiety takes away their sleep, Sirach. Roman 31. 1. It makes them weary of their lives. When they have taken all pains, done their utmost and honest endeavors, if they be cast behind by sickness or overtaken with years, no man pities them, hard-hearted and merciless, uncharitable as they are, they leave them so distressed, to beg, steal, murmur, and rebel, or else starve. The feeling and fear of this misery compelled those old Romans, whom Menenius Agrippa pacified, to resist their governors. Outlaws and rebels in most places, to take up seditious arms, and in all ages hath caused uproars, murmurings, seditions, rebellions, thefts, murders, mutinies, jars, and contentions in every commonwealth. Grudging, repining, complaining, discontent in each private family, because they want means to live according to their callings, bring up their children, it breaks their hearts, they cannot do as they would. No greater misery than for a lord to have a night's living, a gentleman a yeoman's, not to be able to live as his birth and place require. Poverty and want are generally corrosives to all kinds of men, especially to such as have been in good and flourishing estate, are suddenly distressed, nobly born, liberally brought up, and by some disaster and casualty miserably dejected. For the rest, as they have base fortunes, so have they base minds correspondent, like beetles, esterc or ordi, esterc or victus, insterc or delicium, as they were obscurely born and bred, so they delight in obscenity, they are not thoroughly touched with it. Angustas animas angusto in pector versant. Yet that which is no small cause of their torments, if once they come to be in distress, they are forsaken of their fellows, most part neglected, and left unto themselves. As poor Terence in Rome was by Scipio Laelius and Furius, his great and noble friends, nil Publius Scipio perfuit, nil I Laelius, nil Furius, tres per idem tempus qui agitabant nobles facilime, horum illet opera ni domum quident habuit conductitium. 'Tis generally so, tempora si furent nubila, solus eris, he is left cold and comfortless, nullas ad misses ibit amicus opes, all flee from him as from a rotten wall, now ready to fall on their heads. Prov. Roman 19. 1. Poverty separates them from their neighbors. Dum fortuna favit vultum servatis amici, cum cessidit, turpi vertitis ora fuga. Whilst fortune favored friends, you smiled on me, but when she fled, a friend I could not see. Which is worse yet, if he be poor every man contemns him, insults over him, oppresseth him, scoffs at, aggravates his misery. Quam cepit quassata domus subsidiar, parts in proclinatas omni recumbit onus. When once the tottering house begins to shrink, thither comes all the weight by an instinct. Nay, they are odious to their own brethren, and dearest friends, pro Roman 19. 7. His brethren hate him if he be poor, omnes vicini oderunt, his neighbors hate him, pro Roman 14. 20. Omnes me noti ac ignoti deserunt, as he complained in the comedy, friends and strangers, all forsake me. Which is most grievous, poverty makes men ridiculous, nil habet in felix paupertas durius in si, quam quad ridiculos homines facit, they must endure jests, taunts, flouts, blows of their betters, and take all in good part to get a meal's meat. Magnum pauperis opprobrium, jubit quidvis et facere et patti. He must turn parasite, jester, fool, cum disipiantibus disipper. Saith Euripides, slave, villain, drudge to get a poor living, apply himself to each man's humors to win and please and see, and be buffeted when he hath all done, as Ulysses was by Melanthius in Homer, be reviled, baffled, insulted over, for potenterum stultitia perferenda est, and may not so much as mutter against it. He must turn rogue and villain, for as the saying is, necessitas cogit ad turpia, poverty alone makes men thieves, rebels, murderers, traitors, assassins, because of poverty we have sinned, eclis. Roman 27. 1. Swear and forswear, bear false witness, lie, dissemble, anything, as I say to advantage themselves, and to relieve their necessities. Culpi celer risc magistra est, when a man is driven to his shifts, what will he not do? Si miserum fortuna synonum finxit, vanum etiam mendacem improba fingit. He will betray his father, prince, and country, turn Turk, forsake religion, abjure God and all, nullitam horrenda predidio, quam illi lucri causa, saith Leo affer perpetrare nolent. Plato therefore calls poverty thievish, sacrilegious, filthy, wicked, and mischievous, and well he might. For it makes many an upright man otherwise, had he not been in want, to take bribes, to be corrupt, to do against his conscience, to sell his tongue, heart, hand, and sea, to be churlish, hard, unmerciful, uncivil, to use indirect means to help his present estate. It makes princes to exact upon their subjects. Great men tyrannize, landlords oppress, justice mercenary, lawyers vultures, physicians harpies, friends importunate, tradesmen liars, honest men thieves, devout assassins, great men to prostitute their wives, daughters, and themselves, middle sort to repine, commons to mutiny, all to grudge, murmur, and complain. A great temptation to all mischief, it compels some miserable wretches to counterfeit several diseases, to dismember, make themselves blind, lame, to have a more plausible cause to beg, and lose their limbs to recover their present wants. Jodocus Damhoderius, a lawyer of Bruges, praxi rerum criminal, c. 112. Hath some notable examples of such counterfeit cranks, and every village almost will yield abundant testimonies amongst us. We have dummerers, Abraham men, and see, and that which is the extent of misery, it enforceth them through anguish and wearisomeness of their lives to make away themselves. They had rather be hanged, drowned, and see, than to live without means. In mercitiferum, ni te primat aspera adgestas dizili, et excelsis coro cern jugis. Much better 'tis to break thy neck, or drown thyself I the sea, than suffer irksome poverty, go make thyself away. A Sybarite of old, as I find it registered in Athenaeus, supping in Phiditias in Sparta, and observing their hard fare, said it was no marvel if the Lacedaemonians were valiant men. For his part, he would rather run upon a sword point, and so would any man in his wits, than live with such base diet, or lead so wretched a life. In Japonia 'tis a common thing to stifle their children if they be poor, or to make an abortion, which Aristotle commends. In that civil commonwealth of China, the mother strangles her child, if she be not able to bring it up, and had rather lose than sell it, or have it endure such misery as poor men do. Arnobius, lib 7, adversus gentes lactantius, lib 5 cap. 9. Objects as much to those ancient Greeks and Romans, they did expose their children to wild beasts, strangle or knock out their brains against a stone, in such cases. If we may give credit to Munster, amongst us Christians in Lithuania, they voluntarily emancipate and sell themselves, their wives and children to rich men, to avoid hunger and beggary. Many make away themselves in this extremity. Apicius the Roman, when he cast up his accounts, and found but 100,000 crowns left, murdered himself for fear he should be famished to death. P. Forestus, in his medicinal observations, hath a memorable example of two brothers of Louvain that, being destitute of means, became both melancholy, and in a discontented humor massacred themselves. Another of a merchant, learned, wise otherwise and discreet, but out of a deep apprehension he had of a loss at seas, would not be persuaded but as Ventidius in the poet, he should die a beggar. In a word, thus much I may conclude of poor men, that though they have good parts they cannot show or make use of them. Ab inopia ad virtutum abcepta est via, 'tis hard for a poor man to rise, haud facile emergent, quorum virtutibus obstat res angusta domi. The wisdom of the poor is despised, and his words are not heard. Eccles, Romans 6, 19. His works are rejected, contemned, for the baseness and obscurity of the author, though laudable and good in themselves, they will not likely take. Nulla placer diu, nec viver carmina possunt, qui scribuntur atqui podoribus. No verses can please men or live long that are written by water drinkers. Poor men cannot please, their actions, counsels, consultations, projects are vilified in the world's esteem, amitunt concilium in re, which Gnatho long since observed. Sapiens crepitas sibi nunquam nec solias fecit, a wise man never cobbled shoes as he said of old, but how doth he prove it? I am sure we find it otherwise in our days, pruinosis horit facundia panis. Homer himself must beg if he want means, and as by report sometimes he did go from door to door, and sing ballads, with a company of boys about him. This common misery of theirs must needs distract, make them discontent and melancholy, as ordinarily they are, wayward, peevish like a weary traveller, for fames et morbilum in nares consciant, still murmuring and repining. Ab inopium morosi sunt, quibus est male, as Plutarch quotes out of Euripides, and that comical poet well seconds, omnes quibus res sunt minus secundi, nescio quamodo suspidiosi, ad contumelium omnia accipiunt magis, propter suem impotentium si credunt negligi. If they be in adversity, they are more suspicious and apt to mistake. They think themselves scorned by reason of their misery, and therefore many generous spirits in such cases withdraw themselves from all company, as that comedian Terence is said to have done. When he perceived himself to be forsaken and poor, he voluntarily banished himself to Stymphallus, a base town in Arcadia, and there miserably died. Ad summum inopium redactus, itac e conspectu omnium abiet Greci in terram ultimam. Neither is it without cause, for we see men commonly respected according to their means, and dives sit omnes querent, nemo and bonus, and vilified if they be in bad clothes. Philophemen the orator was set to cut wood, because he was so homely attired. Terentius was placed at the lower end of Cecilius' table, because of his homely outside. Dante, that famous Italian poet, by reason his clothes were but mean, could not be admitted to sit down at a feast. Gnatho scorned his old familiar friend because of his apparel, hominum video pannies, anusque obsitum, hic ego illum contempsi primi. King Perseus overcome sent a letter to Paulus Aemilius, the Roman general, Perseus P. Consuli. But he scorned him any answer, tacite exprobrans fortunam suam, saith mine author, upbraiding him with a present fortune. Carolus Pugnax, that great Duke of Burgundy, made H. Holland, late Duke of Exeter, exiled, run after his horse like a lackey, and would take no notice of him. 'Tis the common fashion of the world. So that such men as are poor may justly be discontent, melancholy, and complain of their present misery, and all may pray with Solomon, Give me, O Lord, neither riches nor poverty, feed me with food convenient for me.